Hello, everyone. It is time for Ori and the Blind Forest Definitive Edition. I have not played this game. Well, I've played this game on my own quite a bit since last time we did the song and dance. But on the channel, it's been quite a while. It's been since 2021 that you've seen me play this. So, if you haven't been keeping up with me, then this has been... I'll give you a brief rundown, in that when I first played the Ori duology, I was not particularly fond of them. I came away, I guess, overall positive, but I did not love them the same way the rest of the world did, and had several major gripes with them. But after replaying them throughout the last year or so, I'd say, I've come to love them a lot more. So, we're just gonna chill and play the first game today, for no particular reason other than I felt like it. So that's what we're gonna do. Is Dead Reckoning my new favorite movie of 2023 so far? No, that is still missing, and I would be surprised if it gets dethroned at any point. Because Missing is one of my favorite movies of all time. Dead Reckoning is not one of my... First things first, Dead Reckoning is not better than Mission Impossible Fallout. That's for sure. Also, as usual, let me know if I need to adjust the audio or anything. Because in my headset, the game's pretty loud, but I don't know if it's too quiet for you guys or if it's too loud. But no, Dead Reckoning is not my favorite movie of 2023. I did enjoy it yesterday. I wouldn't say I was slightly disappointed, just because I knew going into it that there was no chance in the world that it was going to be better than Mission Impossible Fallout. I just knew that expecting it to surpass that bar was entirely unrealistic, and I was bound for disappointment if I expected it to either match or outdo it. So instead I was just like, well, Tom Cruise and Christopher McQuarrie have yet to disappoint me with any of the movies they've made over the years, so I'll just go in expecting a good time, and that's what I got. I got a good movie. There's some key issues with it, and don't worry, to anyone who hasn't seen the movie yet, I'm not going to go into any spoilers today, so you don't have to worry about me spoiling anything for you. All I'll say is that there were several key moments that I took issue with, namely at the end of the movie. The end of the movie is the big climactic final set piece, and this isn't a spoiler because they've already done behind the scenes with it, and it's in all the trailers. The big final train set piece, the things that have to happen in order for that final action scene to get underway, there are some major points of absurd contrivance and really stretching the limits of believability in that final act. And there were some other small things I took issue with, like earlier in the movie during the big car chase. It went on for slightly longer than it probably should have. There was some tonal imbalance. Like, in the middle of the car chase, it kind of stops dead in its tracks, and it switches to a more comedic tone. Almost one for one similar to the Mike's New Car short from the Monsters Inc. DVD. That's kind of exactly what it reminded me of. So yeah, small things like that rub me the wrong way, but there's far more good that the movie does than there is bad, and the villain of the movie is quite topical, to say the least. It's really engaging, really intriguing, probably the most intimidating threat they've ever gone up against, and I'm extremely excited to see how it continues in part 2. Never seen anything about Ori, so it'll be interesting to watch. Hopefully you enjoy. Both this and Will o' the Wisps have my full glowing endorsement. I mean, Will o' the Wisp is definitely better than Blind Forest. There's not a single thing Blind Forest does better than Will o' the Wisps, but they're both great games to play. Best and worst part of Mission Impossible Fallout. Best part is the entire final act. It's tempting to say things like the Halo jump or the bathroom fight, but the entirety of the final, the third act, everything with that climax, the helicopter chase, the race for the bombs, it's all just peak Mission Impossible is what happens in that, final climax. So that's easily the best part of the movie. As for the worst part, the thing is, there's really no problems with Mission Impossible Fallout, so there's not any part that it's hard to say what the worst part is when it's all great. But if I had to pick something, I guess, I mean, this feels like such a cop-out, but I guess I would go with the scene when after Tom Cruise escapes the police, and he jumps down the well and lands in the boat. That scene drags a little, like essentially connecting two action scenes together. That drags a bit, I guess, but that's the worst I can say about the movie. All you knew about Tom Cruise before his recent revival is that he was some famous Scientologist. Oh yeah, I haven't looked too deeply into that side of Tom Cruise. The most I know about him, beyond the fact that he is a Scientologist, is that he's just someone with an immense level of respect for the art of filmmaking, and that shines through in all of his movies. I will say though, I read that he got pretty upset that his Mission Impossible was being booted out of a lot of IMAX screenings when Oppenheimer... Is it Oppenheimer or Oppenheimer? I don't know. When Nolan's new movie... Christopher Nolan's new movie comes out, Mission Impossible is getting the boot in favor of that movie on IMAX screens. And at first I was empathetic. It's like, well, yeah, I mean, I understand why you would feel that way. Because all the previous Mission Impossible movies, or at least the last couple, had all had sequences filmed specifically in IMAX for an expanded aspect ratio. I think I started doing that in Ghost Protocol. I don't think Mission Impossible 3 had any IMAX sequences. I'm pretty sure it started in Ghost Protocol, and then Rogue Nation, and then Fallout. Fallout had the Halo jump and the helicopter chase. But, so I assumed logically that it would be like, that there were sequences in Dead Reckoning that would have an expanded aspect ratio, and that's why he was so dead set on keeping his film in IMAX theaters as long as possible. But I saw it in IMAX yesterday, and there were none. It was just standard letterbox widescreen the whole way through, which I was kind of disappointed by, because I paid the extra money for an IMAX ticket, and I was not rewarded with the experience that IMAX is known for, which is giving you that extra screen space. So that was a bit of a letdown, and I no longer see why I mean, I guess, of course, you want your film to be seen on as big of a screen as possible, but it's not like there was a burning need to keep it on those screens, because there was nothing implicitly about being shown in IMAX that is beneficial over a standard screen compared to Oppenheimer, which I believe was filmed on IMAX cameras and will have that expanded aspect ratio, I think. I don't know. You've been subscribed since I did my first Battle for Bikini Bottom playthrough, which is kind of ridiculous to think about it, considering how long ago that was. So does that mean you've been around since 2015? Because the first... I've played through that game many times on the channel. The first time I ever did it was in 2015 when I was in middle school. You can't find those videos anymore. I've privated them because they're crap and old and outdated. And the new playthroughs I did were much better. But that was the first time that I played through it. So if you've been around that long, kudos to you. Ever played any of the Mega Man games? No, I have not. I've played the... you might laugh when I say this, but I've played the Freddy in Space parody game in FNAF World, which is basically Scott Cawthon's take on a Mega Man game, because I believe he's played Mega Man a lot. It's like one of his favorite game series. So Freddy in Space, that minigame was his take on it. And obviously I recognize the Buster thing, the Mega Buster I think it's called, from Free Guy. But I've never actually played any of the games myself. Have I ever watched the original 1966 Mission Impossible? No, I have not. I've seen a couple episodes of the 80s series. And I've watched the other Mission Impossible movies with Tom Cruise. But I have not seen the original 60s show. And I probably never will. Also, apparently Tom Cruise is now older than Jon Voight was during his heyday of Mission Impossible, which is a little sad to see. Have I replayed Amori since my initial playthrough last year? No. But it's on my Xbox, waiting to play at some point. Time is a precious commodity, which unfortunately I do not have endless amounts of. After playing Will o' the Wisp, you can't go back to Blind Forest. I don't blame you. Will o' the Wisp is a categorical improvement over the original in just about every way. Take it, Tom Cruise is not a fan of Christopher Nolan. I don't know if it's that. I imagine it's just if any movie tried to boot him out of IMAX screenings, he would react the same way. I mean, I don't. He's going to. I believe I saw a picture on Twitter of him standing next to both the Barbie poster and the Oppenheimer poster on the same day. So it's not like he has a burning contempt for either director. I'm pretty sure. I imagine it's just a case of this movie is going to boot my movie out of IMAX theaters. I don't like that. I don't think it's some mean-spirited contempt against the director himself. Have I mentioned the soundtrack of this game is absolutely incredible? Because the soundtrack of this game is absolutely incredible. Gareth Coker is a musical genius. Also, I guess you get sound effects for when you get achievements on Steam games now. Did not know that. Oh. Would I consider Inception the flawless film? I have never seen Inception, so I don't know. I can't comment on it. I'll probably watch it one day. But as of this moment, I have never seen it. Thoughts on the FNAF movie trailer? The more I learn about that movie, the more concerned I get. Because the IMDb cast listing confirms that Vanny is in it. And that just opens up a whole can of worms that I don't think they're ready to deal with. Right now you're playing SpongeBob the Cosmic Shake. How are you enjoying it so far? I need to get back to playing that game. I stopped when I got to the Dungeons and Dragons level. Which, admittedly, I wasn't expecting to see it. It's kind of cool to see that it's there, but I think I'm getting close to the end. I think I have like 1 or 2 zones left to go. And then I'll reach the end. I've been playing it since January. It's taken me forever to finish it, but it's just because the rate at which I play it is so inconsistent. As you see years pass by, you realize more and more that every entry that tackles time traveling is now worse than all Zero Escapes combined. I don't know if I'm willing to push it that far. I need to replay Zero Time Dilemma, which, I'm never gonna do that, but I would need to at least refamiliarize myself with Zero Time Dilemma's story. I don't know if I'm willing to say that Lightyear and Dial of Destiny are worse than, Zero Time Dilemma's really bad. Like, it's shockingly bad. So I don't know if I'm willing to make that leap, but yeah. You'd be more supportive of a film that was always meant to be on IMAX than a regular movie that just so happens to have an IMAX version. Well, I mean, you don't just arbitrarily decide to make your movie. Like, it's not like you either film an IMAX or you not. The only arbitrary decision, I suppose, is just a movie that is shown in an IMAX theater with no distinction between the regular aspect ratio and the IMAX aspect ratio. But it's not like you don't accidentally yourself into having yourself an IMAX version. You either film with IMAX cameras for the extra screen space or you don't. Also, as is the case for all streams, now that we're actually into gameplay, I'm going to preemptively apologize that I'm probably going to miss some of your messages, because I'm going to be focusing on the game while also reading chat, so I apologize in advance for that. I'm trying my best to keep up. Haven't been able to replay Ghost Trick either, I assume? No, but that is also on my Xbox, because that just came out very recently, and that's probably going to be the next game because currently I'm in the middle of the big story game that I still need to finish is Life is Strange True Colors. Because I played I've played all the Life is Strange games. Played the first one, and I liked it until the end, at which point it just immediately collapsed. And I played the Before the Storm, which I think I actually like better than the first game because its ending it doesn't just undo the entire game. And then there's Life is Strange 2, which first of all, it's not Life is Strange 2. It's its own separate thing with only the weakest of connections to the original game. And second of all, it's just not that great on its own accord. But I still gave Life is Strange True Colors a chance because I do like the series. And from what I haven't played that. I only played the first episode, but the first episode was really good. So I'm excited to keep playing that. That's my big story game that I want to finish up right now. Typically, whenever I have a chance to play games outside the channel, I like to have one sort of gameplay focused game and one story focused game. So the story focused game right now would be Life is Strange True Colors, and then the gameplay focused one would be SpongeBob SquarePants: The Cosmic Shake. Once I wrap those up, I will move on to other endeavors. Maybe the movie will explore Vanny's character instead of showing her for a couple minutes and diddle-daddle. My concern is just that they're trying to tackle too much at once. Because the original... I mean, I hesitate to say that the story of the original trilogy of FNAF games was simple. But it was certainly less convoluted than what the lore became with later entries. So... I'm just quite concerned that they're gonna bloat, because the thing is, they can't rely on the idea that people are gonna be going into this movie with knowledge of the other FNAF games. It has to be marketable and palatable to just the average moviegoer who has absolutely no idea about anything FNAF related. So I strongly think that having Vanny be here is a colossal mistake. They should just keep it nice and simple. Focus on the original story of the FNAF, like FNAF 1, not really just FNAF 1. FNAF 1 alone is enough to carry a horror movie, to be honest with you. Because the first FNAF book, The Silver Eyes, is also basically just an expanded version of the lore we had available to us in the first book. So, if they wanted to go that route, that would have been fine. I don't know, maybe it'll be great. Like, the prop design, the set design, and the animatronics all look fantastic. And I'm hoping it's good. I'm skeptical. I'm really, really skeptical about how it's going to turn out. I do like, however, that it's releasing on Peacock the same day that's releasing in theaters, because what that means is that the commentary team and that was not what I wanted to do. That means that the commentary team and I can record a reaction to it day of. So I don't know if we're going to do that or yet. I haven't discussed it with them yet, if that's something we actually want to commit to doing. But if we do decide we want to do it, we have the we have the ability to do it instead of what we did for the Mario movie, which was wait a very long time for it to actually come out on Blu-ray. Would I play Lego Indy 1 again? I mean, on my own time, certainly. I mean, I've played that game many, many times. So I'll definitely play it again in my life. But if you mean on stream, maybe at some point in the distant future. But, like, I just streamed it a couple weeks ago with Neil, so definitely not on the list of things we want to do anytime soon. Story focused game you recommend is Spec Ops: The Line. I've heard good things about that. I don't know anything about it. I just heard a lot of people really, really love it. So I will note that's on the list of games that maybe one day I will play if I get around to it. But it takes priority on the list of games I might eventually play if I get around to it, because so many people have recommended it to me, so who knows. They should have stopped making FNAF games after Ultimate Custom Night. I wouldn't say that. Because FNAF Help Wanted, the VR game, came after Ultimate Custom Night, and that is... I think that is my favorite game in the FNAF series. it's an amalgamation of everything, of all the best parts of the other games, and it has a bunch of new stuff. And just being in VR, I said this in my best games video, being in VR automatically adds such a visceral presence that just isn't felt when you play the game ordinarily. So, I would not have wanted them to stop after Ultimate Custom Night. I would have wanted them to stop after Help Wanted. Help Wanted, Ultimate Pizzeria Simulator, the way I've always described the FNAF games to people, is that Pizzeria Simulator works as the perfect finale to the series. Ultimate Custom Night works as the perfect epilogue to the series. And then Help Wanted works as a tribute to the series afterwards. Anything after that is completely unnecessary and only serves to make things worse. What are my thoughts on the Dead Reckoning Part 1 plot and villains? Like I said, the villain, the core, pardon my language here, but the entity that they are fighting in Dead Reckoning Part 1 is possibly my favorite. I don't know if I'd say that it's my favorite villain of the Mission Impossible series, because you have to compete with Henry Cavill in his rivalry with Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible Fallout. So it's a tough battle. I guess I hate saying this, because I hate just saying, like, it'll depend on what happens in Part 2. But it really does depend on if they stick the landing in Part 2. If they stick the landing in Part 2, the entity of Dead Reckoning might be my favorite villain in the Mission Impossible series. If they don't, it'll be unfortunate, because they've set up a lot of intriguing conflicts, and the entity has already demonstrated its immense, far-reaching power, psychologically and physically, on the main characters, so I'm very impressed with what they've done so far with that movie, I'll say that. FNAF VR already diminished the ending of Pizzeria Simulator by bringing Afton out of hell into a video game. Well, the thing is, with FNAF VR, it's really easy to just discount that as its own separate continuity. Which is what I thought they were going for a while there, and that they were starting to kind of reboot the like, tie it to the past, but also springboard into the future. Where Security... I think that was what they were going with for a while, because Security Breach just completely retconned a lot of things from Help. They were clearly setting up a lot of things in a new direction for the series in Help Wanted. And then Security Breach just like, nah, we're not gonna use any of that, actually. You thought Vanny was important? Lol, no. She's in the background of like 3 scenes. And Afton's the real big bad. Thanks. I love this game. I mean, this one I do. I love Ori. I do not love Security Breach. Security Breach is a blight on humanity. FNAF commentary. Well, maybe I shouldn't have said that. We haven't decided if we're gonna do that or not yet. It's still no hard decisions have been made, but there is definitely interest. I certainly want it. I just no matter what, I'm gonna watch it no matter what. So it'll depend on whether we watch it together or if I watch it by myself. But regardless, it is something I am very excited to see, or at least because we've been waiting for it for so long. Didn't they announce this back in... I'm pretty sure they announced it back in 2015. So, yeah, to say that I've been waiting for this for a long time would be quite the understatement. FNAF lore is a mess, like the books alone are an enigma, like the time-traveling ball pit and the kid who wants to be an animatronic, so he... I'm sorry, I think I might have blanked out for a second. The kid who wants to be an animatronic so he drinks motor oil? Is that it? Okay, I haven't kept up with the FNAF books, and I think reading that comment has only further solidified my decision to not keep up with the FNAF books. I knew about the time-traveling ball pit because, for some bizarre reason, the very first short story they ever told in the Fazbear Frights books was the time-traveling ball pit. Like, that was the opener. That was what they used to hook you into the series. The kid who... That must be one of the ones that I didn't read. Because I stopped reading after, I think Gumdrop Angel was the last one that I read. It must have been one of the... Because I know they kept going for a while afterwards. Like, the shark. I remember one of the covers had a shark on it. It's like, no. No, thanks. No, thank you. I'm out. I am out. Did I have a bad theatrical experience by anyone in the audience crowd? For Dead Reckoning? No. Very respectful audience. Which is interesting because it was a jam-packed IMAX theater. So it wasn't like a... When I saw Pirates of the Caribbean Curse of the Black Pearl in theaters last weekend, it was still a pretty full theater, but it was also a smaller theater, so it was like a total of probably less than 20 people were in that theater, I'd say. So, it wasn't like there was any sense of being overwhelmed by anything. Whereas the IMAX theater, there's a lot of people in there and a lot of ways that could go really, really, really wrong. But it was a very respectful audience, which is cool. What was annoying, though, was that for some reason, because they just renovated my IMAX theater very, very recently, and for some reason, there's a row of blue lights on the ceiling that was directly above where we were sitting, and I don't know why, but they're there, and they didn't distract me too much while I was watching the movie. It was just like, why is that there? I don't know, it was weird. Also, they turned the lights on before the movie was over. Like, ordinarily, the people who manage the lights in the movie theater are pretty good at timing it so that once the credits roll, the lights come up, and then not a minute before that. That did not happen with Dead Reckoning. They were still the last scene of the movie, characters were still talking, and then all of a sudden the light just came up. And, I mean, I guess it's a testament to how entertaining the movie was that no one else looked up except... I was looking around like, what the hell is going on? Why are the lights on? But no one else did. No one else in the crowd actually seemed to care at all that the lights just suddenly turned on. But I did. I was very caught off guard by that. Unless you just mean in general, in which case I have certainly had bad movie experiences, just like in general, but not specifically with Dead Reckoning. Dead Reckoning was very respectful, which I'm thankful for, because I've said, there's this, I think in my Danganronpa 2 LP, whenever you go to the movie theater and you watch Monokuma's amazing movie, I go on a very long rant about how much I hate movie theaters. And I will say, I've softened on that position a little. There's still a lot of things about the movie theater that bug me tremendously. But, like, I paid money to go see Dead Reckoning in IMAX, and I paid money to see Dial of Destiny in Dolby, so it's like, I clearly do get some enjoyment out of having that massive screen, the massive surround sound all around you. It's just, other people, some overpricing of tickets and things, and just, there's a lot of logistical elements that are involved in theaters that I'm not big on. Would I like to have a game that pulls a Pizzeria Sim stunt at the start in the near future? Oh, sure, absolutely. That rocked my world. I really was just like... I think everyone who played Pizzeria Simulator was like, yep, sure, just stupid little troll game. It's whatever. Or maybe not. I mean, I think we all had some suspicions that there might be something else beyond the surface of that, but none of us actually thought that it was... like. So, seriously, it took me a while to... Oh, wow, those are in sync with each other. It took me a while to process that what I was playing was actually Pizzeria Simulator. Or, well, it was actually FNAF 6. Like, I was just... Because it was so... It starts with the 8-bit minigame, and then it jumps to the baby cutscene, and then it jumps back to Pizzeria Tycoon, and then it jumps to nighttime office work, and it's just... It's such a bizarre experience, and it's so amazing. Like, it genuinely did not register with me for quite a while that it was actually... This was the next... Because every other FNAF game had this big release... I mean, not marketing campaign, because they all dropped out of nowhere, except for Sister Location. But it was always like, this is the next FNAF game. This is what we're all been building to. Whereas Pizzeria Simulator came so suddenly and so out of nowhere that I was just... I just didn't believe it. So, yeah, I would love it if another game can give me that experience. I'm all down for it. You still think Pizzeria Simulator is the best overall game in the series? There's a case to be made, certainly. It's certainly... The nice thing about Pizzeria Simulator, and this is the reason why Brooks has played... Brooks doesn't really like FNAF that much, but he's played Ultimate Custom Night and he's played Pizzeria Simulator. And we had a lot of fond memories playing Ultimate Custom Night together in the summer of 2018 when that first came out. Now, you may think to yourself, how do you play a single-player game together? The answer is we gave each other challenges. We just challenged each other with different variations of animatronic AI difficulty, and that was fun. But he's played Pizzeria Simulator by himself. Even just the other night, I saw him playing Pizzeria Simulator on Steam with no prompting from me whatsoever. And the reason why is because if you aren't a fan of traditional FNAF gameplay, you don't have to engage with it at all. You can just play it as a pizzeria tycoon. Now, what I wish that Scott actually made the Endless Tycoon mode he said he was thinking about making, so that you can play it forever as an Endless Tycoon mode and not be stonewalled at Saturday. But it is what it is. The Springtrap redesign? I know a lot of people don't like Afton's redesign. I'm not that upset with it. Like, I don't hate it. I know a lot of people really, really hate Scrap. I think Scrap Trap's the name, right? Scrap Trap's the official canon name for the Pizzeria Simulator version of Springtrap. I know a lot of people hate it. I don't. I'm pretty ambivalent towards it, honestly. But it's not. It's certainly not Springtrap's original design. Let's be clear. The kid drinks motor oil and gets his body parts and organs replaced with mechanical parts. You know, the best part is that that's not even the weirdest thing that's happened in the Fazbear Frights books, but that's the can of worms I'm not going to open. If you were here for the Donkey Kong Country stream last year, you know. And if you don't, then I will keep you, I'll keep you innocent. According to an interview Scott had with Daco, Scott didn't want to overrun the payments with teasers for Pizza Race Simulator. I think what he actually said is that he saw a comment on either Steam or Reddit saying that he couldn't do the same thing he always did with the traditional build-up to teasers, because that's what everyone had come to expect from the FNAF games up until that point. So when he needed it to land a bigger impact than it did previously, and he was completely correct and successful in it, in that tricking people into thinking the game had been delayed. So not delayed, canceled. So it just left people's minds for an entire year. And then out of nowhere, this random free pizzeria game popped up on Steam. I didn't find out about it until it was out. He did release a couple teasers before Pizzeria Simulator saying, like, in one day or in a couple days or whatever. And it was just the opening 8-bit minigame of delivering pizzas to people. And when it came out, I'm like, oh, cool, new FNAF thing. We'll check it out, I guess. Expecting nothing of it. And because I expected nothing of it, it blew me away. One of my thoughts on Puss in Boots 2, love it. Way better than the first one, not that it takes much to be better than the first one. And probably, I would need to rewatch all of DreamWorks' movies, or I guess I should say watch all of DreamWorks' movies, because I still haven't actually seen all of DreamWorks' movies. But from what I have seen, I'd say it's probably among their best. What movies will I watch the rest of 2023? The FNAF movie. You can bet your ass I'll be there day one. Either in theaters or on Peacock. I haven't talked with the commentary team yet as to whether we're going to do a commentary for the FNAF movie. We might not. If we do, I'll watch it on Peacock. If we don't, then I'll go see it in the theater. I might see it in the theater anyway, just because, just so I can see it in that atmosphere. I honestly haven't decided yet. Well, that's a ways away, though. We haven't committed to anything just yet. You watched it with your dad last night, you both loved it? Yep, Puss in Boots 2 is great. Glad you enjoyed it. I mean, I infamously said, I've gotten a lot of comments on my Best Movies video, reminding me that I said I had no faith in Puss in Boots 2, which I'd stand by not having any faith in it, because, have you seen the first movie? Are you guys familiar with how much of a nothing fest the original movie is? But I'm glad I was proven wrong, because Lost Wish just exceeded any expectations I had for it. I went into that theater, like, when it came out, I'm like, yep, it sure did come out. I will not see this. I don't know, I have no reason to see this movie. And then a couple of days went by and people were like, guys, Puss in Boots 2 is, like, amazing. You gotta go see it. And I'm like, I don't believe you when you tell me these things. And then enough people finally said it to the point where I was like, alright, fine, I'll go see it. And I was late to the game. I didn't see it until very, very late in its... I think it almost left theaters by the time I actually went to see it. But oh boy, it blew me. I did not expect Fearless Hero to be as amazing of a song as it was. Like, seriously, that opening is such a perfect introduction in every way. Just both to get you back into the world of Puss in Boots and Shrek in general, I guess, and just to set the tone for the rest of the movie as a whole. Aside from FNAF, what other movies will I watch the rest of 2023? The Gran Turismo movie, Neil and I are going to go see that. Mainly because he's, as you know, he's big into racing and cars and stuff like that. But it looks pretty interesting. So, that comes out next month. I want to go see that. Aside from that, I don't think there's any movies coming out this year. Unless I'm forgetting here. Remind me of movies coming out this year. Maybe I'm forgetting some. But right now, the only ones I'm interested in are the FNAF movie and the Gran Turismo movie. Original Puss in Boots was a fun watch. I don't blame you if you found enjoyment out of it, but I guess maybe I'll rewatch. If I ever do a DreamWorks ranking video, I'll rewatch it and see if my feelings on it have changed. But I do not remember having very fond things to say about it. And it's not like, from what I remember, it's not some wretched piece of cinema that no one should ever watch. It's just, bleh. There's just nothing much to it, unfortunately. Thoughts on Humpty Dumpty from Puss in Boots? That actually is one of the things I remember liking the least about that movie. It's everything to do with Humpty Dumpty. Puss 1 is a movie that exists. Yep, that's... The little... From what I do remember about the first movie, I don't remember thinking very highly of. The thing is, I just don't remember most of it. Not a single joke lands. I can't tell you a single joke from... I am trying to frame, like, a color script, if anything, of the film in my head, and I got no... I probably have a stronger memory of the Puss in Boots game for the Wii than I do for the first movie. Because I did play the Wii game. It's not that great of a game, but I at least remember it. The same cannot be said for the movie. Thoughts on Drew from Despicable Me 3? Please kill him with fire. He's annoying as hell. But so is that whole movie, so I guess he fits right in. Can you expect a commentary on the FNAF movie, whether it comes out as good or bad? We've just been talking about that for a little while. We might do it, might not. We haven't committed to any serious plans one way or the other. I'd like to, though. Because there's a small part of me that's like, what if this movie's, like, really bad, though? What if it's, like, cosmically terrible and it's hilarious to laugh at? It's kind of like that, the same reason, to any sane person, doing a movie commentary for Blue's Big City Adventure would be the dumbest idea you've ever heard in your life. And I still to this day think that most of the people on the commentary team thought I was insane for ever suggesting such a concept. But I had a gut feeling because of what I knew about the main Blue's Clues and You show, that I was like, nah, something's telling me this is going to be worth reacting to, and then it was, in fact, worth reacting to. So I have a similar feeling with the FNAF movie. It might be a misfire, who knows, but this is something telling me that it's either going to be a very respectful adaptation, and I'm going to love it a lot, or it's going to be the biggest piece of shit in the world, and I'm going to love it a lot. I don't envision a scenario in which this goes awry in any meaningful way, but that's where my head's at right now. What are my overall thoughts on the Blue's Clues and You show? My overall thoughts on the Blue's Clues and You show are that Josh sucks, and most of the show is a worse version of the original, which is weird because it's supposed to be a continuity. It's supposed to continue the continuity of the original, but it repeats the exact same plot beat for beat, so it's strange. I also kind of, weird as it sounds, I also kind of don't like how Steve is portrayed in that show. He's sort of a joke. Joe is fine, but Steve, I don't know. Have I seen Morbius? No, and I never will. You can't make me. I refuse. I don't care about that movie enough to want to watch it. Whether it's the most amazing thing ever or it's the worst thing ever, I don't. No, I pass. I choose life. Having both Afton and Vanessa in the first movie is a decision. Yeah, we talked about that earlier. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Like, not even a little bit. But, well, you don't know. Maybe they know what they're doing. I mean, hey, they've been working on this movie. The thing about this movie is that Scott has said that he went through so many drafts. Like, he rejected so many different versions of the script. So that's, like, that shows me he cares. That shows me that this still isn't just, if this was just something that was done as a cash grab, it would have come out years ago. So I believe that there is an element of care that's being put into this. But I fear they've made some missteps. And I somehow, wait, this is the way to mount horror, I think. But they might have made some missteps that might have an adverse effect on the movie as a whole that I'm concerned with. Anyway, is this the... I believe this is the way to the end. Do I like Claude and Elemental? No. Does anybody? I mean, I know Pixar made a fake marketing video where a fake audience clapped at Claude. But does anyone, like, actually like Claude? Because I don't think any actual human beings like Claude. He's terrible. Fortunately, unlike what the marketing would lead you to believe, he's only in, like, yeah, that's the way to mount her. I'm not going this way. He's only in, like, 2 or 3 scenes, and he's barely a presence in the film. So, if you have seen the marketing and concluded the movie looks terrible, take my word for it. Pixar has done or Pixar or Disney, whoever the marketing team was, whether it's a Disney or Pixar, whoever was in charge of putting together the marketing campaign for this movie, has done Elemental a massive disservice. Because it's so much more than what the trailers make it seem like. And it really does feel like they've just cherry-picked. It cherry-picked all the worst lines and all the worst parts of the movie specifically to make people think it's going to be crap. It's like it's a conspiracy theory to get people, to convince Pixar that, to artificially sabotage the box office to make Pixar only make sequels again. Now, fortunately, that seems to have failed miserably, because Elemental's actually doing really well, and in fact has surpassed The Flash at the box office, which, that makes me happy to see, because fuck The Flash. Someone asked me if I've seen The Flash. No, I haven't, but I know enough about it to know that I should never see it. That's my opinion on Spamton G. Stampton. I don't know who that is from Deltarune. You gotta understand, I remember nothing from Deltarune. Except the Snowgrave route, and the ending of Chapter 1, and I guess the beginning and ending of Chapter 1, and the Snowgrave route from Chapter 2. Beyond that, if you gave me a quiz on Deltarune lore, I would fail miserably. I have no clue what happens in that game, and I do not at all care about any of the upcoming chapters. Who do I consider the better attorneys, Saul Goodman or Phoenix Wright? In fact, someone actually just asked me this question during yesterday's stream of who would win in a courtroom battle, Phoenix or Saul Goodman. And to answer this question as to who's the better attorney, I mean, it's the classic meme of hire Phoenix Wright if you didn't do it, hire Saul Goodman if you did. But it doesn't really answer the question of who's... I think I'd probably go for Phoenix Wright as the better attorney. I mean, they're both... Ow. Where did I make my last... Oh. Yeah, that's the Soul Links. But I think I'd probably go for Phoenix Wright as the better attorney, overall. Rejecting so many scripts, you've seen that before with the Halo show. Yeah, but the difference is that Scott Cawthon is actually working on this, and Scott Cawthon actually gives a shit about stories. So, that alone has me have infinitely more faith in the Halo show, where they literally admitted point blank to not looking at the games. So they are two completely different things. Not even remotely comparable, honestly. Thoughts on Burrito from Puss in Boots' Last Wish? Cute. Not annoying. Nice character. You wonder if Scott Collins will never make any more FNAF games? Pretty sure he passed the torch to Steel Wool. He's done. He announced his retirement from making games in 2021, the summer of 2021. And then Steel Wool is in charge of the actual production of the games moving forward now. You don't want Steel Wool to be the main FNAF maker onwards? Well, see, the thing is, like, I guess it depends on what happens with the DLC and Help Wanted 2, because Help Wanted was amazing, but it was also built on the DNA of Scott's games, where Security Breach was something of their own making entirely, and it was garbage. Which is probably also why they're making Help Wanted 2. Because if Help Wanted 2 ends up being great, and the DLC for Security Breach ends up being crap, I'm like, I wonder why that might be the case. Why is it that everything that is built entirely on things that have already been made by somebody else turn out amazing, but whenever you have to make your own shit, you fail miserably? Which is fine, if that's... Like, there is something to be said for being able to take a blueprint of something and then being able to repurpose it for something else new and exciting. But that's not quite what I want the future of FNAF to be if that's all Steel Wool is good at. Are there any more Rage videos on my channel? You mean, like, in the style of Security Breach? No, not really. There were special circumstances that led to that video's creation. Because I was recording, the reason I was doing that is I was recording footage for my, most of the first part of that playthrough was completely silent. I was just playing ordinarily. I'd occasionally just make subtle, like, small lines, say small things to myself, just as I was playing. Because I recorded with the mic on just in case. But it was only as I started noticing more and more shit that I started being much more vocal with how frustrated I was getting. But my decision to actually turn that into a highlight video was completely on a whim because of something that happened last year that demanded that I find something to take my mind off of real life for a while. If you were there for my for the Let's Chat stream I did last year, where I just played through the first Portal game and caught everybody up on what was going on. That's what happened, and that's why I was like, I need to make something I need to distract myself with something. Will I make a top 20 video game characters I dislike in the future? No, that's not a video I plan on making. Did I notice in the movie Ice Age Adventures of Buck Wild, the movie is not focused on Buck Wild instead on Crash and Eddie for some reason? I just noticed that everybody in that opening scene is acting completely out of character. Like, embarrassingly so. Manny, Ellie, Sid, Diego, they're all just dragged through the gutter, and it's really, really annoying. Like, the movie made me very, very upset in those first 5 minutes, and then I didn't give a shit about anything that happened after that point. The original character, the main cast of the Herd is barely in that movie, but whenever they're in it, it's just horrible. Like, it genuinely makes me apologize to Collision Course. At least Collision Course gave things somewhat of a happy ending, even if it's cringe and crap and completely off the walls jumping shark territory. But Buck Wild, that is a whole new brand of garbage. I can't believe it got made. If I had to make Incredibles 3, how would I do it? Time skip, number one. First things first, you skip ahead. I would probably, if I was making Incredibles 3, what I would probably do is I would probably skip ahead to when Viola and Dash are adults and make them the stars of the show. Mainly because Craig T. Nelson and Holly Hunter are both old as shit. Or at least their voices sound old as shit. So it's like, Mr. Bob and Helen had their movies, they had their stories. Now give the because they were setting up the kids as being able to do their own thing. Make them the stars of the show next time. That would be, as for specifics, I would need more time to think about it, but that would be the general premise of the story. I'm not playing One Life mode. No, only you're crazy enough to do that. I do not have the patience to sit through One Life mode. Kudos to you for doing it, but yeah, no. Have I read the FNAF books? Okay, then. Have I read the FNAF books? Unfortunately, yes. Unfortunately, I've read... I mean, I say that. Some of them are good. The first FNAF book, the first one in the trilogy, is good. The second one in the trilogy is also pretty good. The third one was a mistake. The Fazbear Fright... Some of the Fazbear Frights books... Or, I guess, some of the Fazbear Frights stories are really good. I remember specifically the ones from the second book. Not Fetch. I think the second one was called Fetch. The first one in that story, or in that book, wasn't anything special. But I do remember loving the second and third one. The one with the little talking Freddies. Actually, I'll just pull it right here. I had the book on my bookshelf, so I'll just open it up and see what they're called. What are they? Where's the table of contents? Is there one? Is there? Okay, here it is. Lonely Freddy, and Out of Stock. Those ones I really, really loved. And I remember, they stick out in my mind because this was the book that I got in March of 2020, right when the pandemic was starting to really become a problem. So my mental health was not great. So that was what I read. Oh, and also that was the same day that Combat Evolved came out on PC. So that was a big day for get my mind out of the world for a little bit and just distract myself with anything and everything that isn't reality. So I read that. I played Combat Evolved on PC with some friends. So that was a fun day. But yeah, the point being that some Fazbear Fright stories were good, but most of them are not. Most of them they range from just being weird and cringe to being outright offensively bad. You want to wake up there, buddy? Thanks. Excuse me. Do I like Crash and Eddie from the Ice Age series? Yeah. I mean, I don't love them, I guess. They're not like my favorite things. They're certainly not my favorite characters. But I like them well enough. Did the books make FNAF Security Breach make more sense? I don't. I haven't read any of the Tales from the Pizzaplex books, so I don't know. I've only read a couple Fazbear Frights books. And I've read the trilogy. And I've read some like the Freddy files. I haven't read the survival logbook, or Tales from the Pizzaplex, or any of the recent Fazbear Frights, or the graphic novels, or anything like. There's a lot more books of the series that I just have not read because I stopped caring. Gumdrop Angel was the line. That was the point that I was just like, no more of this. No more, please. So, give Collision Course... Not this time. Give Collision Course this, at least Buck was still funny. Yeah, I liked Buck in Collision Course. I didn't have any problems that I was portrayed in Collision... the main problems I have with Collision Course is just the main family dynamic of Manny, Ellie, and Peaches. That's my biggest hang-up with that movie character-wise. I also don't think, like, Diego's plotline doesn't make any sense at all. It's very forced. And Sid's is just weird. But Buck's fun. Buck's like the one thing about that movie that prevents it. Although, actually, I don't know. The pumpkin thing's a little cringe, I guess. But certainly nothing compares to the Buck Wild movie. The biggest issues I have with that movie are just everything to do with its batshit crazy plot. And the stupid, like, the idea, all the hoops they jump through to stop the damn asteroid. Buck from 3 and 5 is based. Yes, Buck in Dawn of the Dinosaurs. Buck is the best part of both those Well, okay, I was gonna say it's the best part about those movies. I don't know. I don't know about 3 because 3 has other good stuff. Even though it is crazy that they're fighting dinosaurs, there is some good stuff in that movie. So I don't know if I call him the best part of there, but he's a highlight at least. Have I watched Security Breach song by Living Tombstone? No, I've only listened to 2 of their, well, I've listened to 3 of their songs. I only like 2 of their songs. The one they did for the first game, and It's Been So Long. Those are 2 of my favorite FNAF songs. And they give me immense nostalgia listening to them. But I haven't, I listened to their FNAF 3 one, wasn't as big of a fan of that. The Die in a Fire one, I think. That one wasn't quite my jam, as it were. Have I watched Nimona? No, but it's on my list. That's one I want to watch soon, because everyone's telling me how amazing it is. And apparently it's let's not fall. It's really good, and I probably should wait till I get double jump to do this. It's really good, and it's sticking it to Disney because Disney screwed the movie over, as they have done for so many other things in their history of existence. So, that's the other part of why I am interested in checking it out. And that's... Yep. Is there a single thing I like about the story of Toy Story 4? The story. A couple of fragmented character moments that would mean something were it not for the ending. Like, I guess Woody talking to Forkface on the road means something. A couple moments of Buzz not being awful. Do I hate the baby from Ice Age? No, I don't. It's funny. I actually had to stop for a second and think, what is he talking about? Because it's easy to forget that Ice Age actually started out pretty grounded with just 3 misfits working together to deliver a baby to their family. That's how it started. It was normal. And then an asteroid started approaching the Earth, and it's just like, how did we get here? Remember how nice and grounded things used to be? Because it sure doesn't seem like they did. Maybe from Ice Age is funny, just modeled funny. Well, yeah, but everything in that movie is modeled funny because it was made in 2000. Well, I was gonna say it's made in 2002, but Toy Story 2 looks better, so not that great of an excuse. But yeah, all the models in Ice Age look kind of jank. But obviously the human models, as they always do, the human models suffer the most. Second game song is the classic. Yeah, that's the man behind the slaughter that I hear referenced so much. And it's also, like, actually legitimately sad to listen to. It's kind of, the music alone, but paired with the animation, it's kind of rough to listen to at times. For the first time, it was alright model-wise. I guess it's like a Toy Story situation in that regard. I mean, it's not, they don't look horrible, and as same with Toy Story, it's nice that, for the most part, the focus isn't on the humans, it's on Manny, Sid, and Diego. I mean, obviously the baby gets gets a decent chunk of screen time, but it's not quite where the main focus is most of the time. I will say, Ice Age is a classic, but the one thing about it that I really do not like is the ending. Well, not the end. The ending scene is amazing. Really great stuff. But how they bait Diego's death that's like... Man, and they don't even... They just... Sid's like, Diego, you're alive. How did you? And then he's like, 9 lives, baby. And you're just sitting there thinking, oh, is that okay? I guess that's all it takes, huh? How would I react if Disney announced Ice Age 6? I mean, at this point, I'd probably be like, whatever, bring it on. Yeah, I've lost the capacity. Collision Course was the end of the line for me, like, expecting new ones to be good, and then Ice Age Adventures of Buck Wild was the last one for me to be like, alright, you're done. It's over. You've killed it now. You've crossed a line from which you cannot return from. So, I'd probably still see it, but I would not. I would have zero faith in it being I'm dead, being anything other than crap. Do I yell at games I like? Not particularly. What videos still to make before I consider having time to go back to making Let's Play? So the main thing that I'm focusing on right now is the Owl House video. Once that's done, oh my, he just hopped down to make life a pain. Once the Owl House video is done, that's probably going to be when I try to make Let's Plays a more regular thing. Keyword being try. The other thing was that I'm just not that... Zelda is not something I'm particularly looking forward to continuing, to be blunt about it. I mean, it's something I'm obligated to play, and I will finish it, but I'm not excited about doing so. Obviously, Tales from the Borderlands, I have no issues recording. And Ratchet & Clank has been fun so far. But Legend of Zelda is the biggest hang-up. Would I change in Ace Investigation to Final Villain to keep being the final villain? I mean, you can keep Alba. I need to replay Investigations 1. But for now, what I'd say is you can keep Alba, just don't have his thing drag on for 6 years. That's all I'd say about that. And they really slam you hard on hard mode. Extraterritorial rights, yeah. But if only that was my biggest issue. If only I knew how frustrated I was going to get in just one game's time with Apollo Justice. Makes Investigations look like weak sauce compared to that. Ow. Thoughts on the scratch scenes in the Ice Age movies? They're fun in the first two. I don't like the tango stuff he does with the other Scrat in the third one. The fourth one's still fun, and then the fifth one is when it flies off the rails with the stupid pinball game with planets that aren't even gas. He plays pinball with planets that are gas giants. Whatever. That's one of those, you know exactly what you're in for when you watch that open. It lets you know right away exactly what you're in for. And it just gets worse from there. Have I watched the Ratchet & Clank movie since I've seen the games? No, but I've seen the cutscenes in the 2016 game, so I'm pretty familiar with the story, at least in a general sense. But no, I haven't actually sat down to watch the movie for myself. Oh. You want to believe that Christoph Gavin is misunderstood, but nope, he's just that bad. Yeah, no, he's just crap. Start to finish. Maybe someday. Maybe. I don't know for sure. Hilarious that one of the biggest gripes with Ice Age 5 and Sponge Out of Water is the movies don't follow planetary logic. Yeah, it's annoying. It's quite annoying as someone who's always been quite fascinated with outer space and astronomy. It's just... It's why I have such a massive respect for Interstellar, that the science advisors they had, like they were, their top priority was making sure everything followed logically. Oh my god. With pre-established laws of science, and if they ever dipped into territory that was like uncharted territory beyond what was currently established to be true within the scientific field, then it was at least any leaps they made were founded in scientific theory and not just baseless assumptions about what might eventually happen one day. If you've seen Interstellar, you know what that means. You know exactly what part of the movie I'm referring to. But that alone gives me immense respect when you go out of your way to make sure you're not just pulling shit out of your ass with the science of your movie. Do I think Manny, Sid, and Diego have been character assassinated? Yes. The opening of Ice Age Buck Wild it's the kind of thing that makes you want to stop watching the rest of the movie. Similar to Collision Course, and out of the gate they'd let you know, it's like, yep, you are in for absolute crap. It's just, oh my god. It's just a different kind of crap. Instead of, this is funny bad, this is pain bad. It's not a slow burn like Toy Story 4, where it just slowly gets worse and worse and worse the longer it drags on for. Apparently in Sponge of the Water, SpongeBob can breathe in space, but not on land. I thought he could breathe on land. Or unless you mean, like, before his transformation to Super SpongeBob, in which case, I don't know. I abstain from any conversation regarding the logical consistency of Sponge Out of Water. I have only seen that movie one time in 2015, so any input I have on that is based on a single viewing experience, which isn't that worth that much. The rivaling Ace Attorney is such a fun concept to work with, but they just didn't. They pulled Spike Chunsoft and completely missed his potential. Yeah, they, I mean, that's just Apollo Justice as a whole, is so many great concepts for stories that never blossomed into anything more than that. And that just goes to show it's all about the execution. You can have the greatest idea in the world, but if you flounder the execution, it doesn't really count for much. Is this even worth attempting? Sure is. Bubbles made him breathe on land. Okay, yeah, it's the superpower thing that he gets to the end. Like I said, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen... I've seen the original SpongeBob movie more times than I can count. But I haven't seen... I've only seen 2 and 3 once. And I don't intend to ever watch them again unless we do a commentary on them. Then I'll watch them again. But that is the only circumstance under which I would ever consider rewatching Sponge Out of Water and Sponge on the Run. SpongeBob is inconsistent with whether he can breathe air or not. I can believe that. There were no saber-toothed squirrel during any part of the Cenozoic, let alone the Ice Age. Well, I'm willing to buy that it's just an alternate version of history in that regard. But if you expect me to, if you proceed to use real-world, like if you bring in a character that is literally just Neil deGrasse Tyson to try to explain to me how you could realistically achieve achieve stopping an asteroid from Earth with your bullshit made-up magnetic rocks. Do not open your movie with a pinball game with gas giants. Pick one. either operate by the rules as established in our universe or don't. Don't flip-flop back and forth between the two of them. It just pisses me off. Thoughts on Dr. Schneider from The Lost Crusade? I know her as Elsa. I mean, maybe you said it in that way to prevent being connected to Let It Go, but... I mean, I've always... That's the Elsa I knew long before Frozen was ever a thing. And my thoughts on her is that she's a great antagonistic force. Interested in watching the gameplay? That's fine. Glad you've been enjoying what you're seeing. I recommend this checking out the game for yourself. It's a very fun time. When you aren't being insta-killed by spikes, that is. You also wanted to talk about the Greatest Eternity as my opinion on the third change. No. Not really. What I believe about the Greatest Eternity Chronicles has been unchanged since I first played them. Except that I very quickly after finishing my playthrough of Greatest Eternity 2, I moved the final case back below Bridge to the Turnabout. I was swept up in the hype, but you can never dethrone Bridge to the Turnabout as the best case in the series. It's just the uncontested king. Top 3 favorite video game sequels. Halo 3, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trials and Tribulations, and Super Mario Galaxy 2. I will say Infinite's up there, though. Unfortunately, Infinite's falling apart at the seams the longer it goes on for. And the base campaign gameplay is held back by the stupid vehicle system and equipment switcher. Both of which are borderline unusable most of the time. And a couple other things. I'll have more to talk about when I make my Infinite video at some point this year. What's a Galaxy 2? Good question. Maybe you should ask Nintendo. See what they have to say about that. Bridge Turnabout dethroned. Well, back then it was, but not anymore. It was dethroned for like a week, if that. I very quickly came to my senses and realized Bridge to the Turnabout is never being dethroned. Unless Ace Attorney 7 really blows me away, which I do not foresee happening. The other way around? Yeah, so originally, when I first played the game, my conclusion was, this is better than Bridge to the Turnabout. Then a week later, after I calmed down from the hype, I laughed at myself and was like, yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. Bridge to the Turnabout is obviously better. Which is not to discount Greatest Eternity 2 Resolve, final case. The Resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. That's the name. I don't know what came out of my mouth a second ago, but it sure as hell wasn't his name. That was my gut emotional reaction. But after thinking about it some more, I was like, oh no, that's not that good, but it's still like amazing. That's the thing. Being right below Bridge to the Turnabout is nothing to sneeze at. Opinion on the Ace Attorney Collection Part 2 being announced in the Capcom Direct. So, when that was first announced, I had basically no reaction to it, because when it was announced, I was in the middle of editing, so I was in the zone, and I was just hyper-focused on getting editing done. So even though a million people were spamming me on Discord saying, hey, look at this, the Ace Attorney 2 collection's coming, what are your thoughts on it? I was just sitting there like, yeah, I can't pay attention to any of you. I'm sorry, I got editing to do. So, that was my initial reaction. And then after I escaped the editing mindset for a bit. I was like, oh, this is, awesome. I'm looking forward to replaying Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice. And then there's Apollo Justice. Which, oh well. It's a necessary evil that we need to get DD and SOJ on the Switch. So, I'm fine with it. Thoughts on Shangri-La from Collision Course? That's the Fountain of Youth guy, I'm pretty sure. In which case, I don't really care. I mean, the whole Fountain of Youth thing is obnoxious when it happens. What do I think an Incredibles 2 Director's Cut would look like? I don't... I've seen the deleted scenes, and while one of them... It's funny, they, I should have talked about this in my series. There's a deleted scene in the... There's an extended version of the interrogation scene from the beginning of the movie, where they actually bring up the fact that they stopped the Omnidroid, and they didn't give a shit back then. And the rebuttal is, well, you stopped the Omnidroid. So, like, Elastigirl says, but you had no objections when we stopped the Omnidroid. And then their response was, like, the response of the interrogators was, well, you stopped the Omnidroid. And I really wish I put that in the video, because it really seems like the only reason why it's not there is because they realize that if they actually include that counter-argument, then people will by highlighting the fact that they didn't say anything about the Omnidroid, you will then make the audience think, oh wait, this doesn't actually make any sense at all. Why would we ever... We should probably cut this so that no one questions us. And then they cut it. Because, obviously, they did also stop the Underminer from destroying City Hall and killing several people. So they probably cut it so that no one would think about that. If they included Mario Galaxy 2 and 3D All-Stars, half the collection would be Galaxy. And the problem there is, I see no issue with that whatsoever. You get one extra good game. I don't foresee how this is in any way a drawback to anybody. In fact, I see this as an absolute win. But, you know. Yeah, Nintendo forgot that the game ever existed, so what can you do? What can you do? Do games you hope will come out, Ace Attorney 7 and a localization of Investigations 2? The second one's never happening. The first one will happen just in several years. I'd say 2025 at the no, sorry, 2026. Maybe 2025 if we get very lucky, but more realistically, I'd say it's probably won't happen until 2026. It's like, we know it's going to happen at some point. Because we know the leaks, and if the leaks for the Chronicles came true, and the leaks for the 456 port came true, so it stands to reason that we will also get Ace Attorney 7 at some point. Just don't know when. Anyway, I think I'm going to go back down. Do I want to go down there now and finish that up now that I have the... no, I'll come back later. Oh, dear God. What will remain of incredible superpowers if they become old? That's a great idea for a sequel that we might get at some point. Don't know. It'll be interesting to see if they ever make Incredibles 3, which, at this point, isn't entirely out of the question, because they're making Toy Story 5 and Inside Out 2, so who knows what they're cooking up at Pixar right now. Do I like Patrick Star? I like him when he's not out of character, but unfortunately it seems like a lot of the time Patrick Star is, at least... I don't know, I've seen some really annoying clips of Patrick just not acting in a way that you would expect him to. But I guess it also holds true for a lot of the SpongeBob characters in later seasons. But yes, I like SpongeBob and Patrick both quite a bit, and the bond they have in early SpongeBob. I said this before, I kind of hesitate to even call myself a SpongeBob fan, technically, because I've seen so little of the series as a whole. The only seasons I've watched in full that I remember are seasons 1 through 4. I'm pretty sure I watched all of season 5. I don't remember most of it, and anything beyond that point. I've seen like a couple episodes from later seasons, but I don't remember most of that. So, yeah, there's that, I suppose. Like, it's weird for me to call myself a SpongeBob fan when I've been exposed to so little of the series, and I like even less than what I've been exposed to. Thoughts on Shrek Forever After? Perfect conclusion to the Shrek series. Don't make Shrek 5. You don't want to see Incredibles 3? No, I don't either. I said one of the ending sections of my Incredibles 2 series is I don't want Incredibles 3. But it's not beyond the realm of possibility that they may make that eventually. So, it's just one of those fears you have. That, like, if Toy Story 5 and Inside Out 2 are happening, is anything really off the table? Because you'd think if there was one series that Pixar would not continue, especially after explicitly saying twice that they would not continue, it would be Toy Story, but, nope. They're still going. They are still going with that. So who knows what can happen in the future. Anything that was previously off limits, can't really say that anymore. Also, this is not a place I can go yet, unfortunately. Your thoughts on Shrek Forever After? It's a great third movie. Yep. It's the great conclusion to the Shrek trilogy, I guess. The nice thing about Shrek the Third is that if you just say that they moved back to the swamp before Shrek Forever After, and they had kids, that's all you really need to know. Because nothing else from that movie has any impact on, anything, really. So, yeah, you can pretty safely discount Shrek the Third and still follow along perfectly fine. Imagine a WALL-E 2 or Up 2? God, no. Dear Lord, no. Absolutely. Well, I mean, technically we already got a continuation to Up in the form of the Doug Days shorts, which aren't offensively bad. Like, they don't ruin anything from Up It. They're just, like, nothing. I really don't like the Up short that plays before Elemental. I didn't expect, honestly, going into Elemental, I didn't expect to hate Elemental. I didn't know what to expect, but I certainly didn't expect that I would enjoy Elemental significantly more than I enjoyed the Up short before the movie. That, I did not think that was going to happen, but it did. Unfortunately. What else did I miss? Do I think Andy Stanton should helm Toy Story 4 as director, considering he was in the writing of all 4 Toy Story movies, to mention he directed 2 Finding Nemo's and WALL-E, which are great. Finding Nemo is great, WALL-E is great, Finding Dory not so much. But I would be interested to see what Andrew Stanton does with Toy Story 5. I really don't have any ideal director in mind who's currently at Pixar beyond that. Although I don't even know, isn't he, can someone look up what Andrew Stanton's official job title is at Pixar now? Because I don't think he's directed anything in a long time for the studio. I know he's directed other live-action stuff. Like, he directed a couple episodes of Stranger Things. And I think he actually directed an episode of Better Call Saul? Maybe? I feel like I remember that being a thing at some point. Someone look that up. Verify that I'm not pulling that out of my ass. Narrative guru. Yeah, he's Pixar's narrative guru. Can't believe that actually is in the goddamn credits of that movie. I'm so glad that you guys actually noticed that, because I was not paying enough. Oh my lord. Actually, wait, was I the one that spotted that, or was it you? I don't remember anymore. Everything blends. All the videos are blending together in my head now. Was I the one to point that out, or was it one of you guys who noticed that? Would I play the Metal Gear Solid Remastered Collection? Probably not. The stealth games are really not my thing. Like, multiple people have told me that I'd really love them. But I'm like, would I though? Because I don't actually think I would. Like, I made it clear that stealth games are the absolute worst type of game to recommend to me. I don't like it. Just they require a level of patience that I just don't have for games. It's contrary to how I play video games, I guess. It's kind of why for the Monica stream yesterday we were just going completely off the walls, running around, and it was so chaotic. Which is a way to play. It's just not the way they want you to play. Oh Lord. What are my thoughts on Cosmic Shake so far? I started out not loving it. I found it pretty disappointing initially, which is part of why I didn't do a Let's Play of it, because I just didn't have much to offer outside of just general disappointment in terms of commentary. So, but as I've played it more, I've enjoyed it a lot more the deeper into the game that I've gotten. It still doesn't perform very, very great, and I still have some hang-ups about the general feel of the game, control-wise and camera-wise. But it's definitely gotten better as the game has gone on, so I enjoy it. I've enjoyed the later levels more than I've enjoyed the opening levels, I guess I'll say. I noticed it? Okay. Because I was originally, my immediate assumption was that it was, because usually, like Gugonic said, it usually averts the one that points out people's names in the credits. So my default assumption is that it was him, but then I was thinking about it, I was like, actually, I think it might have been me, but I don't want to say for sure and take the credit for somebody else. So, turns out it was me who spotted that. Spotted that. I'd probably actually upgrade something. What do I want? Probably this, yeah. Oh my lord. Forgot that that's where that dumps me. Andrew Stan is Pixar's vice president of creativity. Yeah, that's what I thought it was something like that. And that he serves a similar higher up creative position like Pete Docter does, but he's not like actively involved in directing anymore, which is why I don't think we'll ever, because Pete Docter said his main focus is on being the CCO, and I don't think I remember an interview where he's like, would you ever direct something again? And his answer was like, maybe not, because he's focused on overseeing. He currently likes overseeing other people's projects more so than creating his own, I guess. So I don't know if we'd ever see anything else from Andrew Stanton as a directorial role at the studio. GBA game for Shrek 2 is decent enough. I haven't played. The only Shrek game that I've played, honestly, is the one for Shrek Forever After for the PS3, which I remember liking as a kid, but only in like the passive sense of like, this is a game based on the thing that I like, that I will now play because it has movie character I like, and that's pretty much where my enjoyment of that game began and ended. So, like it's not a game that I have fond memories of as a kid that I really wanted to come back and revisit again as an adult. If that makes sense. I can't really attest to its quality beyond that. And I haven't played the Shrek 2 game. Well, I've heard good things about it. Do I prefer Space Odyssey or Interstellar? Interstellar, easily. Interstellar, you gotta understand, Interstellar is one of my favorite movies of all time. Like, I said it was top 5 material when I first watched it. I need to think long and hard about my list to see if it would still be in the top 5. I think it would. It wouldn't beat out Last Crusade, Back to the Future, Aladdin, or Toy Story 3. So if it's in the top 5, it would be number 5. But regardless, it's in the top 10 no matter what. Whether it's in the top 5, I need to think about it a little bit more. Whereas Space Odyssey, not so much. Like I cried at Interstellar multiple times, and I was hypnotically entranced into that movie, like very few others had ever been able to pull out of me. I cannot say the same for 2001: A Space Odyssey. But fun fact about it, apparently Steve Downes, who, if you don't know, is the voice of Master Chief, his favorite movie of all time is 2001: A Space Odyssey. So that's interesting. Although, in a similar way, The Shining is Lee Unkrich's favorite movie of all time, to the point where he wrote an entire book chronicling its production and all the a lot of behind-the-scenes things that's not where I thought that was going to let me out. A lot of behind-the-scenes things that the average person wouldn't know without doing extensive research. But I did not come away from that movie loving it anywhere near as much as he seems to. Same thing with 2001: A Space Odyssey, where it's like, I see why people love this as much as they do, and I can understand it being someone's favorite. It just is not mine. Definitely not among my favorites. Thoughts on Sid's Granny of Continental Drift and Collision Course? Sid's Granny is best character. We stan Sid's Granny. You remember the Shrek Mario Party ripoff? I think I have a memory of that, like, vaguely. I never played it, but I have a vague memory of something like that existing at some point. I don't know. Well, what I consider the opening levels? The first two. The Western Wild West Jellyfish Fields and the Karate Downtown. Really, it's more so the downtown than Jellyfish Fields. The Wild West Jellyfish Fields was alright. It's just, I guess it's more linear than I was hoping, because it was framed as being a spiritual successor to Battle for Bikini Bottom, which it's a spiritual successor only in the sense that the movement and camera is very similar to it was in Rehydrated. But as far as being, because one of the things about Battle for Bikini Bottom that I love isn't just the camera and movement. It's the fact that the levels are really open-ended and there's less a sense of linearity than you would ordinarily expect from 3D platformers. Whereas in Cosmic Shake, they're more akin to the movie game in that they're more on rails and kind of railroading with where they want you to go, which is fine. Like, there's nothing inherently wrong with having more linear levels. It's just not what I was expecting going into it. But I didn't like the downtown level at all, because that is just, so much of that is auto-scrolling, follow the camera, kill all the enemies on the screen, move on to the next section. Oh, and there's also this one section I really didn't like, where it's like, find the 5 paparazzi members that are annoying Squidward or whatever, and they're all hidden in obnoxious places. Things like that just kind of rubbed me the wrong way, I guess. But then, I really, really liked Pirate Goo Lagoon. Halloween Rock Bottom was cool. I love the Prehistoric Kelp Forest. So yeah, the deeper into the game I've gotten, the more I've come to enjoy it, is the takeaway here. That did not go quite how I wanted it to. I'll take that. If I were to go back to the first Portal game, would I be able to remember the solutions to the test chambers? Yes. I have the solutions to every test chamber from both Portal games pretty much committed to memory. Because I've played through those games so many times. Portal 2 more so than Portal 1. But, oh lord. Because the story of Portal 2 is so good. But I've also played through Portal 1 quite a bit, so unfortunately, I don't think at this point I could ever wait any long enough period of time to where I could revisit the Portal games and not remember the solutions. That's kind of why I chose the first Portal game last year for that Let's Chat stream that I mentioned earlier today. Just because I know that game backwards and forwards. So it was a game that I could play on PC, so I could stream easily. Because for those of you who don't know, it's easy with my setup. It's easier for me to stream on PC than it is to stream on console. So I needed a game on PC. I needed a game that I could beat in roughly an hour or so, because I knew I wasn't going to be streaming for that long. And I needed something that I knew like the back of my hand. And Portal fit all those categories, so I just booted it up and played through it pretty effortlessly. Apparently, Stan's directing an upcoming film called In the Blink of an Eye, and currently in the filming stage. I'm always interested in checking out more of what he's doing, because I don't like Finding Dory at all. Well, not at all. I don't like it that much. There's good things to it, I just don't love it nearly as much as the rest of the world seems to. But that alone isn't enough to make me swear off the director. Basically, everything else he's done has been great. So I am more than interested in checking out whatever else he does in the future. If we ever get to see it. let's see how long this takes. That is not gonna hit. Is that one gonna hit? No, that's still too high, I think. How about that one? That is perfect. If they make a Wreck-It Ralph 3, you think it's gonna pull a Cars 3 and completely ignore its terrible second entry? I don't foresee that happening, honestly. I don't foresee them undoing the Slaughter Race ending. Although I do remember an interview with John C. Reilly, where he said he had an idea for the third movie, and it's gonna sound like I'm memeing, but I promise you, search it up and you'll be able to find this interview. This actually happened. He said that he wanted Ralph and Vanellope to go to space, like on the International Space Station or something. He's like, well, they've done the arcade, they've done the internet, why not go to space? It's like, oh, what if we didn't do that, though? Like, what if we did anything that isn't that? How about that as an idea? Just hypothetically speaking, what if we didn't send them to outer space? Ralph and Vanellope go to space, coming to theaters near you in 2025. What is my favorite Xbox 360 game? Halo 3. I mean, that's the easy answer, though, so I'll say Minecraft, because Minecraft was the first game that I played on Xbox 360. And so, for that, it has a special place in my heart. And also, of all games that my friends and I played in middle school, we probably played Minecraft the most, so it's just... And we played it on Xbox 360, so it will always hold a very special place. Specifically, the Xbox 360 edition of Minecraft will always hold a very, very special place in my heart. Probably should have killed you before I got to this point. Not that it mattered, because I still made it up here. Okay, so I'm going to try my best to catch up with chat before this next bit happens, because this next bit's going to be a little crazy. Well, let's see what I messaged to do. Who do I prefer as a character, Mario or Sonic? I mean, Sonic has a character in the games. Mario doesn't really, so I guess Sonic wins by default. Thoughts on Ubisoft Rabbids? I haven't played it. If I were ever going to play a Rabbids game, I'd play the Mario plus Rabbids one. But I just don't think that style of game is really my style. So I don't know if I ever would play that. Also, I'm just going to preemptively say that I will be ignoring everything in chat for a little bit, because I gotta focus in order to get through this section in one piece. But you can enjoy the music in the meantime. That was closer than it probably should have been. I might have made an error. Uh-oh. Ah, damn it. That's annoying. Mario has a character in the RPGs, kind of. Oh yeah, I mean in terms of the. I haven't played the RPGs. I can only speak to the quality of the main platforming games, in which he doesn't have a character. So anything from the RPG games, I'm sure he has a character there. I mean specifically from the platforming games, because that's all the ones I've played. This is going to be one of those things where the first try I almost get it out of the way, and then I screw up in a lot of dumb ways the rest of the time. Do all the chase segments have the same music? No. This and the Ruins have the same melody. It's just that the Ruins one is more woodwind centric than this is, because obviously you're riding the wind. But the final chase sequence has completely different music. It's which is very different from just the main Ori theme. Do I prefer Shark Tale to B-Movie? I haven't seen Shark Tale, only seen B-Movie, so I guess B-Movie wins by default. I also don't ever plan on watching Shark Tale, so I'll nip that question in the bud before it even gets the chance to be asked. I didn't want to do that. That wasn't what I wanted to press. That's how close I was the first time. That's annoying. Ah. Oh well. Still didn't take me that long. Wish I could have done it first try though. That's gonna bug me for the rest of the stream. Thoughts on all the new Minecraft updates? I have not kept up with any of the new Minecraft. The new Minecraft, so, on the Bedrock Edition, whatever new updates they've done have completely broken all my old redstone contraptions. And I'm not interested in trying to figure out how the new system works, nor am I interested in trying to learn all the new mechanics. Neil tried to show me the new Pigman stuff in the Nether, and the version of Minecraft I will always play is the one that is locked in stone in the Xbox One edition. If I ever rank DreamWorks movies out to watch Shark Tale, let's cross that bridge when we get to it, shall we? I will think about that if I have to. But right now, I don't have to think about it. Not a fan of the birds' model animations, they look scuffed. I don't really have an opinion on it one way or the other. I'll just say, sure. That's not... The bird... Kuro's animations isn't something that I would die on a hill to defend, but it's also not something that I would go out of my way to criticize, so I'll be like, sure. Do I feel like I overuse character assassination? No. No, I don't. Character assassination has a very simple definition, and I use it where it's applicable. In fact, more often than not, I've gone out of my way to say that I wouldn't say this character is fully assassinated, just dealt significant damage to. Thoughts on the train chase sequence in Back to the Future Part 3? Breathless in its execution. Do I think I'll do an updated best games and worst games list? At some point in the future. I answered a similar question yesterday for my movies, for my best games, or best movies and worst movies list. I eventually intend to update those lists because every single one of those lists, all 4 of them, are completely outdated. That's nice. So, at some point in the future, I will... These fish are giving me a bit of a problem. At some point in the future, I'll remake them. I just don't know when. Some people say I'm bad at Sonic Adventure 2. I don't really care. It's like, I just don't... These fish are really on my ass today. I don't really have much to say in response to it. The footage of the game bugging out, then the knuckle stages and the awful camera controls kind of speak for themselves. Have you seen the videos people made about me? I know of a couple. But, I mean, I don't go out of my way to find them. Also, most of it boils down to the same sort of nitpicking stuff I hear all the time, so I don't really feel the need to engage with it. People are allowed to dislike me if they want. I'm not gonna lose any sleep over it. Ow. What's the recent one fair criticism that I've met? I don't know if I'd say it's recent, but the biggest thing that, the one thing about my Toy Story 4 series that I've taken in stride is the fact that the overuse of the, some of the reaction clips. I'm also not particularly happy with how much I reuse them, because it just, when you see them too much, they sort of lose their impact. So, with all my recent, or with all my current projects, I'll say, I'm making a concerted effort to make sure every frame is distinct from the last, so there's no element of using things way too much. Which isn't to say that I'll never use them again, but I don't need to spam them like I did for Toy Story 4. Because I am also sick of seeing things like the Sokka waving his hand clip over and over again. When you use something too many times, it just it doesn't hold its weight anymore. But it's just more engaging to accomplish the intent of using those clips, which is to have something relevant to have something relevant for what I'm saying in the background. But I can do that without spamming the same clips over and over. God, these... Okay, I guess these fish are just asking for it. Dear God. I do not remember ever having issues with the fish before in this section. But today, I guess they just decided to piss me off. Please let there be an error hole. Okay, there's an error hole at the end of this. Can I spoil a major criticism for my Lightyear video? The people who made the big chase sequence in the ship can't count properly. They lose track of how the number of bots that are chasing the team is inconsistent. Like, it changes from more to less, like, 5 times throughout the course of that entire chase sequence. And it's really annoying. Oh, god damn it. Lightyear was actually the dumbest movie you've ever watched. I would say probably Dial of Destiny is the dumbest movie I've ever watched, but before Dial of Destiny, it was Lightyear, yeah. Lightyear is really, really bad. This fish, I swear, I've never had a problem with the fish before. Like, even in my original playthrough, when I was not very kind to this game, the fish just... I don't think I ever had a problem with the fish, but today they're just biting my ass. Do I prefer Back to the Future Part 2 or 3? I prefer Part 2. I prefer Part 2, but I can understand why anyone would prefer Part 3. Actually, I will reflect the same question back to you and everyone in chat. What do you prefer? For those of you who have seen the Back to the Future trilogy, and if you haven't seen them, then you should, because they're great. Do you prefer Back to the Future 2 or 3? Because I can see anyone preferring... Back to the Future Part 2 and 3 are pretty close, quality-wise, so I can completely understand why anyone would prefer one to the other. I've always preferred 2, though, because I'm not that into Westerns, and I like how complicated and structured and layered the time travel. Like, Back to the Future 2 is the one that really takes advantage of being a time travel movie the most, in that it has the most bouncing around timelines, whereas with 1 and 3 are set in one specific time period for the main runtime, which is fine for the type of story that those movies want to tell. However, 2 is definitely, like, that's the one that plays with time the most, and at the same time, that means it's at most at risk of falling apart, because it has the most amount of ways in which the story can break under its own time travel rules, yet remarkably it doesn't, which is impressive. And it has my respect for that. The fish, again, I swear, I'm just getting out of the water. I can't take the fish. Stupid fish. You really should watch Back to the Future. You really should. Back to the Future is... It's a tough question as to whether I... Well, no, I definitely prefer the Toy Story trilogy to the Back to the Future trilogy. But as for which is the better trilogy, it's hard, because it's with the Toy Story trilogy, it's movie 1 starts out good, but it has some problems, and then movies 2 and 3 get better and better from there on out. Whereas with the Back to the Future trilogy, it starts out amazing, and then it just becomes great. So it's like, you have top-tier story that then becomes great story. So it's... But they're both... Like, they both are good the whole time. It's just whether it gets better or slightly worse. So it's hard to draw that distinction. Am I planning to add more movie scenes for my montage? I assume you mean more reaction clips that I can pull from, that I can use in my videos. In which case, I've already used some clips from Breaking Bad in the Cars on the Road video. Namely, the one in, the one that I immediately remember using is when Mater is getting ready to... When Mater is blasting down the highway, or through the desert in episode 3. Did I not grab the... I didn't grab the thing. I got the dialogue, I didn't actually grab the ability. When Mater's blasting through the desert, and I say, "This is very, very bad." I play the clip of Walt in 4 Days Out from Season 2, going, "Oh, so now we've identified the problem." Because, you know, I don't know that I can really quantify, like, how I'm able to pull the clips like that. Because what he says right there isn't actually in any way related to what I say, like, verbally. But the motions he makes with his hands were similar to what the emotions that I wanted to portray with that scene. So it's just kind of like, if you have an encyclopedic knowledge, or at least a very good memory for types of the media you enjoy, then you can, at least I can pretty easily pull clips that match the tone that I want to go for any respective scene. Now, the hard part comes in when I'm restricted in some capacity. So for Toy Story 4, I had no limits for anything. I was pulling clips from Spider-Man Homecoming, Mission Impossible Fallout, Raiders of the Lost Ark. It didn't really matter. Just any movie that I had access to, I would pull clips from for the series. But what that resulted in was some people being like, "Why are you playing random clips from unrelated movies?" Now, the idea there is that they're not unrelated. The movies themselves don't have anything to do with Toy Story 4, but the clips I'm playing are portraying the same emotion that I'm attempting to convey with my words. But responding to that, what I've tried to do with future series is that for Incredibles 2, I tried my best to use exclusively Incredibles content, or if I had to, I would expand to just Pixar content, and if I really had to, I'd go to Disney content, and then just occasionally I would go beyond that for stuff like Suits for Who Wrote This and all that stuff. But from what I found, it seems like people respond more to the idea of visuals that match with the tone that you're trying to convey if you keep the visuals restricted to whatever the current subject matter is. So for Toy Story, you use Toy Story... Like, in my Toy Story 5 video, it's pretty much exclusively Toy Story clips, and for my upcoming Owl House video, it's going to pretty much exclusively be Owl House clips, and maybe some from Amphibia as well. And Lightyear as well will be entirely Toy Story driven for as much as I can. So the point of this little tirade I'm going on is that to the best of my ability, I want to try to keep the visuals I'm using relevant to the series in question, because it seems like people are more willing to respond to the idea of visuals that match, that the visuals may not be from the movie in question, but if they're related to the series, or at least the studio or something to that effect, then they'll be more willing to be like, "Oh, I see what your editing was." Because, like, I didn't do anything differently for my Incredibles 2 series that I did for Toy Story 4. It's the same style of editing of just, this character says this thing, or does this emotion, so that will match what I say in this scene, or for this part of my video, or the emotion I'm going for in this part of the video. That's generally what I'm going for. But for Toy Story 4, there was no... It was people saying, like, "Why are you using random clips?" But for Incredibles 2, it was, I really appreciate the editing in this video. And I continue to get comments like that for my Cars on the Road video, and for Toy Story 5, and for in Indiana Jones, and things like that. So, what I've learned is that it's not... People don't dislike when it's not just random gameplay looped in the background. People dislike when they can't actually draw a connection between what they're seeing and what they're hearing. So I'm trying to make it so that what you're seeing is related to what you're hearing on a superficial level, and on a level that if you actually just... If you watch what I'm what clip I'm playing in relation to what I'm hearing, you will also understand what I'm conveying with that respective scene. Do I like Did you misspell salad, or is that a movie I haven't heard of? I'll answer both just in case. If you meant to say salad, then no, I actually almost choked eating a salad when I was a kid. If you meant to say a movie that I haven't heard of, then, well, I haven't heard of it, so I don't know. Oh. Damn it. Who made the smartest arguments in all games? Edgeworth and all lawyers check out. And who made the smartest argument in all games? I do not know. I would need to think a bit more about what the smartest Ace Attorney argument would be. I mean, the moment that I remember being most impressed by, I guess, is in Recipe for Turnabout when Phoenix pulls the bottle trick. But I don't know for sure. Oh my god. I don't know for sure what I would say as being the smartest Ace Attorney argument. Did I play Toy Story 3 DS? No, because I never had a DS as a kid. But I did. So there's three versions of the Toy Story 3 game. There's the Wii version. There's the Xbox 360 / PlayStation 3 / Wii version. Wait, did I say Wii twice? Sorry. There's PSP version, then the home console version, which is Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, Wii, and then the third version is the Nintendo DS version. I played the home console version, which has Toy Box mode, and I played the PSP version, which does not have Toy Box mode, but it does have other side content in the form of Woody's Adventures and Buzz's Adventures. I have never played the DS version of Toy Story 3. Maybe one day I will. But it's not on my to-do list anytime soon. Damn it. Is there something I don't like but I respect? I guess maybe Star Wars? Okay, finally. Save first. Of course, it's on stable ground. Save. I finally got that stupid ability light cell thing. How am I supposed to do this? Kind of the way I just did it. It just takes a while to get the angle right for where you need to bash and where the spider guy flings the thing. But I got it eventually. Also, I should probably actually upgrade my stuff. Something I don't like but I respect. I guess maybe Star Wars. Because I've never liked Star Wars, but it's hard to deny the impact it had on the industry in terms of visual effects, so I guess I don't really have a better answer off the top of my head, so I'll stick with Star Wars for now, and if I think of something better, then I'll update my response. But that's all I got for the time being. What DS games did I play? Because I played Mario Kart. Well, so I only played Mario Kart DS as an adult. As a kid, I didn't own a DS, but any DS game that I have played is is available on my channel right now. So that would be Professor Layton and the Last Spectre, even though I didn't play that for all that long. Then there's Mario Kart DS, obviously. Investigations 2. And I think that's it. If I'm forgetting one, remind me in the comments, or in the chat, rather. But that's all I can remember right now for DS games that I played. You don't really like Teen Titans Go, or sorry, you don't like but respect Teen Titans Go because it's a really smart move in terms of income. Oh, well, I mean, if we want to go down that route, then Toy Story 5 is a really smart move in terms of income, as is any other sequel Disney can ever make. Can I bash the laser? Am I remembering incorrectly? I might be remembering incorrectly. Yeah, I can't bash the laser, okay. Did I play the Disney Interactive Power Play Toy Story video game CD-ROM? No, I don't. That doesn't ring a bell. I need to do a Toy Story 3 game marathon. Well, actually, I was going to say something, but I don't know if this is true for you. How many of those games had you played before doing the marathon? Because I have played 2 of the 3 Toy Story 3 games, so I don't know how much I would get out of the marathon compared to you. Oh, and plus, I also don't have any means of recording PSP gameplay, and I also don't... I think I still have my PSP lying around somewhere, but I don't know if it's even still alive. The battery probably died a long time ago. Has there ever been a moment where I faced depression and anxiety? Yeah. Definitely. Sometimes worse than other. I mean, I've not been clinically diagnosed with anything like that, and I've never been to a therapist. But there have, so maybe to say that I've faced that explicitly might be a bit of an exaggeration. But I have certainly had moments where I'm just like, I don't feel anything. I've lost any motivation to do anything. I just sat around. Even getting out of bed was a struggle. I talked about this on my server a couple times, but there have been periods in my life recently, actually, where I had no desire to do anything with my day, and even just finding a reason to get out of bed in the morning was hard. So, yeah, I guess I would say that I struggle with that to some capacity. You think announcing Back to the Future 4 would imply character assassination? Well, I don't know about that. So, there's a Back to the Future game called Back to the Future, the game, and it's, for all intents and purposes, it's basically Back to the Future Part 4, and I don't think that character assassinates Marty or Doc. In fact, I'd say while it's not a great story at all, it is a respectful follow-up to the trilogy that I could recommend to any Back to the Future fan. Also, there's a, oh no, I thought it was a spirit well there, but there was not. I'd like to find a spirit well. Unless those things kill me. Back to the Future 4, Rick and Morty. I haven't even played, or I haven't watched, I've played the Rick and Morty VR game, but I haven't watched a single episode of Rick and Morty, and I plan to keep it that way, because it just doesn't seem like the style of humor, and that doesn't seem like it's my thing. Is there not a spirit world there? It wasn't on the map. I thought there was, but, like, it wasn't, it's not marked on the map, and on the map legend it says that spirit worlds are things that are marked. Although, actually, wait, none of the spirit worlds are being marked, actually, hold on. I know for a fact there's one right there, and it's not, okay. Oh, you need an upgrade. Oh, okay. Right, I didn't buy the upgrade that lets you see. Although that's not, the upgrade is for map pickups, and that's not technically a pickup. So I guess that, I don't know. I don't think that should really count as map pickups showing up on the map, but I guess that's why. Read chat messages. I can't scroll while playing. You post them again if you want me to read them. I missed them. Which movie was I rooting for to win Best Picture this year? Oh, you mean of, where does this, I'm very glad Will o' the Wisps doesn't have the Soul Link system. Which movie was I rooting for to win Best Picture this year? So, I assume you mean not of which movie that came out in 2023 do I hope to win next year, but you mean of the movies that were nominated at the Oscars this year. Which one was I hoping for to win? In which case, I hadn't seen Everything Everywhere All at Once. So, I wasn't rooting for that. I was hoping it would be Top Gun Maverick, but I knew that wasn't going to happen, so. Having seen Everything Everywhere All at Once, I'm glad it won Best Picture. But at the time, I was rooting for Top Gun Maverick. But what I was really rooting for was for Puss in Boots' Last Wish to win Best Animated Feature. But I'm fine with it not winning because Turning Red didn't win. So, that's fine by me. Oh, my lord. So long as Turning Red didn't win, it's a win for society. And Lightyear wasn't even nominated. What won? The Guillermo del Toro Pinocchio movie. Ow. Rick and Morty VR is awful in terms of achievement hunting. I didn't find it to be that horrible. I have videos on my channel where I get all the trophies in that game, and I found it to be a very fun experience. Which specific trophies did you have or I guess if you play on Steam, then achievements, which achievements did you have the most trouble with? Because I didn't have any issues with, I don't think any of them. I had the most fun I had was probably the one where you have to charge up the battery to a certain percentage. So I just find that type of gameplay really addicting. Do I hope Dial of Destiny becomes a box office bomb? I don't know that. I'm not really interested in the financial success of these things. I'm just interested in their quality. It's like, I know there's a lot of videos saying, like, Dial of Destiny's bombing at the box office, and a lot of comments told me, don't worry, Dial of Destiny's bombing at the box office. And I'm just like, I don't really care how much money it makes. I'm just more interested in how good it is, and it's not good at all. My... The battery episode is the best episode of the show. I assume you're referring to Rick and Morty since that's what we were talking about, but could have sworn I pressed Y. But where my mind immediately went was Better Call Saul, because a lot of people say the battery episode is the best episode of the show. Or I guess maybe it's not. Maybe not everyone refers to it as the battery episode, but if you've seen Better Call Saul, you know what the battery episode means. I guess some people just call it the chicanery episode because that's what it's called. Just the episode's called chicanery. Oh, for God's sake. Maybe putting this on hard wasn't the best idea I ever had. Okay. Let's just soul link right here, so that we're finally out of that section. I wanted to wait until I got to the spirit well, but that's not happening. Ugh. If you have recommend something to say better my analysis, try not to be as antagonistic towards the staff at career as I did with Josh Cooley. The worst part of my Toy Story 4 isn't the editing, it's the ending where I go on a tirade against a real life person. I mean, I don't think I said anything that's, like, actually vitriolic. I mean, I definitely have a very aggressive attitude towards him, that's clear. But I didn't go out of my way to actually, like, attack his family or him as a person or anything. I'm only interested in what he did with the movie as a whole. That being said, yes, generally speaking, I'm not moving forward. I don't intend to be on being that aggressive towards the actual people who worked on the movie. But I wouldn't say anything I said in my Toy Story 4 series crosses any lines. Oh my god. Oh. Alright. You remember a video titled Toy Story 4 is not disappointing? Guy just talks about how much money the movie made. I haven't seen a video like that. I can believe someone might have made it. I mean, a lot of people will prioritize, like, how much money a movie makes when discussing. I remember, specifically when it came to Avengers Endgame, I had a lot of criticisms of Endgame when it first came out, and one of the things that a lot of people, the two number one defenses that I got from people were, but I grew up with these characters, and they mean a lot to me. And the second defense was, okay, but, like, are you really going to call it bad when it made this much money and the Rotten Tomato score is this high? I knew there was a spirit well here. It's just this, because I don't have the map pickup upgrade, I convinced myself that it wasn't here, but it was here. If I had just trusted my gut, we would have skipped that whole section, but alas. Alright, let's try to actually move on with the rest of the game now if we can. That'd be ideal. Money is relevant to quality, yes. So here's what money is an indicator of. It's an indicator of the success of the marketing. Because Elemental had a horrific box office opening, but then the word got out of how good it was, and then more people went to see it. And it still doesn't mean the movie's good. The box office numbers still don't mean Elemental's good, therefore you should go see it. But what it tells me is that the trailers and marketing did a horrible job promoting Elemental, so then no one went to see it, except me and diehard Pixar fans, I guess, and critics whose job is to review movies for a living. But then once more people, like, once the movie was out for a while and people were actually saying, guys, it isn't terrible. It's actually pretty good. People were like, wait, really? Is it though? Yeah, it's pretty good. So then more people went to see it, and then now it's actually beating The Flash at the box office. Now, part of that's true inversely, in that The Flash came out and everyone saw how shit it was, so no one went to see it anymore. But that's more so what I would view that as an indicator of, not necessarily the quality of something. Although I actually watched another, similar to that, sort of related, sort of not. I watched a video going over, it's called Why Temple of, or something like, Temple of Doom is the best Indiana Jones movie. And I was like, alright, I'll hear this out, because I don't think Temple of Doom is the best Indiana Jones movie, but I do like Temple of Doom quite a bit. So I'm open to hearing the argument for why it's the best. And I haven't finished watching it yet, so I'm not going to speak authoritatively as to the entirety of the video. But the first half was mainly just going over kind of the circumstances of its production and what was going on in Spielberg and George Lucas's life at the time they were making it, which explains why it's as dark as it is. Which is interesting to hear about, but it's not really an argument for why it's the best Indiana Jones movie. So maybe all the arguments are in the second half. That could be. I haven't finished it yet. But just so far, it's not quite living up to its title, I guess. What a great save system. Yeah, so I'm of two minds with the Soul Link system. On one hand, it's great that I can save wherever I want, whenever I want, so long as I'm not near any enemies. That's great. I love that. What I don't love is that it's sometimes because it's entirely up to you. If you just forget to save, or if you don't have the energy, then it can really screw you over, and there's no autosave system to fall back on for most of the sections. So, I don't know. Where am I going? I'm going to Valley of the Wind, right? Yeah, I'm going over to Valley of the Wind. Let's see. Am I glad Lightyear wasn't nominated this year? Yes, I am very, very glad Lightyear was not nominated this year. My god. Like, so, I'm listening to the director's commentary. It does seem like they genuinely thought they were making something that was really good. That they were really proud of what they were working on. I think they just fumbled the ball significantly, and they just made I said in yesterday's stream, Angus MacLane did not deserve to be let go for Lightyear. That's not at all fair. That you make one, especially given his contributions to Pixar over the years, you make one bad movie and suddenly they let you go. That's complete crap. But Lightyear is shit. It can be simultaneously true that Angus MacLane didn't deserve to be let go, but also Lightyear is shit. Like those two things can exist simultaneously with each other. They're not mutually exclusive statements. So yeah, I'm glad. I mean, part of me was kind of hoping for Lightyear to get nominated and win, so that I could get a good laugh out of it. But, like, realistic, because I don't take the Academy seriously anyway when it comes to judging the quality of movies. But, oh boy, it would have been funny. How would I react if by a miracle Lightyear won this year? I would have reacted like this. That's how I would have reacted. What other reaction is there other than to cackle? I would have the same reaction of Turning Red one though. Ezra Miller is a horrible person. Yeah, so it's the stuff with Ezra Miller, but the thing is, in that regard, it's like John Lasseter also did really bad things at Pixar, and that doesn't make me love Toy Story any less because I separate the art from the artist. So that's one thing, but distinguish between the people making it and the product, and then you're past that hurdle. Even if you get past that hurdle, then you have the problem of the movie is shit. It's really, again, I haven't seen it. I'll put my hands up. I haven't seen it. But I've heard things about it, and what I know about it is really, really bad. Both plot-wise and what they do, like bringing back legacy characters and the circumstances surrounding said characters, or the actors and their involvement in the franchise. I'm like, nope, I'm not gonna watch this movie. You can't make me. You cannot make me. Okay, I'm gonna get, what do I want? This is probably strong enough as is, so I'm gonna go for this. And then I'll go for, yeah, I'll start going down that road. How did I do it this fast? Oh, so I have a Stream Deck. And with the power of my Stream Deck, I can switch to a BRB screen. If I need to go up and pee or step away for a second for whatever reason. I can increase the volume of my microphone, or I can decrease it, or I can mute myself, and most importantly, I can do this. Literally one button push away, in case I ever need it. So yes, I do have it on standby. I also have this.
What?
I kind of love my Stream Deck. I don't know how I ever streamed before having it, honestly. It makes streaming so much easier. I don't know how I ever made it through a stream without this thing. Anyway, sorry, I'll get back to the game now. I was talking for way too long there. You're not getting all upgrades in hard mode. Oh, don't, yeah, no, I accepted that I'm not. I know I have no chance of actually unlocking everything on hard mode. That is a pipe dream I never had any intentions of achieving. How are you gonna say this movie made a lot of money, so it must be good? Well, I mean, if I had to steelman that defense, the logic there would be, if it made a lot of money, that means a lot of people went to see it, and if a lot of people went to see it, then there must be something worth seeing. So I see where the logic comes from. Like, I understand why you reach that conclusion. It's just not actually an indicator of anything. Except, the most you'll get me to concede to is that it's an indicator of how much people enjoy, or how much interest there is in seeing it, which could then be tangentially related to it, people want to see this because it must be good. That's the most you'll get out of me. But beyond that, it's not actually an argument for the quality of something. Like, if you were to debate someone on the quality of any given movie, and your only defense was, well, look at the money it made, it would fall apart immediately. Do I want Charge Flame, or do I want Life Pickups? Probably this, so I can clear them out and also get Soul Links. Do I prefer Dead Reckoning or Across the Spider-Verse? I prefer Dead Reckoning. I do not think as highly of Across the Spider-Verse as the rest of the world does. I have several major issues with it. And it's actually a really neat parallel, because they're both part ones of a two-part story, and Dead Reckoning does not stop in the middle of the story. There is a proper beginning, middle, and end to that movie, and it feels satisfying that you saw it. Like, you're not feeling like you don't feel like you get cheated out of the movie ticket. I mean, I feel like I got cheated out of my IMAX ticket because there were no IMAX sequences for this IMAX movie, but the movie itself, I didn't feel like I got cheated at all. Whereas Spider-Verse, I want my 2.5 hours back. And I've been telling people, if you don't like really bad cliffhangers, you might want to wait to see it until Beyond comes out at some point. I was going to say next year, but I don't know if it'll come out next year because, you know, strikes, which are good. I'm glad they're happening. It's long overdue. And the fact that Bob Iger is like, the people are being quite unrealistic with their expectations, as I go to my third yacht on my vacation this weekend and order fine dining every day for lunch with my millions and gajillions of dollars. But yeah, oh, it's back here. But yeah, the ones on strike are the ones being realistic. Sure thing, Bob. Sure thing, Bobby boy. Whatever you say. Do I think Across the Spider-Verse is a bad movie? No. I would not say that Across the Spider-Verse is a bad movie. That would be a bit hyperbolic. I just don't think it's... people told me in advance that it was, like, the best thing ever. So I admit I kind of went in. I usually don't like to go in with astronomical expectations, but so many people told me that it was amazing, and I don't see what everyone else sees in it. It's clearly what I have told people. Like whenever someone asks me my thoughts on Across the Spider-Verse, what I've always said is I was disappointed by it, but I reserve the right to change my mind when Beyond comes out. Because Beyond might recontextualize some things, and it might strengthen the original part. We don't have. That's why when someone asked me what my rating of Across the Spider-Verse was when I walked out of the theater, my immediate response was an incomplete out of 10 because the story isn't finished. So I don't feel it doesn't feel fair to judge it when it's not in its completed form. Whereas Dead Reckoning does feel like a completed first part to a two-part story, as opposed to a single story that was cut in two halves. Also, okay. I saved my ass there with a good soul link. Oh. Doesn't help that I watched it the day after Into the Spider-Verse. Yeah, I also rewatched Into the Spider-Verse the day beforehand because I'd only seen it once beforehand. And when I watched it the first time, I liked it. I didn't love it. But, so for years I was always saying, like, I like it, I don't love it, so I don't think it's all it's cracked up to be. But then I watched it again before I saw it Across the Spider-Verse, and I was blown away by how much I really, really loved the movie. Which also kind of, because, honestly, the only reason, I said for a long time that I wasn't going to go see Across the Spider-Verse because I didn't really care about Into the Spider-Verse. But then Alex Hirsch tweeted giving it his seal of approval, and I gotta be honest, Alex Hirsch's opinion kind of matters to me because I have a lot of respect for him for his work on Gravity Falls, as well as other Disney Channel stuff as a creative consultant. I believe he was a creative consultant on The Owl House, and probably Amphibia as well. So, when he says, and he doesn't give that kind of endorsement often for things, so if he says, like, this movie is a game changer for animation, see it on the biggest screen you can, that to me is like, okay, I will take your... that's enough for me to want to go see it. Same thing with Lee Unkrich. When Lee Unkrich... I wasn't going to watch Everything Ever All at Once until Lee Unkrich said, like, this is one of the greatest pieces of art I've ever seen in my life, to which I said, oh, that... okay. On second thought, maybe I will watch this movie after all. And I'm glad I did. Sounds like what EA said in regards to Battlefield 2042 being abysmal launch. Oh, God. I honestly don't remember what EA said. Except, oh, wait. Didn't they... Actually, I think was it them who said that, like, Halo coming out killed any chance of them having a successful game launch? Or was that someone else who said that? I don't remember. I feel like I remember reading an article or something like that at some point. I don't know. You're watching Lord of the Rings, a 3-part story, and each of those movies feels complete. Yeah, I mean, I'd say most stories that... So, like, I named... Something a lot of people said to me about my criticism that Across the Spider-Verse feels incomplete is that... Not that the story didn't feel incomplete, but that it's a necessity of being a part 1 that it feels incomplete. So I'm just like, okay, so Halo 2, Insurgent, Catching Fire... There's a lot of movies that have cliffhangers and are clearly building up to another story that don't suffer the same problem. So I don't really think that holds much weight as a defense. Bob Iger on his way to say people are unrealistic while he eats lobsters with gold shavings. I don't know how anyone could be on the side of the executives in this whole exchange. Like, who should we root for? The people who can take a dent in their earnings and literally lose nothing, or the people who are just scrounging for basic compensation for their work? Also, this is my least favorite part of the game, the Misty Woods. I do not like this. Both Ori games have one section I really don't like. In Will-o-the-Wisps, it's the Moldwood Depths, and in Blind Forest, it's the Misty Woods. I mean, the music's great, as it always is in Ori games, but man, I really don't like the labyrinth-esque nature that is this. It's kind of the same thing as the forest in River City Girls 2, or it's just, I mean, this is better than that, because at least there is some semblance of structure here, whereas in River City Girls 2, it's just, good luck. You're on your own. You're on your own, Noble. Carter out. Oh my god, the birds. The birds and the fish. You've heard of the birds and the bees? Welcome to the birds and the fish, the two banes of my existence this stream. Ay, ay, ay. I guess also this thing. Oh my lord. That was not where I wanted to bash. But that's where I ended up bashing. Clearly Peppa Pig gets grounded to Epic Chaos's peak cinema. Of course, he said, having no familiarity with Peppa Pig whatsoever. I've literally never watched anything Peppa Pig related in my life. Or even seen it. I've seen, actually, I think maybe there was a board game or something like that. It was Peppa Pig related I might have seen in my life at some point. I think there's also a Peppa Pig game on Game Pass. Or if not on Game Pass, maybe it was on Games with Gold at some point. Not sure. But I've never seen anything beyond that. Did I hear that the exec supposedly said that they will let the strike continue until writers are broke? Yep, I sure did. Downright evil is what that is. It's like, what the what? How do you say that with a straight face and not immediately think, are we the baddies? Like, how do you not think, have I become one of the villains from our movies? Have I become Jafar? Actually, no, Jafar would be better than that. Jafar and Scar. Scar, maybe not. Scar did literally let his subjects starve. But Jafar, I feel like, wouldn't... Even Jafar wouldn't stoop to that level. Like, Jesus. At least get a... I mean, I checkpointed myself, so I'm not that upset, but... Still annoyed at that. Anyway. At least get on par with Jafar. If Leon Critch and Josh Clooney would have fist fight, who would win? I don't know. Whichever one has better training, I guess. I'm not up on the lore as to which Pixar director has the best combat capabilities. Ow. One of your friends played the Peppa Pig game for Gamerscore? I remember those days. I remember the days when I had time to play games for Gamerscore. What the hell happened there? I thought I bashed up, but I guess I didn't. Oh, and I ran into a thing on the wall. After I graduated high school, that summer, I remember that summer I spent just binging so many games on Game Pass, just trying to get as many achievements as I could. Those were the days. I don't have that kind of time anymore. And it's like, I almost don't even feel a drive, outside of streams like this, I kind of don't even feel a drive to play games that much anymore, outside of stuff I know I'm guaranteed to enjoy, like Halo and Mario Kart and things to that extent. I don't really, sometimes I'll look at my games dashboard on any console and I'll just think, I don't want to play any of these because I feel like I could be getting work done right now, and I'm not. I'm sitting here staring at my Xbox instead. Even if I don't have anything to actually do, and like I've done all the editing or whatever that I need to get done that day, I'll still feel like I'm not being productive and I'm wasting my time. That's probably a problem. But, oh well. Do I prefer novelty or poetry as a form of literature? I don't prefer poetry. I don't, like, we had to read and write some poems in high school, and I think middle school, we definitely read poems in middle school. I don't think we started writing poems until high school. But, I've just never been that big into poetry. It's never been my thing. Stylistically, it's not, I definitely prefer reading novels. Which, that's another thing. I read so many books in middle school. I was like, oh, I'm dead. And that sets me back. Some Will-O-the-Wisps is, that's the best sequel ever. I read we had a library in middle school that I frequented so much. I checked out as many books as I possibly could in middle school. I absolutely loved to read, to the point, like, on other kids would find themselves with their noses stuck in their phones. I was stuck in a book. Like, whenever my family went out to eat, I would always have a book in the restaurant, and that was what I spent the majority of my time doing. I read so many things, but I do not have time to read anymore, unfortunately. I always make time to read the next entry in Stuart Gibbs's books, but beyond that, no. And even Halo books, I'd love to read more of them, but I just don't have time. The last one I read was Shadows of Reach, and the only reason I read it is because I knew it was going to be important for Halo Infinite, which it is. Oh, I bash up, and then I don't. Going through a gaming depression? I don't know if I'd call it... I mean, maybe it is sort of that, but it might just be more so a focus on needing to feel productive above all else. It could be anything. Watching TV or movie. I mean, I guess I am sort of more drawn to watching movies and TV right now as opposed to playing games as a form of recreation. So maybe it is a little bit of that, but even just generally speaking, it's just any time not spent working on something. Like, the reason, in case you're wondering why I had to... In case you're wondering why I delayed the stream 15 minutes today, it's because before I went live, I was in the middle of working on my Owl House video, and I felt in the zone in a way I hadn't felt in a few days, so I kept going. I'm like, let me at least finish this section, and I could have gotten through this by now if when I actually bash up, it lets me bash up instead of just not doing that. Like that, for instance. It'd be great if that didn't... It'd be amazing if that didn't happen. Anyway, as I was saying, I was in the zone with working on my Owl House video, and I was like, I don't want to stop, because if I stop, it's hard to get out of that creative mindset. So I just figured I'll finish this section, and then I'll start streaming. And as soon as I'm done... As soon as I'm done with the stream today, I'm going to get right back to work on that. Now, it helps that I've recently discovered a new motivator to get this done as fast as I can. But still. The whole strike situation just a bug's life. Yeah, a lot of people are drawing the comparison between Bob Iger and I guess all the executives and the two big scenes from Bug's Life. Those being when Hopper kills his two henchmen and says, "You let one ant stand up to us, and they all might stand up." And also the final scene where the ants actually do stand up. Your classmates are like, books suck. You say you haven't found the right genre. Well, I mean, some people just genuinely don't enjoy reading. Like, the idea of... Especially if you don't have the ability to envision things in your mind... For some people, reading just isn't an enjoyable experience. Like, they don't... I discovered... So, here's a discovery that I made in high school. I thought that everyone had the ability to picture things in their head. I thought that was just something that everyone had the ability to do. Apparently, that's not true. Because someone walked up to me one day in high school and asked, if I tell you to envision a beach, can you actually envision a beach in your head? And I thought the question was kind of strange. And I was with FG at the time when someone walked up to me and asked this, and we both said yeah. And they said that they could not. And this was a very, very big reveal moment for them. Because apparently that's not something that they were able to do at any point. And they thought it was normal in the other direction, and that everyone just couldn't, like, they can intake the information required to construct what a beach might look like. Like, if you use words to describe the texture of the sand, the intensity of the waves in the water, the time of day, things like that, they can take that information and they'll know what it's like. So, like, if you quiz them about it, they'll be like, okay, this is what the beach looks like. But they can't actually envision it in their head. Also, sweet Jesus, finally I can Soul Link. My god, that was pain. So that's a discovery that I made recently. And so for people who don't have that ability, I can see reading being a uniquely unpleasant experience. Plus, some people just don't like the physical act of turning pages or having to listen to someone else narrate something for you. There's a lot of reasons why someone might not enjoy reading. Now, of course, there's a difference between saying I don't enjoy reading and saying all books suck. Like, those are two different things. You're welcome to not enjoy, the same way you're welcome to not enjoy watching movies, or like the inverse is also true, where my English teacher, English teacher, so obviously my English teacher loves reading, can read a million books, will never watch a movie. Or if she does watch a movie, it's begrudgingly, and she will never rewatch it, where she can reread books a million times. So, it's just different strokes, different folks as to what type of art you prefer to consume. I don't really have a preference. I love reading, watching movies, TV, playing games. There's no inherent preference I have over the other intrinsically. But obviously people are welcome to have their preferences. Do I have any flaws I could point out in Inside Out? Yes. It annoys me to no end. It really, really bugs me, actually, that in the very beginning, joy and sadness are sucked through the tube to the outside, like, into the outside of headquarters in Riley's mind. And then later in the movie, Fear tries to quit because he's sick of everything falling apart at the seams. And by the way, I don't even know where he was gonna quit to. Like, I don't know where he thought he was going. Like, okay, you're gonna run away to the bowels of Riley's mind, I guess. Unless he was just gonna eject himself outside of Riley's head like Osmosis Jones, in which case that's a horrifying implication I don't want to get into. But regardless of where he wanted to go, why would you say that? Like, he clearly, because he tries to get in the tube, and then the tube just spits him out, and then discusses, like, emotions can't quit, genius. So it's like, oh, but didn't joy and sadness just, I don't think you guys thought this through all that well. I feel like there might be some oversights in the script. And the thing that really bugs me about it is that it's completely unnecessary. Because like I just said, it doesn't make any sense that Fear would be able to quit, quote unquote. Like, there's nowhere for him to go. There is no way in which you can escape Riley's mind. Or if you can escape it, I don't think you want to open that can of worms. So, it's like, you could have just... It kind of feels like something they put in to try to solve a story problem. Like, someone in the writer's room might have asked, hey, why don't the emotions just, I don't know, quit if it gets too hard? So someone's like, and then someone else is like, oh, they can't quit. If they try to quit, the tube will just spit them out. And they're like, brilliant. And then no one in the room was like, wait, but if they can't quit, then how did they... I don't think that conversation ever happened. So you can only go through the pipe unintentionally? Yeah, I don't get it. I don't understand how it... Like, if you get accidentally sucked through, it's fine. But if you intentionally go through, it's not. It's weird. It's like my biggest problem with Inside Out. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I did notice some other things. Well, I rewatched it last year, and there were other things I noticed that I took issue with. Actually, I might still have the list. If I can stop dying, I'll pull up the list. Oh, there's a thing there. Oh, I don't have enough energy for that, unfortunate. Yeah, see, this is why I would never play this game on one life mode, because it's a tough game. And especially the Misty Woods. All this crap on screen, just no. No, 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 no. So much no. Okay, let me quickly pull up the list. Because I do actually have a list of some issues I noticed in Inside Out recently. Let's see where it is. It would be in this folder. What bothered me in Inside Out that I didn't already... Okay, so... I'm ignoring... Because, like, the entire inciting incident of all the dominoes that have to fall over for them to even leave headquarters in the first place is kind of contrived, but I'm willing to let it go. I always allow some leeway for inciting incident contrivances, and the reference I always point to is Toy Story 2. Al just happens to be at the yard sale where Woody is, so I always give leeway for the things like the two main things I always say that I give leeway for are the premise of the world and inciting incidents. So like, it's not a criticism that in Toy Story the toys are alive, because that is the premise of the world, in the same way that in the world of Cars, the cars are alive, that is the premise, so let's roll with it, so long as you stick consistent to your own rules. And then I also give leeway for the thing that kickstarts the story, so long as you don't rely on contrivances for the rest of your story. Like, if the story gets started because of a contrivance, then that's one thing, but if the only reason why your story resolves is because characters just happen to get insanely lucky, then that's where I take issue with it. It's like, you just took the easy way out here, is what you did. You're like, oh, they just happened to do that, then, I guess. That's kind of lame. So, there's that. There was some other thing... oh, that makes me sad. Some other things... Oh, okay. On that note, actually, in Inside Out, in the very end of the movie, when Joy is in the void and she's picking up the memories, I don't know how I never noticed this before, or if I did, I just never consciously took issue with it in my head. She's looking at the one of Riley being celebrated after a hockey game, and you may remember from that scene, what happens to lead to the entire resolution of the movie is that she looks at it and she rewinds the memory, and she sees that the only reason why she was able to feel happy in that moment is because she first felt sad, and she was able to let her emotions out, and then she found peace and rejuvenation through that. But the only way in which, the way she comes to that conclusion is that she cries, which I'm willing to let the implications of emotions crying go for the time being. So she cries, her teardrop falls on the memory orb, and because her teardrop falls on the memory orb, she tries to wipe it off, and in doing so, she accidentally rewinds the ball to earlier in the memory where she sees that Riley was sad. That is a stretch. I mean, obviously it's not impossible, it can happen, it's just like, really? That's how you chose to... Okay. It's, weak, is what I would say. Not strictly impossible, it's just like, you could have tried a little harder than that. Or let's say just happens to be Pizza Planet. Yeah, that's another one, that's another one that I'm like, I mean, it's not... I'm willing to give a little more leeway to that one just because it's not, it seems like it's a pretty small town in the first Toy Story. So, and like, Pizza Planet is the big pizza place that you would go to. Like, I don't know about you guys, but when I was a kid, I think I'm dead here. Yeah, I am. Nope, I live. I live, bitch. I lived, bitch. Now I'm dead. But I lived for a moment. I always make that mistake. I always make that exact same mistake every time I play this game. When I was a kid, I always had... Okay. I always had the big place, like the one place in town that my friends and I would always go to hang out. Okay. So I'm willing to buy that Pizza Planet is that place, and that's why both Andy and Sid were there that night. Now, it's still obviously convenient that he is there at all when he could have just not been there. And that he chose to play the crane game right when Woody and Buzz were inside. But it's not as unbelievable as it could have been. Plus, the nice thing about that is that once you reach that point, because Toy Story is a little, like, the way it's structured is, I guess you could technically qualify that as an inciting incident, since the main conflict of them getting stuck at Sid's house doesn't really get underway until that happens. But before that, the main conflict is just the rivalry between Woody and Buzz, which doesn't really come about because of anything particularly unlucky or lucky. Outside of, I guess, the fact that Andy gets the present at all, but that's not really lucky, that's just cause and effect. That, like, Buzz Lightyear's a popular toy, Andy's mom got it for him for her birthday, that just follows through. And once you cross that threshold in the first Toy Story movie, the rest of it runs through totally cleanly, which is the most important thing. Anyway, is there anything else about Inside Out that I didn't mention? Oh, okay. So a lot of Inside Out runs on contrivance when I revisited it, because it's like, oh, it's lucky that of all characters to be on Dream duty, it was Fear. Lucky that the train happened to break down right in front of Dream Productions. Unlucky that they get pulled into that abstraction begins right as Joy and Sadness go inside. There's a lot of things like that are, like, a lot of major set pieces in the story. Oh... Kill me. Okay. There's a lot of major set pieces in Inside Outs that are brought about through some pretty contrived events, which annoyed me more than I remembered it annoying me previously. But I'm lighter on that than I am on if it just doesn't, if it's running on illogical events entirely. You're not a big fan of the saving system in this game? Yep. Me either. Me either. Which is better, Toy Story or Inside Out? Toy Story. I probably would have said Inside Out before I rewatched it, but having rewatched Inside Out, not as great as I remembered it being, unfortunately. It might be actually enough to the point where I would knock it off my best movies of all time list. But I would need to rethink about that. Incredibles is still up there. Incredibles got bumped up significantly after making my Incredibles 2 series. That film is peak. Inside Out, eh. Oh, didn't I say don't watch Toy Story 4 in the beginning of a part of my Mario Kart Wii playthrough the day the movie released? Yes. Yes, I did. I'm dead. Unfortunate. I did. I opened the literal first 5 seconds of that video are don't watch Toy Story 4. It literally destroys everything about the original trilogy. Anyway, and then I did my intro. That's how that went. Anyway, I think we're almost done with the Misty Woods. Best Pixar movie for me? Stay tuned for my Pixar ranking. I would never want to spoil that for you. Because I haven't publicly said what I think the best Pixar movie is yet. And I eventually I will rank all the Pixar movies. Everyone knows what my worst one is. But I don't think anyone actually... I don't think anyone knows what my best is. Favorite Toy Story 3? Yes, my favorite is and probably will always be Toy Story 3. Coco is up. Coco is up there, though. Coco... Every time I think about Coco, I feel very, very warm inside. It's very, very, very personal movie to me. And I don't really have any negative memories or anything associated. I don't have any. Well, I say that as if I do have that for anything else. But Toy Story 3 is Toy Story 3 and Coco. I both feel very, very warmly about for very different reasons. But they both will always hold an incredibly special place in my heart. Can I please get out of this? Actually, hold on. I'm very ready to be done with the Misty Woods, please. Thoughts on Kung Fu Panda 4 coming out next year? I'm not excited about it. They should have stopped at 3. 3 was the perfect ending. They didn't need to go any further. Do I have any major issue with the Last of Us show? Yes, I do. Anytime they try to replicate an action scene from the game, they fail miserably. So, like, without going into spoilers, the ending of the university scene, in the game, that's a huge action sequence, and it's really intense, and it's really gripping. In the show, it is not that at all. It's basically just a small scuffle with a couple guys, and then that's it, and then they just go about their merry way. Also, they try to replicate the same injury that Joel succumbs to from the game, but they don't do that quite successfully because the circumstances again, try not to spoil. The circumstances in the game necessitate a decision. Like, the way in which the game plays out could only have played out that way because of the way in which Joel was injured. The characters didn't really have any other choices that they could have possibly made. But in the show, Joel makes a choice about his injury that is like, that doesn't seem like a particularly great idea. And just generally, whenever they try to do the action scenes again, it doesn't really hold that much weight. And the other problem is that, like, the actors are great. Pedro Pascal is great. Bella Ramsey is phenomenal. And I'm glad she was nominated for her performance in the show. At least I'm pretty sure she was. But they just don't have enough time for it to hit. Because The Last of Us has a lot of dragging. It has a lot of bloat in the script. There's a lot of things that are just... They feel like they're there to unnecessarily pad out the gameplay. Like running around, dragging rafts all over the place, and boosting Ellie up to places, and solving stupid ladder puzzles. And that's clearly there to be like, hey, we're a video game, right? So we need to have gameplay. And I thought that was a good thing, because I thought that it was a good thing that in the show, they couldn't get away with that. They couldn't get away with bloating the runtime with crap gameplay sequences, because you can't have gameplay in a show, obviously. And all the bloat is gone, which is good. It means I can focus entirely on the story. However, the trade-off for that is that it feels kind of rushed. Like, the ending doesn't hit the same way as it would if you had more time to spend with these characters. So that's, I guess, sort of... I think, because there's also stuff that cut out of the games that isn't bloat, that they could have kept in. So, I don't know. The Last of Us is a great adaptation, and I really enjoyed watching it, but it just doesn't... There's a couple things holding it back that I take issue with. Oh, also, I very much do not like how the game frames the ending. In the game, the ending is framed as neutral, and that the player is allowed to come to whatever conclusion they want to about how the game, about Joel's final choice in The Last of Us. But in the show, that's not the case, because the way it's shot, the way it's lit, the way the sound is deafened, the intensity and tone of the music, they clearly are framing Joel's actions in a very negative light. And you know why they're doing that, obviously, because The Last of Us Part 2 is getting adapted into Season 2. And if you want to adapt The Last of Us Part 2 into Season 2, then you gotta do everything you can to try to retroactively change the ending of Part 1 to better slot in with the narrative of Part 2. I don't think they're gonna be successful in that, despite their best efforts. But, boy howdy, is it gonna be a fun time on the internet when Season 2 eventually comes out, and we get to relive The Last of Us Part 2 discourse all over again. General audiences are not prepared. They have no idea what's coming. I cannot wait to see what the general audience's reactions are to seeing... Spoilers for Last of Us 2 if you care, but you probably already know this. Mute me for 5 seconds if you don't know. To seeing Joel die with a golf club. People are not ready for that. Oh my... Why are there spikes everywhere in this... I really hate the Misty Woods. I really, really, really hate the Misty Woods. And I also hate the Soul Link system. What's my favorite area in Ori? In Blind Forest, it's the Ginzo tree. In Will-o-the-Wisps, it's hard to say because I really love everything that isn't the Mulwa Depths. So I'll say either Luma Pools or Windswept Wastes. Are there any other problems I have with Toy Story 3 besides the bucket and the 3 toilets? Not really. No. Outside of, like, 1 or 2 things that are a little contrived, but nothing major. Is there a scene in Turning Red I consider powerful, the best in the movie, or in short, is there one thing I loved about Turning Red? I guess the scene with May and her dad, I think. I mean, well, so I should clarify. Actually, no, I'm not gonna do that because that would be a spoiler. But the one scene that I would probably have something good to say about is the scene between May and her dad when he accidentally opens the camera and reveals the video that reveals all the plot details. Sure hope Part 2 is good. It surely wouldn't be an adaptation of a terrible game. Well, see, here's the interesting thing, because there's a lot of debate online around adaptations of things, and, like, whether it needs to be faithful or whether it can be good on its own merits. Because, like, what I've always said is that if you're making an adaptation of something, discerning its quality as an adaptation and discerning its quality as a story are two different things. So, for instance, I'm probably gonna, if Guganik hasn't run away from chat, I'm probably gonna leave this to him. But I believe there are some things about Sonic Movie 2 that aren't completely accurate to the story of the games. But as a story, it still works entirely fine by itself. Same thing with Spider-Man Homecoming. I think a lot of people take issue with the Spider-Man Homecoming as being an adaptation of Spider-Man from the comics. Which, it may very well be inaccurate, I don't know, I haven't read them. But as a movie, as a standalone story, it's great. And inversely, if the Halo show told a story that was consistent with itself, I would be but it still bastardized the games. I'd be saying, boy, this is a crap adaptation. It shits all over the games, but as its own thing, it's pretty good. Now, unfortunately, we didn't get either of those things because the Halo show manages to be both bad as a story and as an adaptation. But where I'm going with this is, if The Last of Us Part 2 were to adapt the game accurately, I wonder what people would say to people who both dislike Last of Us 2, but also dislike Spider-Man Homecoming because of how it handles the story of Spider-Man from the comics. Would they say that if Season 2 adapts The Last of Us Part 2 inaccurately to account for criticisms of the story, would that be bad? Would that be good? Like, where would someone who holds that mindset draw the line on adapting a bad story faithfully? Would I watch a Pixar adaptation of Jimmy Timmy Power Hour? I mean, I don't see that happening, but I guess. Sure. Oh, no. Oh, not... I forgot to make a soul link before I entered this area. That's gonna be problematic. Well, if I can't make a soul link, I may as well use my energy for other things. Yeah. Alright. How did it feel going from Last of Us Part 2 to Milan 2020 to Dial of Destiny? Well, I mean, there was a bit of a gap between those things. Last of Us Part 2 was... I finished that up in... I think late March, and it released in early April. Milan 2020, we recorded that pretty close to its release, honestly. The release of the video itself. And Dial of Destiny was late June, so it's not like it was back to back to back. Or anything. Sonic in the movies is a slightly different character personality-wise. Basically, the whole he's a kid thing, and the way the Master Emerald works is completely different. Yeah, that... Where is this? Is this before... Oh my... I love the Soul Links. This is a fun time. Yeah, Will-O-the-Wisp is a better game in every possible way. It's like, it's almost unfair how much better Will-O-the-Wisp is than this. You know, it's funny. Gareth Coker, interesting, of all people on the development team, that was the composer who had this idea, said he didn't want any enemies to be in the Misty Woods because the focus of the area wasn't on combat. Now, he did win the fight to put less enemies in the Misty Woods, but apparently the developers didn't listen to him to put no enemies in here, but oh boy, Gareth Coker, as usual, being the genius that he is, has all the best ideas. My lord, no. I don't even know how far back this was. Not a fan of the combat system either. Yeah, it's like standard serviceable platformer combat. It's not anything abhorrent, it's just like, it's there, but Will-O-the-Wisps, thankfully... I didn't even really think I wanted better combat, because I've always said that for a platforming game, I don't need a great combat system, because the focus is on the platforming. But then I saw Will-O-the-Wisps' combat system, and I'm like, nope, never mind, I take it back. I take it all back. This is so much better than the first game. I hate the Misty Woods. Would I ever do a commentary of Cruise and Cruise New Age? Possibly. Not for a while, though. Do I notice that Strange World is the only Disney movie in this time that literally nobody is talking about? Yeah, because it was such a nothing movie that everyone forgot it immediately. Like, I'm not kidding you when I say we saw it the day it came, or no, not the day it came out. We saw it early December, and when we went to see it, we were legitimately the only people in the theater. There was nobody else there, which does not usually happen. It's always usually at least someone, but there was no one. It was just us, which was kind of neat that we had the whole theater to ourselves, but like, that was not the case when we went to see Encanto. And we didn't see Encanto when it came out. We only saw Encanto like halfway through December, so close to Christmas time was when we went to go see Encanto in 2021. And that theater was still pretty full. Strange World was not full. If I do a Toy Story 3 video, is it going to be like Toy Story 4 series or... I told you I hated the Misty Woods. Would it be like my Toy Story 4 series or the Dragon's Lair? First of all, I hate to be this guy, but it's Dragon's Lair, not Dragon Slayer. But I mean, tonally, it's gonna be a lot. It's obviously gonna be similar to my Dragon's Lair 3D video because I'm praising something instead of ripping it to shreds. But I do plan on. I guess it depends on what you mean. Do you mean like tonally or structurally? What's because it might have some mixtures of both depending on what you ask, or like what specific part of it you're asking about, I guess. Structurally, okay. Structurally, it'll be like Toy Story 4, because I plan on running through it chronologically. I didn't do that for Dragon's Lair 3D because when you're talking about a game, there's no real. I mean, I guess I went through the story sort of chronologically, but also there's not much to Dragon's Lair 3D story on a surface level, so yeah, I don't need to spend that much time going scene by scene. Toy Story 3, however, I think I will. My outline is currently structured as going scene by scene through the story. Because that's the best way in which I can communicate, just to breaking down. Because I have something to say about every single scene, and then it'll be. Oh my. Strange World also had hardly any marketing whatsoever. Yeah. I love the Misty Woods. It's my favorite part of the game. I thought the stream might be finished by 3. My time, so in like half an hour. I apparently forgot that I was gonna have to play the Misty Woods today. It'd be great if I had enough energy, or if there were any energy crystals anywhere that I could replenish with to make a soul link, because that's how this game's save system works. But I don't, so I can't. It'd also be really helpful for this section, so that I can kill this giant thing easily. But unfortunately, it's not quite how this is gonna go. Oh, not you again. No, you don't. What difficulty is this? This is hard mode. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, the Toy Story 3 thing. So, I'm gonna be going through chronologically. But the tone will be similar to my Dragon's Lair 3 video, because obviously I'm praising something instead of eviscerating every frame of it. If I legit have no ideas left for audio commentaries, would I do one of the Jimmy Timmy Power Hours? Well, rest assured. So we have a giant spreadsheet. The team and I have a big spreadsheet with a bunch of ideas and our progress on them for what we've been recording recently. So let me just rest assured, there is. There is no shortage of audio commentary ideas that we have. We will not be running out of that anytime soon. Oh my god, I hate this part of the game. What's the most underrated DreamWorks movie? Over the Hedge, easily. Over the Hedge is fantastic, and it never gets enough credit. I always see it being dismissed as either mediocre or crap. It is not. It is fantastic, and I want to show the commentary team one day, because I don't think I don't think anybody on the commentary team has seen it, or if they have, they haven't seen it in a long time. But Over the Hedge is legitimately amazing, and I will defend it with my dying breath. I legitimately love that movie. I haven't watched it in a while, though. I want to watch it again. How can it be disliked? Honestly, I haven't really dug much into the arguments against Over the Hedge, so I don't really know what people's major gripes are with it. If I had to guess... If I were in the position of arguing against Over the Hedge, what would I argue against it? Liar Revealed, I guess, but Liar Revealed is done way better in Over the Hedge than, like, any other movie. Oh no, have I just screwed myself? Have I just... How about I just kill myself? What if we did that instead? What if I just... What if... I hate this. I fucking hate this. Shoot me. Okay. Trying to start my villain arc. Yes. What's the meme? This is my canon event. Oh, the Misty Woods is my canon event. Oh my god! I completely overshot that somehow. Oh my lord. It has the vermin. Okay, so what was I saying? Fucking oh god. So, arguing against Over the Hedge, what would I say? I would say... I actually don't know what I would... Oh my fucking god. What does canon event even mean? It's a Spider-Verse reference. Why did I go this way? Imagine having to restart all the way back. Yeah, no, that's why I'm not playing One Life mode. I'm never putting myself through that. Maybe for Will-O-the-Wisps. I can see myself doing it for Will-O-the-Wisps. I think that game's doable. This shit? No. What does it mean when you say it? I think like in the context of the movie, the canon event is like something that has to happen in order for everything to, in layman's terms, it is an event which must and ought to take place in order for the universe to not fall apart at the seams. But I believe it's referencing the villain of the movie and kind of what led to how a canon of fucking, oh my god. How a canon event led to him becoming a villain, sort of thing. I fucking got... Oh my... I looked away for 1 second and I died. You know, I'm not particularly fond of the Multiple Depths and Will-O-the-Wisps, but it's still better than this. One common issue for some people is that Hemi's too hyperactive. Oh, is it? Well, I mean, like, some people are hyperactive in real life, so... I don't know, I don't think that really counts as a proper criticism of the... I mean, personal preference, sure, but... as an actual problem with the movie, I don't think that really holds much water. Also, what are the hearts that keep popping up in chat? I see hearts popping up every now and again. I don't know what those are. Okay, Soul Link here. I said Soul... Oh, are you kidding me? Finally. It's a new feature? Interesting. It's weird, because I can't even... use just obstruct chat for... Yeah, like, that doesn't seem like it's all that helpful. It's a useless feature, but it's funny. I mean, maybe, but it also, I feel like, as someone pointed out, would just obstruct your vision. Also, I can't even, like, tell who's doing it. It just appears as hearts on the chat for me. Which, I mean, hey, thanks for the hearts, I guess. See, if it were like Ralph Breaks the Internet, that means I'd be rich with all the hearts I'm getting. Because as we know, Ralph Breaks the Internet taught me that all I need to do to become a hit YouTube sensation is just grind myself to the bone, making content all day long. And then, if people like your video, you'll get $27,000 in one day. It's just that easy. It's just that fucking easy. Oh, boy. Does Galaxy 1 have a better story than 2 is the other way around? I never really bothered with actually dissecting the story of the Galaxy games. Galaxy 1's ending kind of makes things a little fucky. I guess it's more poetic as an ending than 2, but it also... It kind of raises a lot of questions I don't think the developers were quite prepared to answer. Galaxy 2 is... I guess Galaxy 2's story is simpler than Galaxy 1, but I don't really like... I feel like if you're playing Galaxy for the story, you're playing it for the wrong reasons, which is not to say that the games are allowed to have a bad story. It just... For that reason, I've never sunk much time into thinking about it. The presentation of Galaxy 1 is better? Oh, absolutely. Galaxy 1's presentation is 1000% better than Galaxy 2's. Although I mean, well, cutscene-wise, at least. I do like the storybook, how it's kind of framed as a storybook in the opening of Galaxy 2. I don't, however, like how you're kind of railroaded into a 2D section at first, because it kind of gives the wrong tone for what kind of game it's going to be, whereas Galaxy 1's... The Star Festivals does a better job of kind of getting you used to that, I think. Have I read the Rosalina book at the end of Mario Galaxy? Yes, I have. And it's really interesting and kind of sweet and sad. And then you watch MatPat's video and you just want to die. I remember what... Oh, that was... Oh... I should rewatch that video just to see if it's as out there as I remember it being. Galaxy 2 is lame and cheap in terms of presentation. Well, I assume you're referring to the cutscenes, right? Because it's just... It's kind of like the... It's kind of actually an interesting parallel to Greatest Attorney, and how Greatest Attorney 1 is fully animated 2D anime cutscenes. Greatest Attorney 2 is just all the cutscenes are in-game with the character models. It's kind of similar to Galaxy 1 and 2 in that regard. But I do like the storybook presentation at the start of Galaxy 2 with the pages turning as you move from one to the next. Which spaceship in Galaxy do I prefer, Rosalina's or Spaceship Mario? I vastly prefer... I'm gonna lose my fucking mind, I swear to God. I vastly prefer Starship Mario because it feels more homely. I like seeing all the characters kind of take up their stations on Starship Mario as you move through the game. And I also like that you actually move through the universe flying on a spaceship as opposed to just kind of chilling in some random distant corner of the universe on the observatory. Greatest Attorney Q's cutscenes still look good even on 2D animated. Well, that implies that Galaxy 2's look bad, which I wouldn't say that Galaxy 2's cutscenes look bad. They look cheaper compared to the first one, obviously, but I wouldn't say it makes them look bad by itself. thoughts on Super Mario Odyssey's ending? Peach is a bitch. That's what I remember about that ending. Just leaves him on the damn moon. Unless you mean the final thing. The, Break the Way song that plays. In which case, that's awesome. That is legitimately awesome. But the story ending, that kind of, like, rubbed me the wrong way. After Trevor said Peach is a bitch, the stream immediately lagged for you. Is that to say that was the stream's canon event? Favorite deleted scene from Pixar? Ooh, favorite deleted scene from Pixar. That's a good question. I don't know that I have. Nothing comes to mind immediately, as far as scenes that I wish they didn't. Well, actually, as far as scenes I wish they didn't cut, Turning Red has some deleted scenes that I think should have been in the movie. But I don't have a great answer to that right now. I know a lot of people love the extended version of Woody and Buzz's conversation during the rain at night in the first Toy Story movie. I vastly prefer it cut the way that it is right now. Oh, thank Christ, it's finally over. Oh, we finally made it out of the Misty Woods. Let me look up Pixar deleted scenes, see if something jogs my memory. Favorite Pixar blooper? It's the one where Miss Potato Head says when she's packing Mr. Potato Head's back for the adventure, and she's like, "And monkey chow," and he says, "Monkey chow? For what?" "Well, for the monkeys, of course. Come on, monkeys." That's it. I draw the line at monkeys. Get my agent on the phone. That was always just that got a laugh out of me every single time. That was great. Alright, now get me the hell out of this nightmare realm. I don't want to come back here. Goodbye. Good riddance. So long. Farewell. You will not be missed. But I will remember you in therapy. Give me health. Give me Soul Link. Sweet Jesus, we're finally done. We're finally out. Okay. We're going to the Forlorn Runes next. So, down we go. Hi. Okay, let me look up Pixar deleted scenes. See if anything springs to mind. Unfortunately, I don't think anything's gonna immediately pop up. It's just gonna be like compilations of deleted scenes. Yeah, no, I got nothing for you for the time being, unfortunately. You prefer Starship Mario's theme to Comet Observatory? I'm not sure which one I prefer. I love them both. But I might... As much as I love Galaxy 2, I think I might be inclined to go with Rosalina and the Observatory as my preferred theme for the hub worlds. But they're both great, so it's... I don't feel... It doesn't feel right to name one as the victor over the other. Oh, look, a Mapstone fragment. Can't wait to never put that anywhere. Oh. Would LEGO Star Wars The Skywalker Saga be considered one of the worst games I've ever played or not? I need to really do a deep dive into it to answer that question, but I don't think so. I don't think I would put it on that level. Your canon event is Mazer size. My canon event is the fucking Monty boss battle. That sack of shit. Thinking about what the worst part of security... I hate the Soul Link so much. I hate this game's saving system. Oh my god. Trying to think of what the worst part of security breach is, and it's very hard. Oh my god. I probably would go with, well, I mean, it's either the Monty fights or the final Afton fights is also kind of very bad. But the whole thing sucks so much ass. It's just like, what's the worst pile of shit? The game is the worst part. Thoughts on Butt Cluck from Chicken Little? Terrible. Absolutely hate him. As does the rest of the world. I have no unique thoughts on Butt Cluck. It's just what everyone else thinks about him. Which is that he sucks. Now, I do have unique thoughts on Chicken Little as a whole, though, which is that I actually really like the movie. It's not good, but boy howdy, is it fun to watch. And I do have a lot of nostalgia from it as a kid, so that's part of why I can't fully hate it. Oh my Jesus. Did I play SpongeBob Super Sponge? I don't know what that is. What about the Incredibles one where Dash was running through the forest? That I would probably say is one of the worst. That was horrible to play. I do not ever want to finish that, ever. Do I think Disney will eventually taint Pixar with live-action remakes? I hope not, but it would not surprise me. I feel like it's only a matter of time at this point with how little concern they've shown for remaking everything else. It just feels inevitable. Oh, ha ha ha! I hate these stupid fucking frogs. Oh my god! I don't understand anyone who says this game is better than the second one. You like how Luke Skywalker was voiced by David Mencken in that game? I'm not particularly interested in who the voices are. Because oh my god. All I know is that it does not sound like any of them actually knew the characters they were trying to portray. Like, any of them. Oh my. That's not the direction I wanted to. This looks like pain. Yeah, it is. It sure would be great if I had energy to save. Because these birds are probably going to insta-kill me. Is it worth going all the way? Actually, I guess you know, it's worth it to go back there to save, to get a save point and to heal. It's not that far away. How did I react when Dwayne Johnson announced the Moana live-action remake? I rolled my eyes harder than I ever have before and went, "Are you serious?" Because that's a whole new level for Disney. Like they haven't touched any of the modern ones yet, but they finally did. Which means that they finally opened up they opened the door to all the modern era Disney remake or Disney classics, which, oh, man, it makes me sad. It's like I am the target demographic for the Moana remake. It has to because the entire point, the only reason why the live-action remakes make money, outside of hate watching, is because people want to go see it for nostalgic reasons. But the only people who would have nostalgia for Moana are people like me, people who saw that movie either when they were a kid or when they were in high school. It's such a small target demographic of people that they are aiming for in this movie, and I am in that target demographic because I was in high school when that movie came out, and I do have very fond memories of going to see it when I was in high school. And yet I still am not excited for it because I've seen all their other live-action remakes, or at least most of them, and they're all crap. I mean, people tell me The Jungle Book is good, but I'm not going to watch it to find out. I'll just take your word for it, and I think I need to get you down here. Hey, pal. No, that's not gonna work. Did I ever see or hear of anything Invader Zim related? I answered this question in one of the Q&A videos, and no, I don't know what Invader Zim is. I have zero clue as to what that is. Have I seen Rock Dog? Don't know what that is. Have I? You haven't watched Jungle Book in forever? Here's the thing about me. Not only have I not seen Jon Favreau's 2016 remake, I also haven't seen the original. My grandmother tried to show it to me as a kid. It didn't work, but she tried. And I didn't really jive with it all that much. We rent... We rented it, tried to watch it, didn't make it very far. But an attempt was made, I guess. She also tried to show me Mary Poppins, and the same thing happened. Although, I rewatched Mary Poppins with FG because she was so gobsmacked that I had never watched Mary Poppins before that she showed it to me Christmas 2020. Which I think was the same year that the Mary Poppins... Was that the same year that Mary Poppins Returns came out, or did that come out... That might have been 2019, that Mary Poppins Returns came out. But it was within a reasonable time frame of when the sequel with Emily Blunt came out. Have I seen Big Hero 6? Yes. Only once or twice, and only when it first came out in 2014. But I have indeed seen it. And it's fine. I liked it as a kid. But that doesn't really mean much. It's a show about an alien. Oh, well, now I know exactly what it's like. Okay, it sees me. Do I like Baymax? Of course. Who doesn't like Baymax? Oh, I did watch the Baymax show on Disney Plus last year? I think it was last year. I watched that and it was great. I loved the Baymax show. Ow, just bit my tongue. The final episode was a bit of a stretch, even though it does tie everything together in a nice way. The final episode was a bit of a stretch, but I loved the Baymax series. It was so cute and so funny. Baymax is just hysterical. So giving him a anthology style short series all to himself was a great idea. I don't know anyone that doesn't like Baymax, honestly. Baymax is just... It feels like one of those characters who just is universally adored. Thoughts on the villain in the Buck Wild movie? I remember nothing about the villain in the Buck Wild movie. Which I think is probably an answer in and of itself. as to what my thoughts are. That was his mistake. Yeah, I do know that. That's one thing from Big Hero 6 that's impossible not to know about. Yeah, I think I remember criticizing the villain in middle, because in middle school we had like a debate sort of thing where we were talking about the Big Hero 6 and whether it was good or not. And I had the audacity to start criticizing the villain, and everyone lambasted me because how dare I speak out against the new Disney movie. You may call that foreshadowing in a certain way. But yeah, that's a memory I have. Like it wasn't even like one side of the classroom was with me and the other side was against me. Everybody was like, you spoke out against. They either hated that I criticized it, or they just didn't care about the movie at all. Those were the two camps. What'd you miss? You missed the first almost 4 hours of Ori and the Blind Forest. And a lot of discussions about Pixar, Disney, DreamWorks, FNAF. A whole enchilada, really. Have I seen 12 Angry Men? I haven't read it, but I remember reading it. Like, I remember reading, I don't know if it was a play version or if it was just a script, but we read it in high school. No, sorry, not high school, middle school. It was 8th grade we read that. I don't remember anything about it, but I remember that I read it. We also read The Most Dangerous Game, I'm pretty sure. And I remember even less about that. Thoughts on Daz Reviews? I don't think I've seen anything from them. The name, I recognize the name, but I don't remember any videos I've seen. So I have no thoughts on Daz Reviews. Would be my answer. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Okay, Soul Link here. What can I upgrade? I don't have Dash because I didn't go to the Blackroot Burrows. Can't get that. Probably want that, yeah. Invader's image your profile picture. Gotcha. He used to do Pikmin analysis, but he switched to movie reviews. I still don't... Actually, you know what? Let me look him up real quick. See if I recognize... Because I do recognize the name. I just don't know... See, Daz Reviews. Oh. Oh, okay. I do... Alright. He made the video called I Pirated Elemental, and this is why. Not the best title you could have gone with, gotta be honest. I think you could have chosen a different title than I Pirated Elemental, and this is why. But, you know, that's all I know about. I almost died there. That's the only thing I recognize from his channel, because I remember I remember I saw that, but I haven't actually watched anything from his channel, I don't think. Although I do recognize some of the thumbnails, like the terrible Lego Movie ripoff. That's a thumbnail that I remember seeing before. Please kill this thing quickly, please. Thank you. I think I'm safe to drop. Yeah, I'm safe to drop. Ow, ah. Oh. Well. Am I excited for Mutant Mayhem? What's that? Oh, wait, is that the new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie? You'll have to remind me. I don't actually know. That name doesn't ring a bell, but is that the new TMNT movie? Because that might... Yes, it is? Okay. My thoughts on it are... Style looks cool. But I've never been a TMNT fan. Oh, actually, you know what? I'm going to piss all of you off. If any of you are TMNT fans, I'm going to earn your wrath in a second. The only TMNT content I've been exposed to is the Michael Bay movie in 2014. That's it. I have not seen, read, or heard, or played anything else beyond that. Which I think Isn't that like the most reviled version of the Oh wait, was it Michael Bay, or am I getting that mixed up with someone else? Am I imagining something? Did I imagine Michael Bay made a TMNT movie, or was that someone else? Yes, it was him? Okay. Because that's the Michael Bay produced. Okay, that's what it was. Because I was thinking like, wait, he might actually not have directed it. I might have gotten that mixed up, but he did produce it, so he was involved with it. So to say it was the Michael Bay TMNT movie is still technically accurate. So yeah, those are the only ones I've seen. No, sorry, no, I didn't see the second one because the first one was terrible. But I have seen the first one, and that's the only thing I had seen from TMNT. Oh, controls. Let's not. You know what you like most about Cosmic Shake? It has in-game achievements. Yeah, that's cool. That's mainly there for the Switch version, so that, because obviously Switch doesn't have its own built-in achievement trophy system like Xbox, PlayStation, and Switch, and PC do, I mean. Same thing for Ori and the Blind Forest. It has the achievements for the Switch version. And Cuphead has that as well. Not on the non-Switch versions, but the Switch version does have that. Which is cool. Second one is a massive step up. Really? I mean, I'm not going to see it to find out, but at least that's good for TMNT fans. Because I would not consider myself... Oh, actually, no, I just remembered something. This might sound weird, but as a kid, I had 4 different types of TMNT, like, body wash for the shower. Body wash and shampoo, I had that as a kid. They were themed after the 4 different Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So I had that, I guess. But I've never watched anything. Oh my god. Thoughts on the villain in Quantumania? Kang? I hate everything about that movie. I don't know what people love about Kang so much. Oh, for fuck's sake. Thoughts on Jeremy Irons' most recent work? I don't know what Jeremy Irons' most recent work is, so I don't have any thoughts on it. I have zero thoughts on what Jeremy Irons has been doing recently. Great. Of course, I can't stand in the things. I can't stand in the things without the stupid fucking... If I remade Toy Story 1, how would I do it? I wouldn't remake Toy Story 1. Would I throw Quantumania in the garbage? Yes, it's the second worst film I've seen this year. The only thing worse than it is Dial of Destiny. Was Dead Reckoning Part 1 better than Fallout? No. Fallout is still the best movie in the series, and it's still one of the best movies I've ever seen. Dead Reckoning is not either of those things. But it's still a good watch. If I had to remake it, I would try to fix... I would try to take steps to fix some of the contrivances. And I would do something about that gas station scene. I very much dislike the gas station scene. Because they're like, can I help pump the gas? Proceeds to not pump the gas. And then go inside, and then just leave. So yeah, that's like the one thing in Toy Story that genuinely bothers me, except for Buzz's wings clipping through the racetrack, is that gas station scene. Yeah, I think I just wasted my time going this way. Oh my... how would I rank every movie I've seen this year? Missing's at the top. Missing's the best movie of the year by far. Then Still. Then Dead Reckoning Part 1. Then Elemental. Then Spider-Verse. Then Guardians 3. Then Quantumania. Then Dial of Destiny. If I had to delete any movie from history, what would it be? Dial of Destiny. Forgot Mario? Well, I mean, that's easy, because Mario is a forgettable movie. I think Mario would be... below Spider-Verse, above Guardians 3. I just burned the Mario movie? You ain't seen nothing yet. Wait till our commentary comes out. It's gonna get burned a lot harder than that. Is Dial of Destiny worse than Toy Story 4? I need to do a deeper dive to know for sure, but at the moment I'm leaning towards yes. Because Dial of Destiny has time travel. It has the one thing that saved Lightyear from earning my wrath more than Toy Story 4 is that it's its own separate continuity, divorced. Well, it's not technically divorced from the Toy Story movies because it is an in-universe movie, but it doesn't have any direct impact on the characters we know, whereas Dial of Destiny does. So it has every problem as Lightyear and also every problem as Toy Story 4. Now the MCU is building up the new major arc. You feel like Marvel fell into the same trap that DC and Universal fell into. What would you say that is? Because the MCU has fallen into many pitfalls. The one thing I'd say is that they're rushing out too many products at once, which results in overworking their VFX artists and just like scrambling to write scripts for movies as sets are being built. And all that coagulates together into a mindset of quantity over quality. And just shoving cameos in there for the sake of having cameos in there. Even the worst MCU movie is still better than more than half the DCEU movies. Maybe from Phase 1 through 3, and even some of Phase 4, possibly. But Quantumania... Like, I admit to not having seen most of DCEU's catalog, but you gotta try real hard to be worse than Quantumania. Like, that's an effort you have to consciously make. Have I made any progress on my Croods 2 video? Okay, so my Croods... Oh, I didn't want to go... This was not the direction I wanted to go. I said that I might make a full-length video on the Croods 2 in my worst movies video. I didn't commit to definitely doing that. And at the moment, I would say the same thing, that I have not committed to fully do it. If I'm more likely to do a commentary with the team for the Croods 2 than I am to do a full-on review of it, because there's so many other things I want to spend my time making. But I haven't discounted the possibility entirely. So I guess the answer is I've made no progress, because it just hasn't been something I've wanted to focus on recently. Suicide Squad 2016 is one of the worst things you've ever seen. And the recent Flash movie. The Flash could give Quantumania a run for its money. That's true. But the rest of these, like, I'm thinking Man of Steel, Justice League, Batman v Superman. I don't think those are really going to give Quantumania a run for its money. The Flash, though, certainly. But that's like one exam. Anyway, I haven't seen Suicide Squad 2016. I've seen James Gunn's Suicide Squad, though. The Suicide Squad. How would I rank the Zack Snyder DC trilogy? Batman v Superman on top, Man of Steel second, Snyder Cut third. Am I saying the Mario movie is the worst thing from the Mario IP in general? Well, I don't know if I leap to that conclusion, because Super Mario 64 is one of the worst games I've ever played. So let's not... The Mario movie is not one of the worst movies I've ever seen. I don't want to get that hyperbolic. Security Breach or Quantumania? Quantumania. Because Security Breach actually damages characters I care about, whereas Quantumania... There's some fuckery with Scott Lang's character in the beginning of the movie, but it's mostly just insane bullshit for most of it, which is easy to just discount in your head, where Security Breach is like, I'm not gonna forget that shit anytime soon. Oh, not this. Not this. The what? I don't know what happened there. I'm getting a little annoyed. You remember a TikTok of this woman recording her husband talking about the scene on Toy Story where Buzz's wings clip through the loop thing doesn't make sense? But she's like, it's a, you know, it's a cartoon, right? Oh yeah, it's a cartoon, therefore it's immune to things making sense. Thoughts on the villain in Spider-Verse? Oh my fucking... Every single one of these projectiles, I swear to God. The villain in Spider-Verse doesn't... His whole thing is... His backstory doesn't make sense with the actions that he takes. Because he brings all the Spider-Men together into... Or all the Spider-People together into the society. But that's not, like... Given what happened to him, his priority should be to keep all the Spider-Men out of their... out of a different universe. And certainly not all together in the exact same universe. Said into? Significantly better than Across the Spider-Verse's villain. But Across the Spider-Verse's villain sucks ass. Absolutely awful. Am I gonna do a praise video for the first Incredibles? No. At least not anytime soon. I have no plans to do that. I'm on my wit's end with this shit. This stream is supposed to be done 13 minutes ago. That's not happening now. Did I see the moist meter for Toy Story 4? I don't know what the fuck that is. Would I say the Spot is a better villain than Spider-Man 2099? What the fuck do we either... Okay, so the Spot, I think, is the villain of the week guy. I guess. I don't care about him. Spider-Man 2099... Is that supposed to be Miguel? I don't know. If so, then... I guess... By comparison, he has to be better, but he's still not great. Moist meter is Penguin Z0's review for media. Gotcha. No, I have not seen that. I haven't seen... The only thing I've seen from him is, I think I saw a video where he goes over a really long YouTube comment chain arguing in the comments of some Mario... Paper Mario song. And I obviously know about him giving the challenge to being able to beat Halo 2 on Lasso without dying. But I haven't actually seen anything beyond that. What's the fucking Christ? I'm just... Oh my god. It's the best movie in MCU Phase 4. They're all shit, so I don't know. Did anybody see me spawn in with 6 keystones? Because I sure did. Oh my god. Best movie of MCU Phase 4? I have no idea. Yeah, I got nothing. I have... Maybe, I think it's probably Shang-Chi. It's probably Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi's probably the least problematic of all of them. You and your brother caught the Batman at the hotel the other day and both thought it was inferior to the Dark Knight trilogy, but you couldn't finish it. I would recommend finishing it. I haven't seen the Dark Knight trilogy. I will watch it soon because it's on Avert's trade list. But the Batman is one of my favorite movies of all time. If I want recommendations, to recommend one of the Common Writer shows. I don't know what those are. But I will say, I am certainly not in... I have no shortage of show recommendations from people. I'm good on that for a while, let's say. I have a lot of stuff on my to-watch list. Okay, where... The way up is that way. That's the way out of here. So let's see... what's over there that I need. How do I like Death Note so far? I enjoyed what I watched. I would be fine with watching more, but I have felt no burning desire to watch more since I completed the necessary trade. Oh my fucking god. Oh my... Wasn't what I wanted to do. I swear to God. Will I review the FNAF movie? Maybe. I don't anticipate making a review of it, but if it ends up being... If I have... I guess the general rule of thumb is if I have something meaningful to say about it, then I will review it. Like, I didn't intend... I thought... I had a thumbnail prepared, like, 2 weeks in advance for my Indiana Jones 5 video, in the same style as my Elemental review. I was expecting to call the video my thoughts on Indiana Jones 5, because I figured maybe it would be good, maybe it would be bad, but either way, it wouldn't necessitate me going on an hour-long rant like I did last year with the Lightyear video. That was incorrect. I actually did, in fact, end up going on an hour-long rant because it was so much worse than I ever could have imagined, hence the title, Indiana Jones 5 is worse than you can imagine. So, right now, I don't have any plans to cover the FNAF movie, but maybe it'll spark passion in me to do so. I won't know till I see it. Now, how do I get out of here? Did I watch Verbalies? I don't know what that is. Well, am I gonna watch Trolls Band Together? No. The only way I'll watch it is if I actually make a DreamWorks ranking video. Which is still, you know, not so... If I haven't even made a Pixar ranking video, and I certainly am not gonna make a DreamWorks ranking video before I make a Pixar ranking video. Ignoring ironically funny movies was the funniest movie I've ever seen. Ooh. Maybe Over the Hedge? The Over the Hedge is pretty damn funny. So is Aladdin. Actually, no. I think I'll go with the Phineas and Ferb movie, Across the Second Dimension. Because Phineas and Ferb is just consistently a bucket of laughs, and the movie is just that extended to a 70-minute runtime. Will I do an Illumination ranking video? Oh, God, no. Dear God, no. You couldn't pay me to watch all of Illumination's movies. There's no chance in the world I would ever watch every single Illumination movie. I don't know what... You'd have to be a sycophantic... Sorry, not sycophantic, that's the wrong word. You have to be some kind of masochistic sadist to want to do that to yourself. So you discovered your pet is a secret agent. Die, don't watch your pamphlet! Every scene is funny. I guess except for, obviously, the end where it gets emotional. But, no, even then, they're like, sir, are you crying? No, I'm sweating through my eyeballs. And then they give you the Finn Bella kiss, which is A, the worst tease in the world, but B, and more importantly, it's fucking hilarious. Anyway, escape sequence number 2. I couldn't even do the first one first try, and that's the easiest of... Yep, that's what I thought. That's exactly what I thought. I'm once again going to temporarily ignore you guys because I need, especially for this one, I need maximum concentration if I have any hope of making it through this. No. Why? Okay. This sucks. Please fall, thank you. No, no, that was not what I wanted to do. Fortunately, unlike all my fuck. Fortunately, unlike the Ginzo tree escape sequence, there's nothing actively chasing you the entire time, so you have time to stop and pace yourself a little bit. What the f- Please fall. Fall. Thank you. Oh, not this shit. Oh. Have I ever played Super Meat Boy? No. And I don't think I ever will. You've never seen the Phineas and Ferb movie? You need to fix that, like, right now, dude. The Phineas and Ferb movie, the Cross-Second Dimension is legitimately one of my favorite films of all time. I love it. Although, if you haven't seen Phineas and Ferb the show, you should probably watch that first. At least the first 3 seasons, because it's not really gonna hit the same if you don't have experience with the show. Oh, okay. How's everyone doing today? How are we doing? We doing good in chat? We enjoying my pain, enjoying my frustration and my inability to play this game properly? We killed them and ate their livers. Yeah, that's... I can hear it in his exact voice from the Madagascar movie. That's... The first movie is my least favorite of the trilogy. But it is funny. Can't deny that. Would Undertale work better as a TV show or a Netflix interactive movie with multiple endings? As people have pointed out in chat, I don't think Undertale is a story meant for any medium that isn't a video game. It is like everything about it is tailor-made as a video game, and I genuinely think you lose everything that makes Undertale what it is if you try to fit it in any other format. Thoughts on Candace Against the Universe? Overhated. It's not an amazing movie, but it's not like the worst thing that's ever been made, and it does have some really great stuff in there, especially the songs, which is, granted, it's kind of a given with Phineas and Ferb, you get amazing songs. But Us Against the Universe is legitimately among my all-time favorite songs in the Phineas and Ferb series. That ends Such a Beautiful Day. Let's see, what else did I miss? Stupid fucking rock. Yeah, it's, like I told you when you first brought up this issue, the cheap shots with the falling rocks are the worst part of that. Although I didn't remember getting fucked by that one ice blast, that one specific ice blast that killed me twice in the same spot. That just seems to come out of nowhere. That kind of caught me off guard. You're probably so excited, though you're trying to hide it. Here's a horn, you can give it a toot, toot. And good. Down. Down. Will I do a Sony Picture Animation ranking video? I mean, honestly, it kind of depends on if my Pixar ranking video does well when I eventually make it. If people like that and want to see more, I'm open to doing more for more studios. But it depends on if people like the Pixar video. If they like the Pixar ranking video, then I'll probably do more. If not, then oh well. It was a good experiment at least. Because it's fun to rank things. It is very fun to rank things. So I'm certainly not opposed to it. I mean, I'd rather make a video ranking all the Owl House episodes, but that's another topic for a different day. The best part is the Paul Bunyan song. Paul Bunyan, where food is good, but not too good, eh? Oh, wait, am I? Okay, no, I'm good. I thought I messed up there. What's funnier, the Dora movie or Blue's Big City Adventure? I need to rewatch the Dora movie, and ideally, when I rewatch it, it will be with the commentary team. But I think Blue's Big City Adventure is funnier. Probably. It's close, though. It is close. I don't want to spoil my best movies ranking, but if I can name one new movie that would be on the list, what would it be on the list? Interstellar is currently my fifth favorite film of all time. Interstellar blew me away. Loved it. Favorite Phineas and Ferb song? I think it's Summer Belongs to You. It's probably my all-time favorite Phineas and Ferb song. Thoughts on the villains in the Despicable Me movies? I like El Macho. I don't know what the public opinion is on El Macho from Despicable Me 2. I know that not everyone is as fond of the second movie as I am, and by fond of it I mean I like it, I don't love it, whereas a lot of people seem to just outright dislike the second one. Obviously, Vector's a classic. Third one, fucking stupid purple coat guitar man, whatever, I don't care. And I don't remember anything about the Minions movies villains, except, well, I mean, I guess I remember the character design and attitude of the one from Minions, but I don't know anything beyond that, and I'm certainly not going to rewatch it to find out. Alright. I wish you could zoom out the map. That's another thing I like about Will-O-the-Wisp, is that you can zoom out the map more than this, because if I go any further back, it just takes me into the 3D, like, overworld kind of thing, instead of the 2D map. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. You haven't watched my Sonic Unleashed blind Let's Play, but what are my thoughts on the final boss? Your biggest fear is completing it. I did not like the final boss. Well, I mean, there's a lot of different chunks to it. Eggman Land, I fucking hated. The actual final boss itself, I found frustrating to some extent. It didn't, like, ruin the game for me or anything, but I didn't really like the final boss of the game all that much. The music's great, but the music's always great for final Sonic bosses. But Gugana can probably give you a more detailed account of the final boss of Sonic Unleashed, because he knows that game way better than I do. I only played it once. Is it weird that at first you thought Blue was the guy? Okay, I will forever be surprised by the amount of people on this planet that thought Blue was a guy, because, like, in both middle school and high school, whenever this topic got brought up to anybody, including Brooks, everyone always thought that Blue was a guy, and that always just surprised me so much, because I'm like, but they address Blue as she, like, so many times, and I guess it's kind of like Temple of Doom being a prequel to Raiders of the Lost Ark. A lot of people just don't know that. They don't know that Temple of Doom takes place before Raiders of the Lost Ark, and it's just, it always, I don't blame people necessarily for not knowing it. It just always surprises me that, because it kind of makes you think, like, am I just weird for knowing this? Is this just a common thing that people don't know? Oh, wow, thank you. Oh, thanks, game. Thank you for stopping me right in the middle of a projectile. That was I love that. I love you for that. Thank you. You know, this game is great. I mean, it is great. I don't want to make it, I'm getting very frustrated. I don't want to make it seem like I hate this game. I really do love Ori. But man, some parts of this, I'm also playing on hard, which doesn't help. I wanted to play it on hard just for the stream, for an extra challenge. I'm starting to regret that decision. But man, some parts of this game can be really frustrating. And mainly just the Soul Link system. So much could be fixed if we didn't have the Soul Link system. Will-O-the-Wisps is so much better. Some people thought Magenta is female. Magenta is female. Both Blue and Magenta are girls. Green Puppy's the guy. Green Puppy is the guy. Is the only male of the three main the three main puppies in Blue's Clues. Why the fuck do I know this shit? Why am I almost feel embarrassed for being as knowledgeable about Blue's Clues lore as I am, but I can't help it. I don't know. It was a big part of my childhood. I don't know. I just know a lot about it. Rank every Blue's Clues character. April Fool's 2024. I think we found our April Fool's video for 2024. Fucking rank every Blue's Clues character. That's honestly a funny idea. Have I seen South Park? No, don't think this. I don't really think this style of humor in South Park is my cup of tea. Alright, let me Soul Link as soon as I land in Sorrow Pass this time. Family Guy, same thing. Just... I mean, I will say, I've seen some clips of Family Guy, and it's not all horrible. Like, there are some things I've genuinely laughed at. Namely, the obvious one is the infamous, who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down, which is just gold. I also saw that they did a riff on Dragon Slayer in one of the episodes. That was great. So there are some Family Guy jokes that I've laughed at, but I haven't watched the whole show, because I just heard that it just dive bombs off a cliff. And most of the show is really crap, gross out humor, or at least something to that effect. So, I don't think it's my bag. I feel like The Simpsons would probably be more my style of humor if I was gonna watch one of that style of show. But it wouldn't be, I don't think it'd be Family Guy. You watch my series on a certain show, and that video... say is the worst piece of media I've ever seen. Has that been overtaken by Toy Story 4? Oh, I assume you're talking about Danganronpa 3, in which case... It was taken over by Toy Story 4, and now it's been taken over by probably Dial of Destiny. I'm still reluctant to fully commit to the idea that Dial of Destiny's worse until I make... or I say... I haven't decided if I'm going to make a full in-depth breakdown of it yet, but until I give more thought to it, I'm not willing to fully commit to the idea that it's worse, but right now, I think it is worse than Toy Story 4. How about rank every Toy Story 4 frame that has the color green in it? See, that's just too much effort. That even for a meme, that's too much effort for me to put in. Have I played Lego Supervillains? I played the first level, didn't love it. So, a lot of the newer Lego games haven't really been my cup of tea. I'm much more fond of the original series. Like, I'd say the last one... in my, like, the classic trilogy is Lego Batman, Lego Star Wars, and Lego Indiana Jones, The Original Adventures. And then there's another period where it's kind of like a hybrid between the modern style and the classic style. I label those as, like, the Lego Batman 2 era kind of thing. And I like Lego Pirates and Lego Batman 2, and I enjoyed Lego Movie Video Game and Lego Jurassic World, but beyond that, it started to lose me. Although there are exceptions, like Lego Incredibles, I like that one. Or at least I liked what I played of it for my series, when I had to record gameplay footage of it. How would I rank the first 3 SpongeBob seasons? I need to rewatch them. I think 3 is my favorite. I think it goes 3, 2, 1 in terms of they get better and better as they go on. But I haven't watched the classic SpongeBob. I shouldn't do that. I've actually... That was unfortunate. I've actually been meaning to rewatch some classic SpongeBob for a while now, so I might do that sometime soon, if I ever get time. If I ever have time to watch anything... Well, I mean, I've been watching Better Call Saul. In fact, I'm going to finish Better Call Saul. I want to finish... So that I can open up my nights to watch things that aren't Better Call Saul. I want to knock that show out tonight. I want to get... Thanks for that, game. I appreciated you falling on me out of absolutely nowhere. I want to knock out Better Call Saul tonight and get it done. Get it over with. I want to say that as I'm dreading watching it. I love Better Call Saul. The last few episodes have kind of lost me a little bit, but I still love the show as a whole. But I kind of want to watch other things. Favorite SpongeBob character? Squidward. His dry sense of humor will never not crack me up. I wonder if this fall will be enough to kill me. Too bad that didn't kill me. Oh. Crazy how I had seething pain playing Apollo Justice. Little did I know what else I'd end up... Yeah, I had no idea. If only I knew the domino effect that getting into Ace Attorney would create for me. I had no... Oh, how innocent I was back then. I had no idea what I was signing myself up for when I first made that Apollo Justice Let's Play. And I didn't even, because, like, that was when I first started to find an audience, was with my Ace Attorney LPs. But even then, what am I opening? There's a door somewhere that I need to open. I think it's in the left section. With my Ace Attorney LPs, like, that was... I'll never forget when I was driving home from school one day, and I got a comment, because I didn't really get that many comments on my videos back then, before Ace Attorney. So whenever I got one, it was like, oh, someone commented. Cool, let's see what they had to say. And then they did. And it was... Oh. It was on my Ace... It was on, I think, episode 6 of my first Phoenix Wright Let's Play. Talking about how much they enjoyed what I was putting out. And then that person went on to comment on every single one of my Ace Attorney LPs. And that was like a part of my day I look forward to every single day, was the comment from that one person. Because I knew I could consistently count on them to comment on the Phoenix Wright videos every day. And that was like, every day I would look forward to, oh, the video just went live, let's see what they had to say. And then it started to grow a little bit at a time. And then I started seeing a couple more people than just that person commenting, saying their thoughts on the videos, and saying that I should play more Ace Attorney games, and I was like, okay, if that's what people want to see. I mean, I had never done anything, except for, I guess I technically made Lego game walkthroughs, because that was the main thing people knew me for back then. But even that was more just, like, I would have done that anyway, because I love the Lego games, and I know them like the back of my hand. Whereas Ace Attorney, I wanted to keep playing them. Like, my original plan wasn't even to do Justice for All right after the first Phoenix Wright game. I was going to do that the year after that. But because there was someone I was actually getting direct feedback from on the first Phoenix Wright... What the fuck just happened? I think I died, but it didn't play the death animation. But I don't know what killed me. Okay, that threw me for a loop. Anyway, as I was saying, because I knew there was someone actively watching my stuff, I was like, well, I may as well give them what they want, and then I did, and then even more people found me, and then I decided to play the rest of the series, and the rest is history. But, so where I was going with all is that, like, I still didn't have that many eyes on me. But I binge recorded Apollo Justice in January, long before that series ever went up. So I had... Am I missing one? Oh, wait, I need to get the one from up here. Like, it wasn't a case of me just, like, knowing what... I had no idea how people were going to react to it. Because at that point, Investigations was still being released while I was recording Apollo Justice. Because I just binged it all in January that year. So I was just raw, unedited, passionate about my hatred of that game, and it resulted in apparently some people's favorite content that I've ever put out is the Apollo Justice Let's Play. It's like, alright, that's cool. If you enjoy it, that's more power to you. I mean, it's hard to say that I'm proud of a Let's Play, because it's just like, I'm proud of my analysis videos, because those take hundreds of thousands of hours of work to make, whereas the Let's Plays, I'm just like, I play the game, I share my thoughts, and that's pretty much it. So it's always weird that someone, because I don't, the only thing that I have going for me there is just my commentary, so it's weird to think that someone views that as one of the best things I've ever put out. I don't have any visual editing or scripting to carry me. It's just me off the cuff in the moment. But yeah, I had no idea what I was getting myself into when I started down the road to play the rest of the Ace... Imagine the timeline where I decided not to play the rest of the Ace Attorney games. And I just like, nah, I don't want to get it. Because it wasn't like an easy thing to do. I had to record on mobile for the first time ever, which is not something I was used to doing. So that was a whole other thing I had to learn to do, and it was a work in progress to get that really get into the flow of recording on mobile. If I just made that one single choice differently, none of you would probably be here right now, to be honest with you. Which is kind of crazy to think about how one small decision could have changed everything for the better. Maybe I should become a regular streamer. I have the personality of one. Well, I mean, this isn't all I want to do, though. Like, I enjoy playing games casually every once in a while and chatting with people, but the things I'm really passionate about are my main huge analysis videos that I spend hundreds of thousands of hours pouring my heart and soul into. That's what I want to focus most of my time on. This is more just like a break for me, a nice chill. I say chill as I lose my mind playing this game, but it tended to be a chill break. Especially the co-op streams, is because it's our... I'll be honest with you guys, one of the main reasons why Neil and I stream so consistently is because it's the only time we get to really hang out. I mean, we still see each other in the real world every now and again whenever we can find the time, like when we went to go see Dial of Destiny together. But one of the main reasons why we stream as consistently, or at least try to stream as consistently as we do, is because it's the only time, some of the only times we get to hang together, just because as life pulls us in different directions, we don't always have the time to do that, so... Yeah, that's part of my motivation for keeping up with the streams as much as I do. Or at least trying to. Get over into the door, you stupid spaghetti ball. Or, not spaghetti, meatball. Spaghetti ball, that's not, it's meatball. That's what it looks like. Alright. Let me, take a second to catch up in chat, see what I missed. You know there was not an April Fool's video this year? Excuse me, there was an April Fool's video this year. Did you not see Brooks Week? Brooks Week was peak. Brooks and I stayed up all night. Well, I mean, Brooks is the one... I offered to help Brooks edit. He said he wanted to do it all himself, which, trust me, I get that. I respect that. So, I stayed up because he said he wanted to... He kind of procrastinated getting it done, but he was committed to doing it in time for April 1st. So he said he was going to stay up all night, binging, like, trying to get it done in time. And I said, if you're going to do that, then I'm staying up with you, because I'm not letting you... You're only doing this because of my channel. I'm not letting you do this by yourself. So, we both stayed up into the late hours of the night, and whenever he would finish something, he'd send it my way, and I'd upload it, do all the metadata, set up the end cards. That was, Oh, I hate these frogs so much. Oh, and of course the checkpoint is... God damn it, I fucking hate this. I hate the Soul Link so much. Toy Story 4 inadvertently fucked my social life. No, it did not. There are other reasons why we don't have time to spend together beyond the fact that I'm making videos. That has nothing to do with the amount of time I have to spend with my friends. In fact, so when my Incredibles 2, when I was making my Incredibles 2 series, I probably should have, I scheduled a day I spent the whole day with FG. I went over to her place, we marathoned the Amazing Spider-Man movies, and then she took me to see the more fun stuff edition of No Way Home. I should have spent that day editing my Incredibles 2 series, but I didn't, because I prioritized spending time with someone who means a lot to me. So, if it comes down to it, I'm more than willing to choose spending time with my friends over making videos. There's a lot more reasons than just that as to why we don't always get time to spend together. Which is worse, No Way Home or Amazing Spider-Man duology? Amazing Spider-Man duology. I was not prepared for how bad the Amazing Spider-Man movies were gonna be. Have I seen Sound of Freedom? No, I have not. I don't quite know all the details of it yet. I might see it eventually, but it's not on my priority list anytime soon. I fucking hate the frogs. Oh my god. It's amazing how this game would just be made so much better immediately if you just get rid of the Soul Link system. Like in Will of the Wisps. Which battle for Bikini Bottom boss is my favorite? Yours is the Sandy fight. Mine is the SpongeBob, Robo SpongeBob fight. The music is the best. It feels the most intense, and it puts all your skills to the test. If I considered playing Hollow Knight on the channel, I have been told consistently by everybody I know that I would hate Hollow Knight, so no, I have not. Well, actually, I guess I did consider it, but then when I was told I would hate it, I stopped considering it. So, that's that. Thoughts on the original Pac-Man? I love Pac-Man. My grandmother and I played Pac-Man so much on the PSP. Like, arcade Namco collection thing. Pac-Man is a classic. I love it. It's outside of Dragon's Lair, it's probably my favorite arcade game. Oh, for God's sake. How's the person right now? I honestly haven't seen that person comment in a while. I see them pop up every now and again, so I think they do still follow the channel. It's just not as consistent as it used to be. If Toy Story 4 would have been rewritten, would I like to see some of the side characters, like Rex, to get some type of character development? Yeah, I think if you're gonna make Toy Story 4, what you should do is you should focus on the side characters, give them development, like basically an expanded version of what Toy Story of Terror and Toy Story: The Time Forgot did, except not crap like Toy Story: The Time Forgot, because Woody and Buzz's story is done. I don't know why I did that. That's on me. Ever played the Carmen Sandiego games? No. Don't know what those are. I recognize the name, but I don't know what the games are. That's not quite where I wanted to shoot that. Nope. Up there. And now I've overshot it the other direction. That's only what we had in mind the first time. Okay, first things first, this motherfucker... Oh, yeah. Thoughts on Metroid Dead? I haven't played it. Do it. Scares you to death every time. I own the game, so I'll play it eventually. Don't know when, but the first Metroid game I play is going to be Metroid Prime Remastered, because I'm obligated to do so, as out of a trade deal. A spinning loading circle? Is that a Sonic 06 reference? Is there more to this? Oh, right, there's this whole section, right? I forgot, yeah. This hellish nightmare. Alright, save. Step 1. Step 2 is die. And step 3, rinse and repeat. Alright, I thought I'd be dead by step 2, so this is going great. Have you ever played Super Metroid? No, I have not played any Metroid game. Except I've played as Samus in Smash Bros. Ultimate. I don't have all the things. I can't go there yet. Oh, not this one. I hate this one. Did I ever play the Jumpstart games? Oh my god, another human being who knows what the Jumpstart games are? I never thought I'd see the day. Yes, I played Jumpstart Spanish. That is how that was my first way to learn Spanish, and oh my god, it taught me so much. I love that game. Oh my god, I never thought I'd find another human being who actually knows what those were. Yes. Yes. I think I actually still have the CD in my drawer somewhere. I'm not gonna... Oh, fuck off, Frog. You're not killing me now. See, this is actually foreshadowing for Will-o'-the-Wisps in much grander fashion. But that was... The way I learned Spanish is the Jumpstart Spanish DVD in kindergarten, and then a couple of classes in elementary school taught me nothing. My 8th grade Spanish 1 teacher taught me 90% of what I know about the Spanish language. And then 9th grade Spanish 2, I learned a little bit more specifics of kind of refining what I knew. And I didn't really learn anything all that much in my 10th grade Spanish 3 class. But yes, I do remember that, and all the mini games that you had to learning all the basic. It wasn't like the Jumpstart Spanish game wasn't really interested in teaching you how to speak Spanish. It was just teaching you what words meant in Spanish, like furniture, colors, clothing, locations around town, things like that. But that's where you start. That's a good starting point for someone in kindergarten, and it was really effective on me. I loved it. And it makes me very happy that someone else also knows what those are. In fact, if I had time, I might actually try booting up the CD in my computer and seeing if it still runs on Windows 10 or if not. Because a lot of those older games don't really run all that well on modern hardware. It's a miracle that Dragon's Lair 3D still works. Not only works, but actually plays well. Okay. Do I speak any other languages? No. The closest I have is Spanish, but I don't speak Spanish. I am not in any way fluent in Spanish. I know enough to where if characters are speaking Spanish in a TV show, I can use context clues and what words I do know to piece together what they're saying. It's why in the Owl House, whenever Luz speaks Spanish, I didn't need to look up any Google translations to know what she's saying, which I'm very happy about. It also kind of annoys me. They stopped, so the Owl House doesn't use subtitles for when Luz starts speaking Spanish. It just it expects you to figure it out for yourself based on what's happening in the scene and any pre-existing knowledge you have of Spanish. However, they stopped doing that in Season 3. I don't know if that was a Disney note or whatever, but in Season 3 they stopped having faith in they stopped having faith in you, and they just gave up, and they put subtitles on the screen that explicitly says what the characters are saying. And I'm like, oh, that's lame. I did not like that change at all. In fact, I still, because when the subtitles are there, I don't actually pay attention to what she's saying. I just read the subtitles. But when she's not, there are no subtitles, I have to listen to what she's saying and figure out what she means. And that's, way more rewarding and engaging than just reading. So, I mean, I'm probably the only person in the world that has issue with that, but yeah, it's a problem that I have with the change they made in Season 3 for the Owl House. My favorite design in every Pixar movie, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to abstain from answering that one because I'd be here all day. Actually, could I speed run through it? Let's try. Woody. Hopper. Randall. It's kind of hard to find an emo because there's fish. Dory. I guess. I don't know. It's hard. I don't often have many thoughts on character designs, but I'll try to think through it. Violet for Incredibles. Mater for Cars. Remy for Ratatouille. Eva for Wall-E. Kevin for Up. I'm also skipping sequels, I'm skipping Toy Story 2 and 3 and things like that. Brave, fucking, I don't care about Brave. I get the bear, I don't know. Monsters University, I'm not skipping now, that's a prequel. Inside Out, I love, Joy's design is perfect. I love how Joy is designed. Good Dinosaur, again, I don't particularly care. Coco, I love Hector's design. Onward, Barley, Soul. Again, it's kind of hard because it's all little blue blobs in the grade before. So I guess Joe Gardner by default. Luca, I like Luca. Turning Red. The Panda. Lightyear. Lightyear's so shit. Honestly, I think my answer is actually probably Socks the Cat for Lightyear, to be honest with you. I know it's weird to hear me say, but that's probably my answer. And then, what's left? Elemental. I love Ember's design. I love Ember's design. Have I considered playing Pizza Tower? So many people have recommended me Pizza Tower. I don't, from what I've seen, I don't know if it's my kind of game, but because so many people have recommended it, and apparently a lot of people really want to play it, I might check it out on stream one day. I don't think I do it by myself. I probably do it with a stream, just so I have a live chat to help me through if I ever get stuck on something. But, I don't know. Doesn't let you count as a prequel? Oh, did I say sequel? Sorry, I mean it's a movie in the universe of Toy Story, but I wouldn't, because the character designs are so radically different from the other Toy Story, I still count it as me, like, listing which character design I like the most. Blind LPs are great, especially for me. I've had very strong reactions, even the positives helps having a trace of how it felt the first time. Yeah, I don't know if it's... I guess I just always... Like, I care a lot about fictional media, so I get very intensely into what I play and read and watch. Like, I don't know if it's abnormal, the degree to which I get intensely into the stories I consume, but, like, is it normal to cry a waterfall's worth of tears? This is death. Please tell me it's saved. Oh, thank God. I thought I was gonna have to do all that over again. Thank God it's saved. Is it normal to cry a waterfall's worth of tears every time you watch Toy Story 3 and Coco? I don't think that's normal. Is it normal to be unable to form a cogent sentence when you finish Greatest Attorney 2 Resolve? I have no idea. But, so I guess it's just like... I'm glad you find my LPs entertaining, and it's definitely true that I do react very strongly to things. I just don't know if that's a virtuous trait, and I certainly don't know if it's a normal thing, or if it's something with me specifically. Your favorite LP of mine is The Greatest Attorney. Yeah, of all my LP videos, I'm probably happiest with the final episode of Greatest Attorney 2. I'm not happy that it took as long to come out as it did, because I promised a certain time, and I couldn't deliver it, which is why I'm not promising certain times or dates for the shit anymore. But once it came out, I'm really happy with... Because I actually put effort into, like, the memory lane montage and obviously the end credits sequence. There was effort that went into it beyond just playing the game, so I'm happy that it was received as well as it was, and it was very heartwarming to read the comments in that video. I also will always remember that video as the one where I got a comment from someone saying that they use my videos to help them learn English, which I find kind of weird, because when I was learning Spanish in high school, the hardest part for me was listening to people speak, especially because Spanish speakers tend to speak a lot faster than English speakers, so it was hard for me to keep up with what they were saying. And I know I talk very fast. Like, I talk abnormally fast for the average person. To be, like, a lot of times in my personal life, if ever I gave a presentation in school or anything like that, people would always say, dude, you gotta slow down, you're talking way too fast. And to me, it sounds normal. Like, to me, my speaking pattern sounds completely normal. But obviously, other people don't feel that way. So it's a conscious effort that I have to make to slow down how fast I talk. And for that reason, because I know I definitely don't slow... At least I didn't used to slow... I've tried to talk slower in my scripted videos because that's something... Like, I'm aware that people have a hard time following along with how fast I speak. But for LPs, especially back then, I didn't slow down my speed of talking at all. So I find it surprising that somebody would use my videos to help them learn English. I guess on one hand it's challenging in that it forces them to try to keep up with someone who's talking so fast, but I know that would be really hard for me. If it were the other way around, it would be really hard for me to be able to keep up to that extent with someone. Fucking frog, go away. Thank you. What? Am I going crazy, or did that frog just Wilhelm scream me? Please tell me I'm not going insane. Please tell me. Please tell me that you all heard that. You all heard that, right? The frog with the Wilhelm scream? Please tell me I'm not going crazy. I know I heard that. I heard that shit. I know I heard that. I knocked the frog off the cliff. It just croaked out a Wilhelm scream. Alright. Sure. I legitimately did not know that was in this game. Oh, Alright. Interesting play. Quick ranking of both Puss in Boots movies in 2 words. Irrelevant first. Because the first one's irrelevant. You think it's a sound-alike? But, yeah, it might be a sound effect. It might be a sound-alike, but it's still clearly... rewind the stream if you didn't hear it. I swear to you that they just Wilhelm screamed me right there. It's been a while since the last Mario Kart 8 community stream. Love to see those come back. If I can figure out a way to get Discord working... Like, cause the way my setup is, I can't easily stream console games while chatting on Discord without a really jank setup, so I'd love to do that, but if I did that, I'd want to do it with voice chat. Not to say that you'd be forced to voice chat if you wanted to play with us. Of course, you're welcome to just play without talking, but for those who... I want to open the door, like I did with my Halo Infinite streams last year, that if you want to chat with us, you're welcome to. I just need to get that sorted out, because I don't currently have an easy way to chat on Discord while also playing console games because of how my setup is. Why is it so quiet? Oh, if the game audio is too low, I can turn it up. No one said anything the whole stream, so I haven't messed with audio at all. But if you want me to turn the game audio up, I can turn it up if you guys need me to. Also, sorry if I'm behind on chat. I'm catching up with messages from like 20 or 30 minutes ago because I was just so into trying to get out of Sorrow Pass. And now I'm just trying to make my way back to the lost area. Who would I cast as Batman in the James Gunn universe? I'm the wrong person to ask for that question. Have I seen the clip where the Mermaid Man voice actor sings an inappropriate song and takes his shirt off in a movie? I have not seen that, no. I do not know what you are referring to. You're gonna hop on this train and say thanks to my videos you learned English, especially the normal speed when the carrier speaks. Thanks. Like I said, I'm always... It's both humbling and baffling to me that people use my videos as a means to help them learn a language. But I'm honored that I was able to help you out in that regard. I hate the stupid things that fall on me. If I were to decide to remake a game, what would I choose and why? Easy question, easy answer. Dragon's Lair 3D. Because I love that game to death. But there are certain things about it that make it unpalatable to modern audiences. Namely, the lack of an autosave. And if I could just get my hands on that game, if I know that if I could get my hands on the game, just a couple small tweaks, and I could make it like something that people of this era would actually play and hopefully love. I guarantee you that if I could just fix a few small things, it would be a revitalization. I fucking hate this stupid thing. A revitalization of the game. Have I seen Bluey? No. I know of it, though. What's the fastest? It's down here. I know of Bluey. Of course. Of course, some near enemies. How would I react if Soul 2 is announced? I would hate it. Soul's complete. It's done. The story's over. You need not continue. In fact, Soul might be the worst choice for making another Pixar movie. Even worse than WALL-E or Ratatouille. Soul is as bookended as a story can possibly get. And if I have to choose one to guarantee that we'll never get a sequel, I'm picking Soul. Okay, I'm just not going to take the upper route. I'm not dealing with that stupid thing. It's gonna fall on me every time. Is Lightyear worse than Free Guy? Yeah, definitely. Lightyear's 100% worse than Free Guy. Says not to make Soul 2. Hey, that's a great idea. Well, apparently I manifested Toy Story 5 in the Aladdin commentary when we were joking, we were memeing, we were not being serious, and then I said, "Quick, make Toy Story 5." And then guess what? Guess what happened? They made Toy Story 5. Well, I guess haven't made it yet, but they're making it. Thoughts Into the Spider-Verse, for years I would have told you that it was kind of overrated. Having watched it recently, I can tell you that it is a 9 out of 10. And it is one of my favorite movies of all time. I did not expect to love it as much as I did. How would I write a sequel to Free Guy? Ryan Reynolds walks on stage. He looks to the camera. He says, "We're sorry for Free Guy 1." And then the credits roll. That's the movie. That's it. That's it. You pay, you go to the theater. He says that, and you go home. That'd be worth the price of admission alone, honestly. Thoughts on Sans Undertale? Thoughts on Sans Undertale. One of my most satisfying gaming moments is when I beat Sans for the first time. Genuinely have not felt that level of euphoria. It's rare that I feel that level of euphoria playing a game. The first thing I did after I beat Sans is I sent a screenshot of my Switch to FG with all text or all caps text saying, "Yes, finally get dunked on, Skelly boy." I was so done with Sans by that point. I mean, it's fun. It's a great test of your skill, and it was rewarding when it was done. But man, it's hard as balls, and I genuinely don't think I could do it again. If my life depended on it, I don't think I could beat Sans again. I still don't think I fully understand how I beat him the first time. If they announce WALL-E 2, you'll be legitimately pissed off. Yeah, I don't... They shouldn't touch it. They shouldn't. That and Ratatouille and Soul are like the holy trinity of leave them alone, please. Alright, come here, pal. You boot up Bad Time Simulator once in a while. It's fun to fight Sans. I mean, it's fun. It's a fun challenge, but it's also a gruelingly difficult challenge. Ow. Oh, I hate the Soul Links. I hate them. I hate them so much. Oh. You can consistently beat Sans first try. Well, la-dee-da. How about that? If I went to the theaters watching Toy Story 5 and it was just Woody coming and saying, "We are sorry for Toy Story 4, that's it, go back home," I would laugh uncontrollably. That'd be great. I genuinely don't think I'd be able to control myself if that happened. I'd be stifling the biggest laughter in the world. I need to do a stream getting S rank for All Blessed on Cuphead. I can't do that. I'm telling you now. There's no way I would be able to do that. I have gotten, I think, 1 S rank before, and it was on the easiest boss in the game, just because I was, like, required to do it. or not require, but I wanted to do it to get the achievement. Because I wanted 100% all the achievements in the game. But I'm not skilled enough at Cuphead to where I could do that. The regular bosses on the base game aren't even that much of a challenge for me anymore. Because I've played the game so many times. DLC I'm still getting used to. I'm still getting used to the DLC because those are newer, so I don't know them quite like the back of my hand yet. But the normal bosses aren't that bad. But Expert is brutal, man. Ow. You think Incredibles 2 could be like... You think Incredibles 3 could be like Gars? I assume you meant to say Cars. In that Cars 1 is good, Cars 2 is a joke, and Cars 3 brings the series back to its former glory. In which case, maybe. I wouldn't discount the possibility entirely. But, I don't know. My faith is not high. We'll see what Inside Out 2 looks like. Inside Out 2 is going to be a pretty big one. Excuse me, sorry, for Pixar in terms of determining how their sequel game is evolved. Soul Links are the equivalent to a Minecraft bed. You can use it if you want, but it won't work with the monsters nearby. Yeah, but the thing is, like, the zone for which you can summon it in isn't that... It's kind of nebulous how close you have to be to an enemy before it'll let you actually use the Soul Links. It's kind of annoying. Virtual machines do work wonders for old software. I think I tried booting up... I need to stop looking at chat is what I need to stop doing. I tried booting up a virtual machine once. I don't think I did it right, and I kind of messed it up, but I've considered looking into seeing how that might work, because there are some older games that I still have, but I just haven't been able to play. If I can ever get a virtual machine working properly, I'd love to do that. You played Cuphead with a friend recently, it was really fun. Yeah, Cuphead's, I mean, it's harder on co-op because obviously the boss's health is doubled, but Cuphead is definitely a really fun game to play with friends. I really loved the Cuphead streams Neil and I did last year. Even if the devil and the king dice kind of gave us some problems. If the new Indiana Jones movie had them fly out to space in the end, how would I react? So, I assume you mean if the rest of the movie is the same, except now they also go... Oh, I forgot about the stupid laser. I assume you mean the rest of the movie is exactly the same, except now they go to space. I would say... At least it would give me a laugh. But... After everything else the movie did, that wouldn't even faze me. Like, they set themselves... Spoilers for Dial of Destiny. Sorry. If you don't know this... Mute me for 5 seconds. There's time travel in the movie. They go back in time to the siege of Syracuse. Like, nothing else you do is gonna come close to that at that point. Cuphead being completely fair to the player, even on expert difficulty, is great. Oh yeah, I didn't say it wasn't fair. I said I wasn't good enough to do it. Because I'm not. I scraped through the expert playthrough. I've beaten the game solo on experts, scraping by. The idea that I could do it on S rank is the funniest joke you've ever told. But I'm flattered you have that faith in me. You recommend a game called Super Hot. So here's the thing. I have played Super Hot VR, and I have played a bit of Super Hot non-VR. I don't like Super Hot non-VR. I don't like it at all. It's not as... I think Super Hot feels like a game designed to be played in VR where you can physically move your body around to dodge all the bullets coming your way. It feels really awesome. Without the VR mode, it doesn't quite hit the same. Now, maybe I would probably think differently if I played the base version before playing the VR version, but I played the VR version before I ever touched the non-VR version. So that probably tainted my ability to enjoy the game not playing in VR. Would Master Chief work in the next Smash game? Hey, I would have loved to see Master Chief come to Smash. That would actually probably give me a reason to start playing it, honestly. Like, more consistently than I do, which is like once every 3 years. but the odds of it happening were pretty slim to none, so I never had any, like, whenever they announced a new character, I was never like, please be Chief, because I knew that I was getting my hopes up for what was probably going to be a massive disappointment. But, you know, I guess I can always dream. I mean, hey, Master Chief came to Brawlhalla recently. That's sort of the same thing, right? That's a fighting game. Oh, you bastard. Master Chief was gonna come to Smash, but then he decided that he was gonna Smash instead. Ha! It's funny, because the Halo show is shit. Yeah, it's great. I love it. What do I want? This is probably gonna be my last upgrade for the game, so what do I think? I just, by default, I probably need... Yeah, probably this. Do I hate Lightyear with a burning passion? No, I do not, because Lightyear doesn't directly damage anything from the original trilogy. In fact, I think Lightyear's a very fun movie to laugh at with friends. I can see myself watching Lightyear again if I just... I mean, I wouldn't put it on... If I want to watch a movie that I can laugh at for fun, I wouldn't put it on over, like, Cars 2 or something. But I could definitely see myself doing that, theoretically, in the future at some point. So no, I don't hate Lightyear. I mean, it's annoying to watch because of how stupid it is. And you're definitely going to hear that frustration in my Lightyear video. But I don't actually have any burning contempt for the movie as a whole. Okay, we finally arrived. 5 hours later, we've arrived at the ending of the game. Or the final zone of the game, rather. Mount Horu. Have I ever played Wario Land? No, I have not. Thoughts on Transformers as a franchise? Not really my thing, I don't think. But my view, I've always thought of Transformers as just like that. That's my go-to example of a movie that just is shut your brain off and look at all the dumb action. But I think that my view of that is driven entirely by Michael Bay's bullshit. So I can't attest to the quality of any non... I mean, I've never seen a single piece of Transformers content ever, but the ones I know the most about are Michael Bay's crap, so I'm assuming that's not emblematic of most of the catalog of Transformers media. At least I hope it isn't. I don't like the new the sound effect that plays when you get an achievement in Steam. I don't like it. Is there something here? There is. Okay, I remember correctly. Can't do anything with it though because I don't have the mapstone fragment. Oh, that wasn't what I wanted to do. I just... Well, guess I'll die. I accidentally destroyed the things I needed to get up there. Do I want Indiana Jones 6 to undo the damage Indiana Jones 5 did? I don't think that's gonna... like, there's no... They've said this is the last one. And if they ever decide to make one, Harrison Ford will be long gone, unfortunately. So I don't... it's not even worth speculating about. Would I be down for a Bugs Life 2 and or Bugs Life TV show? I mean, I don't know where you take the story from there, but I guess I'm not entirely opposed to it. Depends on what they do. Like, I don't have an intrinsic gut reaction to it that's like, dear God, no. But I also don't think it's that great of an idea. Oh, come on. Indiana Jones 5 featuring Harrison Ford's Ghost. Well, actually, you know what I probably should have realized before I said that is that if you've seen the new studio executive rules or suggestions for making a more fair deal, theoretically, they could make an Indiana Jones movie without even needing Harrison Ford at all. Because they can just capture his likeness in AI, and then... yeah. Welcome to the future, everybody. Please shoot at me. Bob Show does great reviews and break formers. Ooh, I actually have seen some of Bob Show's videos. I watched his review on the Blue's Clues movie. The first one, the good one. Blue's big musical. I also watched his his Alpha and Omega reviews, which are hilarious. And I watched his, I don't remember the name. Like, Oompa Loompas, I think, was the name of the movie. Something where he... he has a cardboard box with the word logic on it, and he literally throws it out the fucking window because the movie's so bad. So I've seen a couple of his videos. So they're funny. I like them. The movie that inspired Andy to buy Buzz, even though it was a surprise birthday gift. Well, I'm willing to get some leeway on that. Because I assume what they mean by that is that is the thing that inspired Andy to want to get a Buzz Lightyear. And then his mom was like, oh, he wants a Buzz Lightyear, huh? Well, I'll get it for his birthday. So, like, it's what made him want to get it, and then that's what made his mom want to buy it, kind of thing. How many Ellis Mark videos did I see? His Disney ranking video, I watched the first half of his SpongeBob ranking video, his Candace Against the Universe video, and his Security Breach video. I don't actually dislike Ellis Mark. I think I might have said something to that effect previously, but I really don't. He's chill. I mean, I don't... Where... This is gonna... Oh! A good checkpoint? How about that? Never thought I'd see the day. I don't like what he says about Candace Against the Universe. I don't think he's very fair to the film, but he, as a reviewer, he's chill. Most of his reviews are fine. Oh, also his comments towards Toy Story 3 feel sort of condescending, but beyond that, I don't really have any problems with him. Oh, I guess I also feel sort of obligated to come to the defense of him, because I saw people dunking on him on Twitter for daring to say that modern SpongeBob has overexpressive facial animations and not even representing his position accurately. So, yeah, I feel that. I don't know if you missed my comment. Can you recommend listening to Metal Gear Rising soundtracks that sound really great? I might check them out. I may never play the games, but at least there's no barrier of entry for for listening to the soundtracks. Of the Disney direct-to-DVD sequels, have I seen what was my favorite? Lion King 1.5. If you don't count it as a sequel because it's technically an in-between movie kind of thing, then I would go with Aladdin and the King of Thieves. Although Lion King 2 is also a valid contender. I mean, it's nothing revolutionary or anything, but music's great. Story's pretty good. I don't necessarily love how Timon and Pumbaa are handled in that. They kind of wasted. They sort of suffer a little bit from the genie syndrome in King of Thieves, where they know people love these characters, but they don't quite know why, so they're just like, make them do funny things, I guess, but it doesn't have the same dynamic that they had in the original, and it kind of falls a little flat. I jumped right in the lava. Alright, how do I do this again? Let's see if I remember how to pull this off. He said Lawson was a villain just to be a villain. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I don't... Some of the things he says about stuff like Toy Story 3 and Candace Against the Universe, I think isn't very fair to the film. But I don't have any issues with him personally or anything. Alright, let's see if there's any other messages earlier that I missed out on. I'd be surprised at how many viewers are from Europe. Actually, I don't think I would, because I frequently check my, what's it? The demographics of, like, where people are from, and I'm always surprised by how many international viewers I have. Feels kind of strange. I mean, it's cool that people all around the world like what I put out. I just never expected that I'd have such a wide reach. There's anything up here, is there? There is not. I'm completely wasting my time going up there. Oh, I get to make my way through all of you again. Had such fond memories last time we did that song and dance. A lot of the comments on my Toy Story 4 thing accuse me of having autism. Yep, I know. I have read them. You find the idea that I can't be invested in media without it weird. Yeah, so the thing is there, it's like, even if I was autistic, which I'm pretty sure I'm not, but even if I was, I've seen comments saying, like, man, this kid's autistic, as if it's, like, an intrinsic negative thing, and I'm just like, I don't think accusing me of that is the W you think that it is. But I've never been formally diagnosed, but I don't think it quite, I don't think I quite fit the bill for what, like, the common, what's it, signs, I guess, or symptoms, or whatever. So I guess maybe signs is probably the more appropriate word, that you would generally have of someone who's neurodivergent. If Free Guy 2 is actually amazing, how would I feel? I would be happy. I don't think that'll happen, but man, I'd love a Free Guy 2 that's, you know, good. Generally, if ever the question is, how would you feel if this thing is great? I'd be like, cool, that means I get to enjoy something that's, you know, great. I see this as an absolute win. Thoughts on Sonic Boost games from Unleashed to Frontiers? I like them. I mean, I guess if you want individual thoughts, Unleashed is good. Colors is great. Generations is amazing. Frontiers, I played a bit and didn't like. Forces, I played a bit and enjoyed, but I didn't love it. And I always hesitate to say that because I know the world fucking hates Forces. Did I ever try playing Oregon Trail? No, I don't know what that is. And I think I'm all caught up on the stuff from that section from chat. Oh, would I consider myself a longman reviewer? Well, my Toy Story 4 video is 6 hours long, and all 3 of my current major projects are in excess of 5 hours, so I guess you could consider me a very long-winded reviewer. It would not be inaccurate to say my videos are of the long variety. What about Lost World? It's the best Sonic game? Oh, is it? Is it now? Yeah, I'm sure. Lost World, the peak of Mario Galaxy. I mean Sonic. Ever heard the YouTuber Madvocate? Yes. I think I might have watched one of his videos. I don't remember, but I know the name. Let me look him up. Madvocate. Let's see. Okay, he made the Flash videos. I haven't watched those because I haven't watched the Flash. Oh, okay. I've watched about... Let's see. No, I don't want an ad. Shut up. Shut up. Alright, I've watched about half an hour of his No Way Home video. And I like that. I might finish it one day. Who knows. But yes, I have heard of Madvocate. As someone who is autistic, you doubt I have it? Yeah, I don't think, like, because I'll be honest, seeing those comments, because it's not the first time that people have asked me that, outside, I'm not gonna say who has accused me of that, but I have been asked by people before, even people who I've met, even people before I've even spoken a word to them, someone at one point asked me, as like one of the first, I guess, icebreakers you could call it, asked me if I was autistic. Which kind of rubbed me the wrong way, but it is what it is. So it's like, it's not, I don't know what it is about me that makes people think that, but I do not think that it fits my description whatsoever. But, again, if I was, it's like, nothing would really change. It wouldn't change anything about who I am, or what I do. And I don't know why people are attempting to use it as an insult against me. How do I feel about the ending of No Way Home? I find it hard to feel anything about it, because I know it's gonna get undone inevitably. And, like, they confirmed Zendaya's back for the next Spider-Man movie, and just, the MC was notorious for not committing to its endings. So I kind of find it hard to feel any weight when that pops up. If I want a hand setting up a virtual machine, you can help me. I might just take you up on that one day. Intergalactic Jones Flight 828. It really is funny, and also kind of painful, just how similar Dial of Destiny is to Manifest. It's like, you gotta wonder if they were inspired by it to some degree, because it's one-to-one what happens in that show. It's so bizarre. Do I know what you're referring to? You mentioned the end of No Way Home. I assume you mean, spoilers for No Way Home, in case you don't know. I assume you mean the fact that Peter makes the choice to have everyone erase his memories, right? Or, sorry, erase the memories of everybody else to forget that he's Spider-Man. I assume that's what you're talking about? If not, then feel free to correct me. Yeah? Okay, yeah. So, in that case, my answer is the same, which is that I don't think they're going to commit to that choice. I feel like it's going to get undone, at least for Zendaya's character for MJ. I feel like it's going to get undone. Because it's Marvel. They're known for not committing to their choices. Do I think that Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield would done justice in No Way Home? Having seen... I hadn't seen the Raimi trilogy or the... It's funny, I always refer to the early 2000s movies as the Raimi trilogy, but I refer to the Amazing Spider-Man movies as the Andrew Garfield movies. So I use the director for one and the actor for the other. It's weird. But the Tobey Maguire movies I hadn't seen, and I hadn't seen the Andrew Garfield movies either. I don't know why I did that. That was dumb. So I couldn't speak to them when I watched the movie. Having since seen their movies, I can say that they were done justice. It's like the one thing that everyone agrees about with No Way Home is that the characters were done justice from their respective movies. Doctor Strange, on the other hand, got fucked in the ass because they needed a way to kickstart the story, and they just said, fuck it, have Doctor Strange fucking be an idiot. Because reasons. Doctor Strange was sacrificed so that No Way Home... My throat is starting to die. I need to beat this game soon. My throat is beginning to give out on me rapidly. Thoughts on the financial decision to complete the Frozen trilogy? Oh, Frozen... I thought you were talking about Amazing Spider-Man at first, because they were originally going to make it a trilogy, and then they got cut short. But no, I guess you mean thoughts on Frozen 3? I don't know what they're going to do, but maybe it'll be good. We'll see. Did I record my reaction to the Raimi trilogy? No. That was just a day that we spent just hanging out, chilling together. Why did I go back in here? I just came from here. So there's no reaction to the Raimi trilogy recorded, but there is one for the Amazing Spider-Man movies. I don't know if I'll ever be able to get those out, because, like, the way it was... I think I explained this before, but I'll give you the short version, in case you don't know. The long and the short of it is that the way we recorded, we didn't record... Like, ordinarily when we record audio commentaries, we record it over Discord. We all record our microphone commentary separately, and then I edit them together so that there's no... First of all, so that I have complete control over everyone's audio, so if two people talk over each other, I can edit in such a way that either both are heard, or only one is heard, or neither are heard, or whatever. It gives me creative control, and it allows us to not be drowned out by the movie in question, so that we aren't recording... I'm not recording just my desktop audio, which gets both the movie and our commentary. But we didn't do that for the Amazing Spider-Man movies, because I went over to her place and I spent the day there, and we watched the movies. So we recorded them in the same room with the microphone, without headphones, just playing through her home theater speakers. Not TV speakers, home theater speakers. So it's even louder and more dynamic than standard speakers. And the first thing I said was, are you sure the microphone's not gonna pick up the audio from the movie? And she's like, nah, see, because this microphone's a special microphone, so I can change to a setting where it'll only pick up audio from this direction, and it won't pick up the speaker audio. And I didn't know how it worked, because it was her microphone, not mine, so who was I to question it? And I was like, if you say that's how it works, I believe you. And guess what? It wasn't how it worked, because we got the audio back, and it's shit. You basically can't hear what any of us are saying. So, I don't know how I'm gonna make it work. Because I offered to edit the audio for her before I knew how bad it was, and she said, no, I'll handle it. And then I didn't hear anything from her for a couple months, and I was like, hey, how's the Spider-Man going? And she said, good? And then I'm like, is it though? Is it really though? So then I told her, just send me the files and I'll see what I can do. And she sent them to me, and I immediately understood what the problem was, so I don't know if I can fix it. I'll try. I make no promises as to whether it'll get done, because we are drowned out by the movie constantly. Who, FG? A cat named FG. Oh, for God's sake. Didn't I say the Amazing Spider-Man movies are Incredibles 2 but worse? Yes. We made a lot of references to, because like I mentioned earlier, that was while I was in the midst of editing my Incredibles 2 series. I think it was a day or two before the part 2 was supposed to come out, which means I absolutely should not have been doing anything other than editing it, but I hadn't seen her in months, so I wanted to spend the day with her. It may have bit me in the ass later, because I didn't get much sleep later that week, trying to scramble to get it edited in time, but it was worth it. It's always worth it to see her. Oh my god, these... Alright, we're fine. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good, man. It's all good, man. But yeah, because we recorded them in the midst of my Incredibles 2 series production, I saw a lot of parallels to Incredibles 2, and I kept calling them out as we were watching. Now then, where are we going now? Right side of the area, looks like. One of these is really annoying. I don't remember which one it is. Is it this one? I don't think it's this one. No, it's not. Or actually, is it? Oh, it might. I don't know. All right, let me take a quick break to read chat for a second. See if I can. What did I miss? Anything? Metal Gear Rising is the only one you've played. It's the one I'm most likely to enjoy since it's an action 3D beat 'em up, whatever I call it, spin-off. Interesting. How did I watch first Toy Story? On VHS as a kid in the hospital, and well, I remember watching it in the hospital. I don't know. I don't think that was the first time I ever saw it, because I wouldn't have had a Woody, like, the memory I have is having a Woody doll in the hospital with me for my Kasai surgery, which was a very rough time for a very small child to deal with. But I don't think that, and along with that, I was also watching Toy Story in the hospital, but I don't think that would have been the first time I saw it, because then why would I have had a Woody doll with me if I hadn't seen it yet? It wouldn't make any sense for me to also have a toy based on it. So I honestly don't remember the first time I saw Toy Story. I remember the first time I saw Toy Story 3, but the first two movies, I do not know. Okay, so this might actually be the one I was thinking of, because of this turn right here. Do I still like Sonic the Hedgehog 2006? Yes. I have a lot of fun playing it. I also dislike several aspects of it. So it's like, I don't unapologetically love it, because there's certain things about it that genuinely do annoy me. Namely, a lot of the side characters, obviously the loading screens. The story is just complete batshit. I don't think you'll find anyone willing to defend Sonic 06's story. And Shadow's vehicles suck. Another thing I don't think you'll find anyone willing to dispute. Can I please... this is a... I don't know... What if I just... Yeah, that works. Ow. That worked. Oh, come on. Unstable ground, my ass. You vividly remember playing the 3DS version of Lost World when you were younger, and for you remember you did not do very well. Hey guys, is the 3DS version better than the Wii U version, or is it worse? I feel like it's probably worse. Then again, Rise of Lyric is... I've heard that the 3DS version of that Sonic Boom game is better, so... What do I know? No, it's worse? Okay, I figured as much. First game you ever played was Super Mario 3D Land. I wanted to play that at one point, but then people told me if you don't like 3D World, you won't like 3D Land, so I decided against it. But, you know, 3D World is a game I need to give another shot. It's because I haven't played it in so long. I only played it once. And I'm considering doing a co-op stream with my friends, where we, kind of similar to the Infinite co-op stream we did last year, where we played through the game. Just because I've heard that game is best when played cooperatively with friends. What's a DreamWorks movie that I want to get a sequel? Honestly, I wouldn't mind seeing an Over-the-Hedge sequel. I mean, the story's complete as it is. It's perfectly fine to leave it where it is. But I'm always down to see more of those characters. And it's not like you can't make a sequel. You could tell more stories. It's not like a definitive bookend like Toy Story 3. So that'll be my vote. Verminator Strikes Back. Well, the thing is, that is kind of unironically the plot of the video game. Because the video game isn't just a retelling of the movie. It's its own sequel story, which I like when games do that. And it's actually pretty good. It's pretty decent for a sequel story for a video game. It's very serviceable and also kind of enjoyable beyond that point. Beyond just filling the purpose of the story. And that it is basically just the Verminator comes back. And thus, Verminator becomes full-on evil in the game. Like, kidnapping, torturing, animals. And, like, mind-controlling them. It's a thing. "3D World is extremely chaotic in a bad way for playing with more than 2 players. You wouldn't recommend doing a big co-op stream? No? Oh. I've heard that it's at its best when you play it cooperatively. Thoughts on the Incredibles game, Rise of the Underminer? If it's anything like the gameplay of the Incredibles, the first Incredibles game, which from what I've heard, it is, I do not think I would enjoy it. But I know I got a lot of comments about it in my Incredibles 2 series. So many people said that there's no need for Incredibles 2 because they already got the Rise of the Underminer game. Like, so many people said that. Just with different wording. Sad that the Over-the-Hedge PS2 game sequel is bad. You mean the sequel to the Over-the-Hedge game? Or the PS2 Over-the-Hedge game? Because I'm pretty sure the PS2 version is the same as the Xbox version. And the Xbox version is amazing. And I will tolerate no slander for it. In fact, I think I might actually stream that game with Neil one day. I think we'd have a fun time playing through it. Oh god. Oh no. Speaking of chaos. This. Oh my god, I hate the projectiles. Still streaming? Yep. Still, we're at this point, we're so close to the end of the game, I may as well keep going. I'll probably be done within a half hour or so. Unless the final chase sequence really kicks my ass, which it might. They just sniped me? They sure did. Have you seen any of DreamWorks' 2D films? No. No, I have not. You don't know if I have answered any Mission Impossible questions, but have I seen any other Mission Impossible films besides Fallout? Yes, I've seen all of them. And I think they got better and better as the series went on, except Mission Impossible 2. It's like, you ignore Mission Impossible 2, and they get better and better until you reach Dead Reckoning. Dead Reckoning is not better than Fallout, but I knew that wasn't going to happen because Fallout is a masterpiece, and to expect it to top it would be unrealistic. But before that point, they got better and better if you ignore the existence of Mission Impossible 2, which it seems like you're on board with doing. Is there something down here? There is, but I don't need it. Tell me down here. Wait, is there more hidden here? There's not. There's this. Well, I mean, there's not much use in me getting that because I don't think I'm going to have enough to get another upgrade before the end of the game. But, makes me... Is this before I, is this before or after I push the rock? I think it's after. I think I'm good. Yeah, it's after. Okay, because all the things are cleared. Am I enjoying myself a bit? Yeah, I mean, I love Ori. The first game is frustrating at times, but I still love the game, and I'm definitely enjoying myself. And I'm also enjoying chatting with all of you. It's been a great stream so far. Ow, my god. Have I considered watching Steven Universe? No, because I know it ends horribly, and you will not convince me to watch something that I know ends horribly. There's nothing I hate more than bad endings. Bad endings can completely destroy a show for me. So I'm not gonna risk getting into Steven Universe. I'll pass. Thanks. I will happily not watch that. Also, I may or may not have already collected clips from the finale for my Owl House video, so it's a bit too late anyway. I've seen things. Oh, the things I've seen. Oh, the things I have seen. Cries in Starverse Force of Evil. Yeah, I've also seen footage from the finale of that, and oh boy, you guys got fucked. You guys got so horribly fucked, and I apologize. I apologize on your behalf. Because I know the pain. Believe me, I know the pain. I recently watched Manifest. I know the pain. Where have I heard of the finale at first? Which one? Steven Universe or Star Wars Force of Evil? Over the Hedge DS game, which see what the... Ah, gotcha, okay. I thought you were trying to slander the PS2 game, in which case I was going to have to ban you, unfortunately. Fortunately, I don't have to, because you saved yourself. You redeemed yourself at the last minute. But I've never played the DS game. I can answer both? Okay. So, Steven Universe... Where did I hear about that for the first time? I think it was JXC's video that They completely ruined Steven Universe. I think that's where I first heard about Steven Universe falling off a cliff and killing itself. Star Wars: The Forces of Evil. I think it was probably you guys. I think it was, I'm pretty sure the only reason I even know that show exists is because when I was strapping people to chairs and forcing them to watch The Owl House, they said that they were reluctant to do so because of how badly Star Wars: The Forces of Evil burned them. So that's where I first heard about it having a crap ending, and then I learned the specifics of why it was crap because I needed to know just... First off, I was just curious as to, like, how it fell off so hard. But then when I was combing through footage of the finale, I did that for the purposes of my Owl House video, which you'll see hopefully sometime soon. Also, it was not, in fact, it was not the one we just did that was annoying. It was this one. It was this stupid laser one that I was thinking of when I was thinking of annoying shit. Oh no. Let me hide here. That's gonna... Yeah. Damn it. Me. I'm people. Yes. Yes, you are. Oh, yeah, it's this one. Okay, we're taking a chat break. I'm not touching this. I'm not touching this yet. I am not touching this yet. Ever seen Mystery Science Theater 3000? No, but I know I have heard of it. They're making Frozen 3? They are. Have I consumed any non-MCU Marvel content? Does the Phineas and Ferb Marvel crossover count? If so, yes. Also, if the Universal rides it, well, Universal counts, then yes. You remember you had an Over the Hedge DVD at one point? If you don't still have it, you saw one for $5 in the Walmart bargain bin. Hey, I mean, well, it's on. It's not going to be on Netflix so much longer. I think it's going away at the start of August. So, you know, if you want to own it physically, now's your chance. You recommend checking out Bowser's Fury? You're pretty sure you're going to like it more than 3D World. I've heard Bowser's Fury is really good. So maybe. Do I like Digimon? I don't know. Well, I can't say I don't know what it is because FG's in love with it. I've never seen it, but FG is absolutely obsessed with it, so I know of it through her. What do I think of the amazing Breaking Bad Mario Kart Wii Balloon Battle meme? Yes, I actually literally just watched that, like, this morning, and it's amazing. I don't know if I like it better or worse than the Rainbow Road one, because a part of it's, like, it's obviously more elaborate, there's more characters involved, but then there's also a sense of maybe going a little too over the top with it as opposed to the more simplistic nature of the original. I think I like the Rainbow one more, but the Balloon Battle one is still amazing. If I was in the theaters watching a potential Lightyear 2 and Buzz just comes out, we're deeply sorry that Lightyear was beyond infinitely stupid. How'd I react? I would, same thing as last time, I would laugh uncontrollably. Starverse fell off way before the finale, but they were probably infinitely better choices they could have taken. Yeah, I'm so glad I never got into that show. Like, God, the things I've heard. Oh no, it sent me back here. The things I've heard about the downfall of Starverse: The Force of Evil. I am so happy I never got into that. I'm also glad that you guys exist, that you can warn me to not get into it. Because were it not for you, because I've kind of been going on a Disney Channel binge recently, or as much of a binge as you can when you don't have time to watch TV. But I've been interested in pursuing all the the Disney Channel animated shows that I missed out on when because I stopped watching Disney Channel after Gravity Falls. Or that's not true. I stopped watching Disney Channel's animated stuff after Gravity Falls. I still kept up with some of the sitcoms that I had been attached to when I was in middle school. They got real shit real quick, but I still finished them out because loyalty and all that. But animated shows, I I fell off those after Gravity Falls. So after the Owl House, I watched Amphibia. I'm in the process of watching DuckTales. I want to watch the Rapunzel show. I might watch Ghost of Molly McGee and Moon Girl Devil Dinosaur. So, which means I also might have eventually wound up watching Star Wars Forces of Evil had you not warned me about it. And that's a horrible timeline I don't want to think about. Okay, you want it? You want it? You want it? I guess you don't want to. You know what, actually, I was gonna... So I wanted to do the thing where you go get that... You, like, do some fancy bullshit to get that Spirit Light container. But I can't get any more upgrades, so I'm just not gonna bother. There's no point in going after Spirit Light when there's no way I can possibly get any more upgrades at this point in the game. It'd just be a waste of energy. Have I played Clue Finders or Reader Rabbits? I don't know what those are, unfortunately. Do I think Toy Story 5 will have a better finale than Toy Story 3? I do not think it will have a better finale than Toy Story 3, but I hope to hell it has a better one than Toy Story 4. Not that that's particularly hard. Ow. I really like the game saves you after... Every time you... Oh, I'm dead. Every time you knock one of these rocks down, it saves. That's much appreciated. One of my least favorite movies with 2 in them. Does it have to have the number 2, or can it just be the second movie in the series? Well, either way, right now I'll say The Amazing Spider-Man 2 is up there. Is Free Guy better or worse than Game of Crystal Skull? I'd say it's worse, honestly. But again, I haven't watched Free Guy. I should. Well, no, I shouldn't because it sucks. But maybe one day I'll revisit Free Guy and see if it got any better or worse than I thought of it the first time around. Don't forget Incredibles 2. Yeah, Incredibles 2. I mean, there's also Cars 2, but I don't hate Cars 2. Just second movies? Okay. So, second movies, no 2 required. Return of Jafar is the obvious pick. I hate Return of Jafar. What do you miss? Nothing much. Just more Ori, some conversations about Disney, Pixar, the usual stuff. We talk about Disney Channel shows now. Oh, unfortunate. I guess the one major thing you missed is, we talked about some of my LPs and how I tend to get really passionately into, really passionately into things, be it positively or negatively, and then someone brought up how a lot of comments have accused me of being autistic, and we discussed how, A, even if that's true, so what? B, I don't think it is true. And C, it's like, you're really trying to frame that as an insult, huh? So that was like discussion, but pretty normal stuff for the most part. Oh boy. Don't forget A New Age. Yeah, Cruise A New Age is up there. How cool would it be to be able to surf a rock on a lava wave? I think that'd be the opposite of cool in more ways than one. Ay, god damn it. That's a thunderstorm outside. That is the booming of thunder outside my window. I hope the power doesn't go out. That'd be unfortunate. That'd be highly unfortunate if the power goes out. Ow. I don't remember this chase being this annoying. Oh, forgot. Okay. Oh, Your worst sequel would probably be Jurassic Park: The Lost World. I've actually never seen that. Oh, nah. The only Jurassic Park movies I've seen are the first one, and then the Jurassic World trilogy. I haven't seen two, so I guess I've seen most of them. I hate this jumping. I hate the jumper. The jumper sucks so much. I've seen most of them. I just haven't seen 2 or 3, but I've seen 1, 4, 5, and unfortunately I've also seen 6. Jurassic World Dominion, that absolute shit show. What movies and video games have been kicked out of my 20 worst and best list? The ones on the bottom get kicked out. Well, I was gonna say the ones on the bottom get kicked out by default. Like, Moana's probably not there anymore. Inside Out's probably not there anymore. Sonic 2 definitely isn't there anymore. So the ones at the bottom of the list, or ones that are subbed in for another franchise, or another entry in a franchise. So, like, for instance, Dial of Destiny is going to be taking Crystal Skull's place. But I need to, like I always say in response to this, I would really need to think long and hard about what the new lists would look like. I honestly don't know. Oh, you stand on that and then, yeah, that happens. Land, thank you. Cruise has a TV show set after the second movie. I did hear about that, and I have stubbornly refused to watch it. Time for some ever seen speedrun round. NCIS, White Collar, The Busy World of Richard Scarry, 12 Angry Men. No to all of them. Why Sonic 2? Just because it's towards the bottom of the list, so it naturally gets kicked out. Because, like, as other things join the list, it's only inevitable that the ones on the bottom are naturally going to be forced out. Plus, I guess it kind of was hyperbolic initially to say. Like, that's the one part of that video that I'm like, I probably shouldn't have put this on here. That's a bit of a reach. I think I was just swept up in the hype of Sonic 2. Ow, and watching it for the first time. Ha, ha, ha. I don't even know how I got out of this previously. Go, please. Okay. They created 50 Soul Links. A winner is me. Achievement. Get. Thoughts on the villain in Coco? I don't like that he doesn't rip up the photo. That it really bugs me in Coco that he did. That there's no logical reason why he wouldn't just rip it up. It doesn't. It doesn't make any like. I can believe why he wouldn't kill Miguel. That I can buy. But not ripping up the photo. There's no excuse for that one. That is that. The whole movie stops right there. He just rips up the damn photo. You're getting kind of annoyed when people use autism as an insult. You do have autism a bit. What does that have to do with what you're criticizing? I don't know. It's just, I don't know. I guess it's just some my throat is dead. Some level of, I guess ableism is the proper word for it. Just, I don't know. I'm not super knowledgeable about neurodivergence as a whole, so I don't feel comfortable to speak to it. But it does rub me the wrong way whenever someone's like, this kid's probably autistic. It's like, and? Your point? What's my least favorite thing about Halo 5? The Cortana. Well, how they handle Cortana. Nothing comes close. Well, I guess not anymore because Infinite kind of fixed Cortana. So now I would say co-op balancing. Specifically in regards to homing projectiles. The amount of homing projectiles that are in that game that lock onto you and kill you in less than 2 seconds on co-op is asinine. I refuse to believe anybody actually play-tested that game on co-op. There's no way. There's actually no way. Who's my favorite Sonic character? Tails. Love Tails. Have I seen Mitchell vs. the Machines? No, but everyone tells me it's amazing, so I might watch it one day. But not before I watch Nimona, because that's more recent. And everyone's hounding me. FG especially is hounding my ass about watching Nimona. God damn it. Favorite Ghost Trick character? I think I need to replay the game to have a more substantiated answer to that. Right now, I'd say Lynn. Joke's on you. The co-op itself is a playtest. It certainly felt that way for Halo Infinite because we were, like... The co-op flight kind of felt like we didn't actually test our game, so can you please do it for us? The amount of issues that Neil and I found in that game that still have not been resolved, by the way, is ridiculous. Thoughts on My Little Pony Friendship is Magic? I don't care about My Little Pony, but I did have a friend who was a brony, so I don't know. I guess that's my only exposure to it is through that guy. He never showed me any episodes, but I know he loved it a lot. So I guess I felt sort of obligated to stand up for people who liked the show, for guys specifically who liked the show, just out of obligation. Okay, this is it. We've arrived. We've arrived at the end game. The final chase of Ori and the Blind Forest. Will I remake my top worst movie list in 2030? I don't know when I'm gonna do it, honestly. Is there a Halo game in my top 20 worst games? There would be were it not for Halo Infinite. Alright, well, I failed to do the other ones first try. Let's see if I can do this one first try. When am I going to continue my Trevor Magic playthroughs? As soon as I get the chance, which is a vague answer, and I get that. It's probably... my current deadline, or my current goal, rather, is after I finish the Owl House video, I should have more time to start playing I'm Dead. Oh, no, I'm not. I thought for sure she was going to get me. Whoa. Alright. So out of that part, at least. Oh, my lord, the camera. Apparently that's a lot easier than I remember it being. Wow. Hey, Avert, if you're still in chat, I get what you mean when you say this game is anticlimactic, because, God, that is a really, really lame way to close out the story, when it's that easy to just blitz to the end. They saved the easiest chase sequence for the last one. Did I check out some Raid Cone content? Absolutely not. You feel bad for my friend if he saw MLP G5. I don't know what he... you gotta understand. We never talked about the show because I never actually watched it. It was only him. I just knew he loved it. But we never talked about it because what was I gonna say? I didn't know anything. There was no conversation we could have about it beyond him just rambling about the show and then me listening to him. Thoughts on the villain in the SpongeBob SquarePants movie? I guess Dennis would be the villain, because King Neptune is an antagonistic force, and Plankton is planning to take over the Bikini Bottom. Dennis is a right. Who is the villain of the SpongeBob movie? Is it just Plankton, or would you give that title more to Dennis? Because I mean, if it's just Plankton, then I mean, it's Plankton. Like, Plankton's always awesome. All right, I gotta move Naru here. When will I be live again? My plan is to stream Monaco again with Neil next weekend. And actually, I might stream Ori and the Will of the Wisps next weekend as well. Because this was fun, and I kind of want to play the second game now. Because the second game is, like, so much better than the first game. So I might stream Game 2 next weekend. I haven't committed to that one, though, yet, so don't hold me to that. I'm not... We'll definitely stream Monaco next weekend with Neil, but I don't know if I'm also going to stream Ori and the Will of the Wisps. Oh, man. I beat the win. I did it. I did it. I beat the win. If I were abducted by aliens, who would I want to save me? Captain Quark or Master Chief? Master Chief. Is that even a question? Thoughts on Phantom Strider? I actually did watch his videos when I was a kid. I haven't kept up with him in recent years, but I did watch some of his ranking videos, like top worst Disney Channel shows, things like that. I remember there was one joke that just had me dying of laughter where he pulled out a lightsaber and like destroyed his computer, pretended to destroy his computer. That was funny. Didn't know I watched him. I don't anymore. Not because I don't like him, I just haven't kept up with him. But I did watch him when I was younger. Thoughts on Wicked Binge? I don't know what that is. Is that a YouTuber? Let me look him up. Wicked... No, not Wick SD. Wicked Binge. You know, I've never watched this one before. It's done! We beat it! We beat Ori and the Blind Forest! Definitive Edition. Took about 6 hours, which is twice as long as I expected it to. Mainly because of the Misty Woods. I didn't count how long I spent in there, but whatever the answer is, it was too long. Why playing this again? Because I wanted to. I felt in the mood to play a game that I could just kind of chill. Now, I ended up not chilling for some of it because this game is kind of tough on hard. But I wanted to play a game I knew well that I could play and relax and mainly focus on talking to chat. And that's what we did. And I'm really happy I did it because we ended up having a lot of good conversations today. And it was a lot of fun. Would I ever revisit Among Us? Oh, you're funny. You're funny. I do not want to revisit Among Us for any reason. You recommend I play Okami? The game is a very beautiful art style and a great story. I think I've heard of that before. I don't know anything about it though, so I'll put it on the list. Did I ever get to watch Sesame Street while it was a serialized series before it became episodic? No, I haven't seen, like, early Sesame Street I still haven't seen. I started watching it when Elmo was on there, if that helps you anything. Like, I was early 2000s was when I started watching Sesame Street. And honestly, I really mainly watched Elmo's World. I had all the Elmo's World DVDs, more so than I had the Sesame Street, just standard Sesame Street episodes. But I did start watching once they were added to Netflix, or at least once I discovered they were on Netflix. I watched a lot more Sesame Street. Do I plan to stream Virtual Mafia with friends? No, probably. I don't know what that is, so probably not. You guys will ask whether I enjoyed the game or not. Oh yeah, so that part of the reason why I enjoy it, why I just started streaming is because I actually love the Ori games now. I gave them another shot, and I came to appreciate them a lot more over the last year. Now, I vastly prefer Will-o-the-Wisps to Blind Forest. I have many issues with Blind Forest, whereas Will-o-the-Wisps, I'm like, done, signed, sealed, delivered, send it away, it's perfect, don't touch it, it's amazing. But I still love them both. I love them both. Is there a film critic I hate? No, not really. There's no film critic that, like, I get angry just thinking about. Any idea when I'm gonna stream Crash 2? So the two holdout games, like, that I promise people in that regard are Tropical Freeze and Crash 2, and I plan on doing them both after I finish the Owl House video. Do I hate Nostalgia Critic? I haven't seen a single Nostalgia Critic video, so I don't have any thoughts on him one way or the other. You just don't really like that guy? That's fair. I mean, I don't, like I said, I don't know, I can't speak to his content, I haven't seen him. I know of him, I just haven't seen him. Kamen Rider XA is one of the best shows you've seen, highly recommended. That goes on the list of, at some point I will have enough time to watch things. And when I do, I will check it out. Maybe. Who knows? So many memories from Sesame Street. Still unfortunate the Dutch television has kind of killed it by airing it at 4 p.m. instead of the initial 6 p.m. and no one watched. Yeah, moving the time at which a show airs can make or break the show. For instance, Seinfeld didn't actually perform that well for the first couple of years. It was only in season 4 when they changed and they moved to a new time slot, and they aired after the Cheers finale that a whole wave of new people started coming in, and then the show really found its audience. Before that, it was struggling with ratings. Maybe not ratings, just finding an audience. Is there a YouTuber that I really hate and can't stand? I mean, does MatPat count? Because MatPat kind of, the more I learn about MatPat, the more, even just beyond the theory videos, the more I learn about him, the more I'm like, I don't know. But I don't know. There's no YouTuber that makes me. There's videos that I don't particularly like, but the creators themselves, not really. You did say something in Toy Story 4 about MatPat. You can't understand how my opinion changed on him. I just learned more about him. I was very ignorant when I made my first Toy Story 4 series about that. Because I only knew MatPat through the videos he made and nothing else. Like, I didn't see any discourse about him. Except for the one thing I did know is that he didn't credit that fan game that he said, like, is this the new Undertale or whatever? And it got so bad that Toby Fox himself came and pissed on him for it. But I just learned more about some of the things he did, and I was like, oh, I hate listening to that part of my Toy Story 4 series. Are there any animes I recommend? I'm the wrong person to ask about anime, my friend. I am the furthest thing from an anime fan. People have tried to weebify me, and they have failed every time, so don't ask me. I don't know. Channels that scam kids for virtual money or scumbags. Oh, yeah. So, like, family channels. I can't name any specific examples because I don't know any, but I know they exist. Channels that are, like, they just put a camera in front of their kid's face the whole time, and it's like, use them for money. That's gross. That I don't like at all. Like, family-oriented channels like that. I mean, I get, it's one thing if you just vlog your family vacation for fun. Like, I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with vlogging on your vacation with your family if everyone's okay with it. But you know the ones, or like, you know the ones that really, really go above and beyond with just trying to extort their kids for YouTube fame. Those are the ones that really get under my skin. Have I watched any anime? Yep. I've seen the first 5 episodes of Violet Evergarden, Spy X Family, and Komi Can't Communicate. I've seen the first 6 episodes of Death Note, I think. I've seen the entire Danganronpa 3, End of Hope's Peak High School. I've seen the Ace Attorney anime. I've watched the first 8 episodes of My Hero Academia, I think. Is that it? Am I forgetting? I might be forgetting something. I think that's all the ones I know for now, though. Okay, well, as much as I'd love to sit here all day and answer all the questions in the world, I do, unfortunately, have to get back to work on my Owl House video. So, this is fun. Komi, didn't I mention Komi? I thought I said, if I didn't say Komi, then Komi Can't Communicate. I also watched the first 5 episodes of that. What about YouTubers that literally kill people? Well, that's just people in general. Yeah, obviously anybody who actively causes harm to others also has my wrath. But there's no, I can't think of any names off the top of my head that I think of and I'm like, oh, that guy, I hate him. But yeah, thanks all for tuning in. Hopefully you enjoyed today's stream. I certainly enjoyed it when I wasn't getting dicked over by spikes and projectiles. Next week, I'll stream Monaco again with Neil. Hopefully it goes better than last time. And if I have time, then I will also stream Ori and the Will of the Wisps. And if you're wondering why I already have all the achievements, it's because they carry over from my Microsoft account, but it's not linked for Blind Forest, so no achievements next week for Will of the Wisps. I still don't know if I'm going to stream this. It depends on if I have time, but I'm definitely going to stream Monaco with Neil, so you can look forward to that. And next thing for the main channel, tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Turning Red commentary with the team. Hopefully you enjoy that. It was edited by Gugonic, and he did an amazing job. So hopefully you all enjoy it. I can't wait for you all to see it. I'm going to go get back to work. But I'm also probably going to have a snack or something first, because it's 5 p.m. my time. So thanks for watching. Stay tuned for next time. Okay, one last question. Am I going to cover all the Owl House? Yes, my video is going to be covering the entire series, not chronologically. That's the last question. I'm signing off now. Thank you for watching. Stay tuned for next time. I'll catch you all soon for whatever it is you decide to watch next. Have a good day, everybody.